Well, hello everyone. Good morning. Welcome back to Techorama TV for day 2. I'm your host for this morning for 1 hour of talk about DevOps, and with me are 3 esteemed friends and well-known people in the community: Brian Randell, Johanning, and Arjan van Beckham. But maybe you can introduce yourself and tell what your connection to DevOps is.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, good day. My name is Brian Randell. I am a consultant. I've been in the industry for multiple decades. We'll just leave it at that. And I've been involved in DevOps since before it was called DevOps, primarily focused on the Microsoft world, so what is now Azure DevOps. I was a former MVP for 18 years. I recently spent about 4 years at GitHub working in developer relations and trying to get them to make the product better. And I also kind of like to talk about DevOps, and I co-wrote a book with my friend Ian Griffiths. And you can go to essentialdevops.org, where we're going to put the book up for free in digital form, as well as I'm giving away physical copies here at the show. So thanks for having me, and I always love to talk about DevOps.
Great. Josh, what about you?
Hey everyone, name's Josh Johanning. I'm a DevOps architect at GitHub. I'm on a fast track team, so I work with customers on just becoming more DevOps-y, really anything in GitHub. Come from a consulting background where we did DevOps consulting at a firm called 10th Magnitude. So yeah, we get, like Brian, a lot of Microsoft space, Azure DevOps into the GitHub space now. So it's really exciting to kind of be in the cutting edge.
Well, Arjan?
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah.
So my name is Arjan van Beckham. I work as a consultant for Xebia. I do a lot of cloud platform deployments, and of course, cloud needs to change the way of working. So more DevOps, more independent releases. Been doing that for 5-6 years now in a row, and I love doing it. So.
All right. So what I notice when you start talking with people about DevOps, that everybody has their own version of it, what it means, what it does. Sometimes it's, I'm a DevOps engineer, I build pipelines. Sometimes it's very much about the mindset and how a company operates. So Brian, what is your take on DevOps? What in the core, in the essence, what does that entail?
So for me, and this was critical when we wrote the book is about concepts. It's not about a product. So that's the first thing. DevOps is not something you buy in a box. It is an organizational transformation. It is a cultural thing. It's built on a lot of established, successful practices in the industry that we've learned. Some from Agile. Some are more tactical, like CI/CD, continuous integration, continuous deployment, the notions of continuous delivery. We pick things from there. So to me, DevOps is people, process, and products. So I definitely buy into a definition that Donovan Brown at Microsoft was well known for promoting when he talked about rubbing DevOps on something. And that is, it's about how you deliver value, right? How you create this essence for your organization and your customers to make them better. Your success makes their success, which then rolls back to you. And so the idea is, how do we have this continuous process of improvement? And so that's what it's about. So to me, it's a lifestyle. It is not you try it, it's once and done. And it's, a big thing you hear, people say, well, DevOps is dead, we're moving on to something else. Our industry is constantly trying to reinvent itself, and honestly, that comes a lot from the business side and the marketing folks who want to make more money. So for example, you may have heard about platform engineering. Does platform engineering mean you don't do DevOps? No. In fact, what you find is that platform engineering is an evolution of the things we learned about doing cloud deployments, and the fact that while we want everybody to, if you build it, you ship it, you run it, right? Not everybody has the bandwidth to do everything. So sometimes, hey, you're deploying to Azure. Azure's this big monster. Not everybody on your team can be an Azure expert as well as be an expert in all those other things. So yes, platform engineering, this idea that we're going to codify how we do certain things in the Azure cloud, that's a great thing. But it's still built upon DevOps patterns. And I think that's the big thing, is people get too wrapped up, and Microsoft's guilty of it. They created a product called Azure DevOps, right? So people thought, if I use that, I'm doing DevOps. No. And probably the last thing that I'll come on that you said is, nothing drives me crazy more, and it's in the book as well, which is I'm a DevOps engineer. What does that mean? No. Or we have a DevOps team. If you have a DevOps team, you've really missed the boat. That is not the way it should be. Everybody should be in tune with the principles. Yes, it doesn't mean everybody knows how to write YAML and create a CI/CD pipeline. But what it does mean is people understand the concepts of, before I commit code, I've done everything to make it high quality code. However you do that, whether it's with AI, whether it's with unit testing, whatever. Everybody understands the flow of code, how it moves from idea to production. So I'll summarize with very simply, it is a lifestyle. It is a thing that you bring to the entire organization culturally if you want to be successful.
All right, thanks. And Josh, you work at GitHub, you engage with customers, large enterprises, maybe also some smaller organizations. So what can you add, and from your experience engaging with those companies and peoples?
Yeah, it's working in our team, we do see a lot of different customers, like in all different areas and all different spectrums of the DevOps, the slider scale here. We run into teams that, like Brian was mentioning, we have a DevOps team. They do all the pipelines or all the workflows and that kind of thing. And it's like Brian mentioned, it's not a team. It's a lifestyle. The best examples and the more like high functioning teams that we see are the teams that have the end to end. They do everything end to end, like inside their own team. So they don't hand off the testing to another team. They don't hand off the pipeline creation to another team. Sure, there might be some other external teams that influence what they do. Security is a big thing. But they have the ownership to be able to change everything with their application and their processes, their automation from end to end, and really own it. Those are the most successful teams that we see. But really, you always do grimace when you hear of oh yeah, we have a DevOps team, and we already are using GitHub, or we're using Azure DevOps, so we don't need help with the DevOps processes anymore. We're good. It's like check the box, right? So we see some of that, and it kind of just makes me grimace. But
okay, yeah. Well, Arjan, you're as a consultant also engaging with lots of various companies, but also more on the platform engineering side, which Brian already mentioned. The shift of towards platform engineering. How do you see your definition of DevOps, maybe even combined with what the relation to platform engineering is?
Yeah, so I think they go hand in hand, right? Cloud environments are complicated. So in order to set up an Azure environment, you need to know networking, you need to know DNS, you need to know all kinds of stuff, which is typically not what developers know. So providing them with all the essentials to do their job and deliver business value, and they can still do DevOps, right? They can build features and deploy their software in an independent way without worrying about the underlying hardware and infrastructure. I think so. Platform engineering is one part. They manage the platform. The other part is the teams doing DevOps is still really valid.
Well, and you said the magic thing. It's always DNS.
Yes, or firewalls. Yes.
So platform engineering, Azure is complex. We've got a lot of tools from Azure DevOps to GitHub to various other offerings that are out there. So there's so much to learn and to know before you can be, end-to-end responsible for things. How are our teams dealing with that? Because is it just so complicated that it becomes hard to do anything at all, or are people managing, and how do they do that?
All right, so I think if you have a platform team, they should give the team enough tools to make it work, right? So they provide infrastructure, they provide networking, all that works, and then the only thing you need to do is deploy your application, whether that be a container app or Kubernetes or whatever you want to do. So that part is part of the team, and that makes it less complicated because you provide all the guardrails and stuff to manage it. But still, working in a DevOps way is really hard, right? So you need to also break down silos, because this is the infra guy, this is the guy that writes the code. No, everybody is end-to-end responsible. So you don't have a DevOps team, you have a team that deploys features. I think that will be a first step, not calling it a DevOps team anymore.
I was going to say, I totally agree. we see a lot of like examples of that where like yeah, you might have a platform team that owns a platform and that's perfect, but the actual feature team or the application team is the one that's actually building the code, deploying the code. They have all the tools they need to be successful and actually delivering value for the business. It's just you don't call them a DevOps team, or there's not a DevOps team. It's just again more of they have the tools that are provided and built, and then away they go.
Yeah, I think one of the big issues is there's information overload. But you have to put a commitment that you're going to understand the concepts. So first of all, understand what the concepts mean. Then the next step is have an understanding of how what you do ends up in the hands of customers, right? You don't have to be able to sit down, for example, and build the CI/CD pipeline, but you should understand conceptually what happens and how that gets there. You don't have to understand how DNS is configured, but you do have to understand that when you're building an application, that you don't do silly things like, well, I'm going to hard code the name of the server into a bit of my code, right? So it's learning how the environment works and then specializing and being an expert at part of it, right? There are very few people that can know it all, right? Even in this group here, I'm sure the three of us, and including you, because, oh yeah, rumor has it you've done some real work as well. We all could bring value and help each other, right? Yet we're all, we think we're experts because we've done this for a while. What that means is we've banged our head a lot and we've learned how to cover the bruises. When you're looking at such a big problem, it's this take the onion approach, a layer at a time. Look at the largest problem domain and then drill down. And as you get more layers down, you're going to have to not be able to eat the whole onion. You're going to just go through in sections. So find an area that you have passion for and find an area that resonates with your brain, right? Not everybody's good at infrastructure, for example. So there's nothing wrong with having specialists that do that, specialists that do the database. But you all have to agree upon the concepts and that goal, right? What is your goal? Delivering value to your customers. When you're focused on that, it's not as scary. It's this thing, though, that people freak out about. Because I can't know it all, I'm not going to do any of it. I'm just going to go back to what's easy. And that's probably the hardest thing. Don't give up on learning. Be a continuous learner. Look to that continuous improvement to make things better.
All right, so yeah, a lot of thing to learn, and it feels like there's a recent reset where everybody was on a plane or leveled again on the playing field when it came to AI. Lots of new things. We were very accustomed to shipping software, pieces of code that we compile, test, and then put out into production, and then do feedback loops. But now with AI, all of a sudden we have to learn again. How do you do that for AI solutions? So what are your ideas on how DevOps principles and habits, how they apply to AI-based solutions?
Well, I think the first thing, there's two things. Let's break down AI solutions. You can be building things with AI into your application, or you can use AI as a tool to build things. So I'm going to separate the two there. Let's start on the DevOps side of, I want to do agentic DevOps. I want to bring AI to my team, right? In fact, yesterday at GitHub Universe, GitHub announced a bunch of new ways of doing agents as part of the process. So a common thing that people are looking to do is to use AI to remove the drudgery, okay? And the great thing about that is it fits right into the concepts of DevOps, because what it means is it's this notion of we're going to try and move fast, but we're going to do it safely. We talk about, you go to Germany, you can drive really fast on the Autobahn. Well, why is that possible? Well, first of all, they work really hard to maintain the road, right? So the infrastructure is taken care of. It's modern, right? They take care of it. But then when you go fast in the car, you're not allowed to drive a crappy car, right? There's rules about the vehicle. And to go at speed, you have to go safely and responsibly. So when you add AI, who's going to be the responsible person? The AI or the adult in the room, the humans? Well, what it does then is it provides the opportunity for you as humans to be a part of that process even more, to use AI to take care of the drudgery, and you can then in turn add your value by understanding the business need, the concepts, and making sure as things move through it, it meets the needs and is delivering that value, right? So to me, AI is not replacing us. It's actually just changing what we focus on, as well as we are the creative people. Because the key to these successes of these agents, for example, that they show you is that you give it a great definition of work. So one is your writing skills become important. Number two, you hand it off. Well, it fits into the exact pipelines we've been telling people to use for years. If you use GitHub as a platform, you're using GitHub Actions. Well, what does it do? The agent runs through the Actions infrastructure. So all of a sudden, this thing we've been telling you to do for years is even more important. So I think AI just actually puts us on that same track and just says, okay, those things that you had to do, like, oh, I got to build a new pipeline. It looks like this one, but I have to do this. Yeah, the agent can do that. You validate it and test it. You still have to have the concepts down, but it's going to reduce the friction so you can move on to those bigger problems.
I think, like Brian mentioned, I think AI is critically important in today's day and age, but it amplifies the importance of DevOps like principles in general. Like you can have the best AI in the world, but you're only going to move as fast as the rest of your processes are, both technical and your business processes, your planning, review, testing, those kind of validations. So you really can't move fast. You really can't move fast unless you have the entire, the DevOps, principles kind of all ironed out for your team. Security scanning, validations, all of that. So back to Brian's Autobahn analogy, you could have like the fastest car in the world, but if you have bad tires, that's gonna be the limiting factor in the entire process. So we hear all the time from customers that says, yeah, we rolled out Copilot and our developers love it, but we're not really moving faster, but we're just happier and just delivering different things. We do often find in large enterprises there's still something that's the limiting factor, essentially, the lowest common denominator. You're still kind of bound by that. So whether that's just, again, the planning process, your sprints, however you define work, or however you get work approved, budgeting, all that still needs to be taken into account in the whole DevOps cycle and bringing AI into the works.
Yeah, and to add to that, if you put it in your application, it's going to be another feature, right? So you need to manage it. So if you do custom models or whatever, you need to manage it. It needs to be managed the same way as all the other features.
Yeah, and that's, that was that second part of you want to have AI. First of all, if you're getting into building AI solutions, you want to bring AI in, you want to use models and all those things. The first thing you're going to learn is that AI is a data problem, right? It is, how are you going to do that? And that's actually one of the areas that as an industry, we haven't been as good at. Right, I've been working with people like Redgate for years talking about database DevOps and what that means, and coming to more from the relational database standpoint. But when you think about the way these AI models work, right, it's all about the data they're trained on. And then what we do is we often want to bring our own data in and do patterns like RAG. You've heard those terms like that. And so you really start realizing that all the things we talk about in DevOps, this notion of pipelines, this notion of checkpoints, validation, automated testing, those type of things, they fit into the same world, right? The notion of a chat bot, for example, that's just really a different type of interface on top of your application. So it has to be managed exactly the same way. You have to do all the things we've been doing in DevOps. It's just now there's this extra component to it. And we also have to bring that rigor, that professional engineering bias to these applications. This notion of vibe coding is great as a way to explore and learn. But sure, you can vibe code, but can you vibe deploy? Can you vibe debug? No, right? So all the things we've learned and know about good engineering practices, I think, are magnified in this world today.
So latching on to that, making sure you build the applications the right way. There's GitHub spec kit that's being worked on now. Josh, maybe you can, or Brian.
No, you can go ahead. You go first? Okay. So, this goes back to this notion of, so Copilot agent, we'll just pick on that one, and there's other things, Claude does it, Codex. The idea is that you provide some kind of specification, some declaration of a feature you want. So if you're doing Scrum, it's a product backlog item, right? If you're doing just Agile user story. But you provide that as a definition of what you want built. Okay. Well, then going a step further, some of the folks at, is both at Microsoft and GitHub, in fact, the guys that did it are really involved in MCP servers, are like, how do we get the AI to be smarter? How do we do it? Well, it's by asking the right questions. So we're almost going back to some of the 80s and 90s stuff of the business analyst, right? We're actually codifying that within a toolkit as a way to make the AI, I don't want to say smarter, but dare I say more reliable. In other words, build the software this way, right? We have this notion, for example, of agent markdown files where you give it guidance on things. So ultimately, with the spec toolkit is they're looking to codify the workflow, just like we learned how to do good CI/CD, right? If you look back to the beginnings of CI/CD, there were some good ideas, there's some bad ideas, right? We learned what to do, right? We learned that sometimes scripts were better because we could version control them, right? There's things we learned on how to do that, as opposed to, say, opaque XML documents that are, pages long, right? We won't name a product there, but, there are certain ways that were good and there's certain ways that are bad. And what we're learning when it's how we interact with the agents, this notion of the spec toolkit is a way of, hey, these are things we learned that gets the agent to work well, and here's how we can let the humans communicate in their brain format. Because one of the problems is computers speak their own language and we speak ours, and we use things like programming languages as a bridge. And the spec toolkit's about letting not even just the nerds, but not the super nerds, but the business people can work closely and describe what they want, and by being guided by this functional toolkit and then fitting it into the automation, you can again move faster and hopefully get that delivery out the door because it fits into this process of automation.
I mean, in the the new agentic era that we're essentially in, it's a matter of like kind of Brandon mentioned, giving the agent the instructions on how to work, and the agent, the idea there is that it's taking and picking up the work and kind of delivering it from start to finish. So it's not just you as a human running with AI and asking a question and changing a function. The agent is, hey, you're delegating this entire task to the agent. They're going to add the new functionality. They're going to add the tests. If something else needs to be changed, it's going to do that as well. So just providing enough context to the agents and enough information and guidance that when the agent is running, to actually deliver it to what your definition of done is, and what good looks like, essentially, versus without the information, you assign an agent the same task, let's say twice, it's going to give you a different result each time. So it's just about being more consistent with the results and kind of tailoring that to your team and kind of how you work as a company.
I think it's still about solving the problem, right? Solving the business problem, providing the correct instructions for the agent is basically what you already did as a programmer, right? Because you solved the problem, but now you have an assistant writing the code for you. I think that's the way to look at it.
All right, so I've seen places where a platform engineering team uses the prompts, instructions, the guided AI to bring autonomy to DevOps teams for the platform part. So they wrote these entire instructions to guide the GitHub Copilot, so it can do the work for them, and it just have to answer some questions. So they go through the steps, what type of VNet do you want, the DNS entries, whatever, other things, and that makes them very efficient at doing the stuff that they might not be able to do because they can't know it all, right? Like you said, Brian. So that brings me to the analogy of driving fast at the German highways, which is okay if you have a good car, a good infrastructure, but you still need guardrails, right? So you can just, if there's a corner and you don't take it, it still ends bad. So with that analogy, what do you see as important guardrails that teams should work with to make sure that they can go fast, they can be assisted, but we don't crash into something?
Well, I think there's a couple things that come to mind. One of the first thing is test, and more testing. Again, you hear this term vibe coding, and what goes with it is the phrase YOLO. And if you hang out on the internet in certain subreddits, and you'll see particularly people that don't have any formal engineering, and I'm all for everybody being able to build whatever they want. I think that's great. At the same time, I would like anybody who wants to be a doctor to be a doctor. But I'm not necessarily going to trust you if you haven't been doing this for a while and had the training. And so what you find is you'll have people that say, well, yeah, I used an agent, I don't want to name names, but it deleted all my files because they didn't understand that they should be using version control. With database DevOps, one of the things that we talk about is we often talk about DeRudder. DeRudder is the DBA. And Dieter, isn't a fan of letting automation make changes to the production database. Because Dieter cares for the database. He loves it. He protects it. Because if someone does a drop table and he doesn't have a current backup, that's going to cause intense pain and suffering to the organization, right? And so what happens is, hey, it's one thing if on my workstation in a version-controlled repo that I let an agent kind of do some stuff and it deletes my files. Okay, fine. I may have lost a little time, but nothing critical happened. On the other stream, I'm going to install some agent and I'm going to give it, production access and I'm going to let it do these things. You better have really defined the guardrails, really focused on it. And the only way you can do this is because you have to have done it before. You have to try it, right? None of us sat down and said, oh, I'm going to do an automated CI/CD pipeline, and I'm just going to update production without testing first in some kind of staging environment. Because if you do, you're crazy because you're going to cost the business money, time, and you could really cause some pain to people. And so I think that's the critical aspect is this word test that often developers see as a four-letter word, right? And that actually has to be in your mindset. That's our job as the humans to guide the AI to validate, to look at what it's doing. And so, how can you do that? Well, you can't do that if you don't have any experience. You can't do that if you haven't had any training. In other words, people worry that I'm not going to have a job. You're going to have to because no one's going to trust the agent to just go, yo, I'm not going to let some AI operate on me. You're crazy, right? I'm going to, want some stuff. Now, maybe I'll be dead and gone and this will change the world, but it's not going to happen in my lifetime where I just let these things loose. So I think agents are junior developers. They are junior engineers that are going to do a lot of stuff. They're very good at repetitive tasks, but they're only good that if the task is well defined and if the environment can make sure that they don't break loose, right? No drop table commands. Thank you very much.
I mean, that's so true. Like even with my own personal projects, I'm finding that now that agents and agentic AI is more prevalent, and I'm assigning tasks to it, I need to have better test suites basically defined because it might be changing a feature, adding a feature, and that feature might work great, but it didn't know about this other logic that I needed to care about, and it changed that, and the whole application broke. So yes, having better just basic testing, getting better, and I mean it's a good DevOps practice to begin with. But we see all the time where enterprises, oh yeah, we have a few tests or whatever, we have a testing team. So again, those automated tests, those are critical, as well as those automated security tests. AI is, it's one of the things we're working at GitHub is the AI that we generate for you. We are trying to add better security controls in the first place, but still, you want to have good scans into your, good automated scans and good timely scans into your processes. We're going to pull requests, be alerted if you're adding a new security vulnerability, or if new security vulnerability is it comes about. How can you fix it as fast as possible? And again, more code's being written with AI we're seeing now. So that means again, security is just more and more important. And of course, you see all of the different attacks and vulnerabilities, and basically that leads to just millions and millions of dollars of business lost productivity and lawsuits and everything. So just security is just entirely critical with in today, especially with AI, more with the robots, changing the code and more code being created is just very critical.
Yeah, so from an infra perspective, as your policies for the win, right? That will block you from adding your app service to the internet or adding your database to the internet with a public IP. So provide guardrails that way, so you can even deploy your infrastructure safely, because it will just block whatever you're trying to do that is not within the policies.
But you just said something great there. Oh, well, you just use this, right? If we were to, query 100 developers who say they use Azure here, how many of them know that, right? And that's the critical aspect, right? The knowledge of the humans, everything is changing so fast. We are a critical aspect of this. I think people have, rightly so, some freakouts because unfortunately some of the uneducated C-level and C-suite folks, they get bought up and they go, oh, well, if we have this AI, then we don't need these 10 people, right? Well, who's going to tell the AI that, oh, did someone enable Azure policy so I can't break it, right? We still need these things. We need to follow these best practices. And that's a great one. That's a great example of, that's what a platform engineering engineer or team member knows, is they really understand the platform deeply and how to set up the processes and the automation to where it can't, break loose. Right? So I thought that was a great little, if you didn't catch that, there's this subtle thing, just, oh, well, you use Azure policy. Yeah, but that's such a thing that for some people is foreign, right? Because, oh, they YOLO, they have a subscription, they get free, they have their own subscription, they're a global administrator, and so they can do anything. They don't operate in that. That was great.
So this might be a stretch, but if we talk about these guardrails for the Azure platform, the testing for the code and the actual logic that we deploy on top of the platform, so can we go Inception style and say, okay, can we have guardrails for the DevOps practices themselves, so that we use DevOps to do all this, but also have some guardrails to make sure that we apply DevOps in the right way and don't do that in a wrong way? Any ideas?
Well, part of that, I think, comes to this notion. You hear the common term templates, right? And we have our blueprints, right? There's these ideas that we codify structure and setup. So, for example, let's start with something that every developer should know. That's version control, right? And we'll stick with Git. But you're going to create a repo. Well, on GitHub, if you create a repo, right, you can create it, and there's the basic structure. But then the minute you want to invite someone, you got to think about, well, how are they going to have access to this, right? And so what you do is, whether it's through some tool that's built into the platform, which is configure this way, or you've learned a best practice, which is, when we create a repo, these are all the other automation things that happen automatically. We turn on these security features. For example, you can't commit to main. You have to use pull requests, right? I think that's one of the things that you can definitely codify. And this is where AI can help you. Because sometimes you know the concept, you know what you're trying to do, but you don't want to sit and do it to 50 repos by hand. So the thing we've been saying for years for DevOps is automate all things. So what you would do is you sit down and write a bash script, or you sit down and write a PowerShell script, or whatever. This is where AI can really help you, because you can now take stuff that's in your brain and codify that into scripts, put them in version control, and the agents can run them and set things up a certain way. And so if you can do this every stage of the setup, which is example, this is an environment. This environment has these tags, and therefore, you can only do these certain things. And then what you do is the agents that can be hooked into there, they don't run as super user, they don't run as sudo, they run in a security context just like you would have another human. And so I think that's a great way to do that, is take that notion of automation to the structure, the definition of how we operate, right? It's just like if anybody's had children, one of the things you'll learn if you've been living first as just adults in a place, you start looking how to baby-proof the house. So, a common joke in the U.S. is that you have electrical outlets. Now, in the U.S., our voltage is not as high-powered as some other places of the world. And so you'll just have power plugs that are really easy to stick forks into and toys into. Now, in the 70s, we said, well, that's okay. That hurt, didn't it? Don't do that again. But my wife, for example, was like, no, we got to put the little plugs in there. We got to protect it. And so you learn based upon what you're doing that there are certain things you do that are best practices. And it's great that one person might do it, but that doesn't scale. So you've got to translate those best practices into some automation. And that's where AI can help you.
I mean, like, building the guardrails into your DevOps, I think is just like you said, it's almost like Inception, but it makes total sense because with with AI, it can be a new attack vector. If there's some injection or the prompt injection that happens, or just something goes off the rails, like you need to be able to guard against that. And especially if you're running automation, I'll take GitHub Actions, for example, your workflows, that's, but another possible attack vector. We've seen a few, famous attacks this year recently where a token had too much permissions and basically infected an action, and people were referring to the action, and just snowballed from there. So it's a matter, like kind of Brian mentioned, building out your workflows, your processes, with the right permissions in place. Don't use a super user. Don't use a token that has right access to the repo, for example, to change things without you knowing about it. Because if a malicious actor gets in there, or again, some prompt injection happens, you don't want it to be able to change your tags, and you might not even know that, and just overwrite a tag, and all of a sudden you just release their shipped code to your customer that you weren't intending to. So building out those automation accounts and giving it the right level of access, and read access where it needs to, and only write access to the certain parts it needs to. Those are going to be critical in just thinking about the end-to-end with AI as well.
Well, what do you see, Arjan, in this regard as the biggest challenges that organizations have making this shift to all this new thinking that we've been talking about? Why doesn't everybody do it already? And so what do you see happen with in your projects and customer engagements?
Well, you would be surprised how many people don't know Git, right? I think for us it's like common. I come to companies that say, you are using what? So how does that work? So sharing the knowledge and trying to tell people how that works and what are the best practices are and why there are guardrails, I think that's one of the most important things. Right? People need to understand why you put them there so they don't break it. Before you end up in like having all weird kinds of branching structures with 10 people needing to approve a pull request or whatever. And that also happens, right? Because people want to be in control. And so you can also be in control with a little less approvals and stuff. But you need to explain, and then explain it again.
So what you're saying is we all have an advocacy role to evangelize this way of working.
Yes, indeed, yes. Because otherwise it will not work. You will be there for a moment, right? You're a real consultant, so you will be there for, I don't know, half a year maybe. And then when you leave, they will just say, yeah, that guy, turn it back to what it was. Works much better.
So what would you tell this C-suite person that is less educated, as Brian said? What would you give as a message to make sure that we've got coverage? The teams are more technical oriented, but management needs to understand as well. What message would you give them to make sure that it's covered from the top to the bottom of an organization?
Yeah, so the easiest way to explain that is to just, I think mostly I draw it on a whiteboard, right? I think a nice example is private networking. So you have a front end and a back end and a database or something like that, and you say, oh, this is accessible to the internet, this is also accessible to the internet, this is also accessible to the internet. And then they are like, yeah, we don't want that. No, exactly. So that's why you need private networking. That is the easiest way to explain. The way we explain hub and spoke models is by using an airport. Right? You can't transfer from one airplane to the other with going through the boards and the gates and all that kind of stuff. That's how a networking works in Azure. And that is like a simple concept, but everybody understands that you cannot walk from one plane to the other. And that's like, so it's making it easy to understand and for non-technical people, which is hard, by the way.
Okay, but can you extend this analogy to bringing DevOps to an organization? And DevOps, as we like to say, it's more of a mindset than how do you get that in place?
Yeah, so usually it's like the small steps to move forward, right? They all know if you do a big bang release, it will fail because everybody had that experience. So making small steps, saying this is the change you made. If it now breaks, this is the change, right? You can easily go back. And then providing the testing is also like, yeah, we need more testing because we all had incidents. And we can cover that with maybe a unit test, more or less. That is not hard for people to understand because they all had an experience like it breaks, it went down, it was not up to quality, we had to fix things, features were not up to par, all that kind of stuff. And then making that into like, all right, then you need to do small things instead of doing 6 months of development and then releasing it in a big bang.
All right, so that's more of the agile segue into it, making sure you small increments and then you can cycle and go fast. Josh, what are some epiphanies or aha moments that you had yourself or saw others have in this regard?
I mean, like you kind of mentioned it, like everyone should be familiar with Git, but a lot of people aren't. So even with those familiar with Git, you could have the best tools in the world and the best AI in the world, the best pipelines in the world. Let's say, if we're breaking it down to utilities, but your branching structure really is a manifestation of your business processes and just how the processes that your team has to follow. So if we're seeing that teams still have legacy repos, large teams with kind of maybe not as efficient branching strategies, like a Git flow branching strategy, for example, where it's long-lived branch production. Those are still going to be you're not going to be able to move fast in that. You're gonna have those issues on big change. Those typically lead to a big deployment types of company or release cycles where it's going to be hard to roll that back. What if something broke? How do you know what broke? How do you roll it back? We are seeing more companies kind of get the picture that hey, we need to kind of modernize. One, we have to be better about bringing Git and Git training to our developers, especially if they're migrating from a different version control. We are seeing a lot of that as well recently. But also just we need to really modernize our entire application here, and that starts with the foundations where you are in version control, Git for example.
And Brian, you must have plenty of horror stories here, or maybe the success stories. So one of each.
I definitely have a bit of both. I have one customer I'm working with for a long time, and it's really hard. It's the joke is building the airplane as you're flying. Organizations can strongly desire to change how they do things, but they got to keep paying the bills, right? They've got to do stuff. So you can't just come in and say, well, we're going to turn your process upside down where no one can get anything done. One of the mistakes people make, though, is that they forget that this is a hard job that requires education. We often don't give people the time to learn. We just expect them. You talk about, not everybody knows Git. How many people took Git training, or it was just you're smart, it's easy, you should just be able to pick it up? And you find over and over again, the reason there's websites like, Git Hurts and, I can say it right, I'm in the Netherlands. Yeah. Oh shit, Git, is because we're not trained. And so I think a fundamental problem is this throwing training out. It's always one of the things that gets cut out of budgets. People don't get to go to conferences. I mean, the folks that are here with us live, as well as the people that are in sessions, they're totally blessed that their companies are willing to invest in them to come and learn from experts on how to do things better, right? So I think we have to make sure people are being trained on the fundamentals of how to do things. Then it's okay, find what your pain points are, right? Decide that we're not going to have ship products with vulnerabilities because we use third-party libraries, as an example, right? You can't solve everything, but you have to pick some of the low-hanging fruit. Version control all things. Make sure that we're doing some kind of secret scanning. Make sure we're doing certain things, and continuously looking to improve and share that knowledge, right? This notion of doing brown bag lunches where you share, you talk about, this is something I learned, right? That's probably the biggest thing, is when you're not committed to improving your team and how they do things, you're not going to improve how you build a product that you then deliver and get done. So I think that's one of the critical aspects is there's so much going on that if you don't give them training, they're not going to be successful.
Can I add one more thing? Because that takes a lot of time. Right? I spent 2 years trying to teach people how to do Git, do deployments, do automation, and then all of a sudden they got it, and they were really enthusiastic about it. But it takes time, it takes effort, and it takes a lot of pushing and dragging. So it's also not that easy just to say, yeah, we're going to do a Git session and you will be fine. That's not how it works.
All right, so maybe looking into the future a little bit, what is the next big thing you see coming or wish would be coming? Josh.
I mean, I think it's all about the agent era, right? I think I mentioned it before. Just the age of eras. The age of agents, I should say. and just really the policies around there. So we talked a little bit about that before, but just the better guardrails for your agents, building your workflows, building those settings inside of GitHub where you define a firewall for when your agents run so they can't access maybe malicious websites, your MCP registries and allow lists, those types of things. Basically, we have a lot of the features, the agents and MCPs and everything available for developers. Now, we want to see the organization administrators, building some of those, like having better lenses and just overall control of what developers are using. Because hey, we ship out MCPs, great. One of the first questions we got at GitHub was, how do we prevent people from running just any MCP server they find on the internet? So just building those guardrails out and giving administrators really the lens to like what developers can use inside the company.
So I'm hoping for applications that use AI to solve like difficult problems, right? So medical stuff like scanning the pictures, finding out if there is a disease, you have a disease, whatever. I think that will be the next great step to do that, and it's going to be all MCP servers and agents, of course, and then in a safe way. I think that would be my hope for the next few years, that is coming, instead of just a chatbot that's accessing your files, which is also nice, but...
So I think pulling back from a generic standpoint, if we look at where we're going with agents and stuff, we're basically taking away one of the areas that most companies invest in, which is just developers writing code. Well, now that we're going to have agents writing code, where we have to see innovation, I think we're going to see a return to quality testing. We're going to see innovation in how do we test these applications that have been built by AI? How do we do the validation? And then again, security. Security is going to be much more important as we look at, for example, everything from the attack vectors via prompts to just even making sure that the AI built it with the correct security practices, right? Because unfortunately, it's garbage in, garbage out. If we look at the internet as this one big thing, and in the middle is, neutral. Over here is rainbows, puppies, unicorns. And over here is, all the Halloween movies, scary stuff, right? And you have to make sure that we hopefully lean more towards the puppies and rainbows and not towards this. Well, how are you going to do that? Well, if you're trying to operate at the speed of AI, you're going to need tools, processes, and technology that loops us in, because we talked about, I think you said we need 17 approvers now before we can actually approve this pull request. Right? We're going to have to find a way to know what was created is good. What is our source of truth? And I think that's the next big horizon on how do we do that? How do we build trust between the humans and the machines, right? Because I know I've had so many instances where, oh, it looks like it did a great job. It thinks it did a great job. And then you go look what it did, and go, nope, not even close, right? So.
I guess, and just like one more thing to that as well, like just I guess selfishly, agents are now like good enough, I think, to actually like help teams, when they're doing like large scale migrations. We've seen some really cool success stories in the last year, and I can imagine it's only going to get better and better of a company moving from product A to product B, or let's just say Jenkins to GitHub Actions, and before that would be a multi-year process to do. Now with the agents and being able to better again define how the agent works, being able to define with the spec kit of like, okay, if you're converting this type of Jenkins workflow, make sure you build it in this way, use our templates. Really it's going to unlock customers to be able to do just switch your pipeline system. It's easy, but it's really Jenkins and GitHub Actions are very, very different in nature. So agents are going to allow and make those types of migrations much simpler for customers. It's still going to take some oversight. We need to be able to monitor, control, practice, build out the quality gates where needed. But it is going to make some of those types of migrations just much faster in nature. So that's going to be really cool for what I do from a day-to-day basis. Hey, let's tap into AI more to help with these types of migrations.
All right, so we're getting close to the end of the hour. Any topics that you want to bring to the table? Maybe some opinions or ideas that you have, or encouragements. Maybe what's there from your side?
Well, one more thing then. I think we talk about DevOps, right? We talk about all kinds of things, but I think, and tooling is an important part, but it's not the goal. Right? I think if you pick a tool, it doesn't really matter if it's GitHub or Azure DevOps or GitLab or whatever tool you want to use. The concepts still apply. They are still the same. And I think that's also important. Right? We hear a lot of companies say, yeah, we need to move to Azure DevOps. All right, so is that a goal in itself, or does it solve any problems? Probably not. And implementing just a tool doesn't cut it. It's the same with Copilot. Yes, we all need it. It's really cool, but if you don't use it in the right way, it doesn't add much value. So I think that's the thing I want to add.
Josh? No, I've got a wrap up.
You got to wrap up. All right. I mean, it's a good point. So you can't just let's all move to GitHub. We're gonna have DevOps check. So it's just a matter of being cognizant of the bigger picture. I guess I'm looking forward to this year on kind of building out using AI kind of in more the actions and security space. So we do a lot of actions and GitHub actions and workflows and just pipeline creation with our customers. So really being able to kind of use AI to kind of tap into that and kind of build into the process and kind of see how that goes. So it could be great or it could be horrible depending on what guardrails are built or not built into the workflow. So, but I think it's an exciting time.
Yeah, I think the big thing is to be willing to learn, right? Never stop learning. One of the things, and Josh, can you do me a favor to hold the mic? If we go to the back of the book, we finished on, kind of what's next. And, embrace learning that comes with the journey. Embrace Kaizen, the Japanese word for improvement, right? The idea is that you want to be focused on improving it. Today we look at AI as a way to improve. Who knows what's going to be in 5, 10 years? But the critical aspect is nothing that is, everything has changed over my life and my career, except for the fact that I've always had to keep learning. I've had to be willing to observe, test, right? Apply the scientific method to what I do. And when I find something that works, do it. But then always be willing to listen, right? Josh and I have a few years difference between us. And Josh is one of the kindest, smartest people I know. And so if he says something, go, oh, I hadn't thought about that way, right? So don't let your experience be an impediment to your willingness to learn something new. Always be willing to embrace. Understand that you may know a good way to do something, but sometimes there's a shortcut, and that shortcut can be safe or it may not. Apply critical thinking, embrace change, and embrace that willingness to learn. But don't just do stuff because the cool kids do it. Ask critical questions, try it, and then go forward.
All right, so that aligns pretty well with the DevOps idea and mindset of continuous improvement. And yes. Yeah, all right. So final things we want to mention before we wrap up. Arjan?
One thing to add then is also allow for failure, right? Embrace failure, because it will happen. And you can only learn from it. So don't punish people if they make a mistake, but learn from it and then improve. That's
So latch on to the learning mindset. It's okay to learn and grow, but you can also only do so by allowing mistakes. And all right.
Yeah, things are changing so fast. No one can be perfect, like you mentioned. You need that slack time to be able to learn, to be able to grow, try things out. It's okay to fail. Really, it should be about that. In a good organization, they're going to give you that space to be able to learn, experiment, and if it doesn't work, go back, right? So that's what I hope we kind of get to more as an industry of just, hey, if things are moving fast, no one can be an expert. We need to be able to have a trusting environment here. So.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Fail fast, fail safe, right? It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, right? Mistakes will be made. We're humans, we're involved, and AI will make mistakes. And so the fundamental aspect of this continuous learning process is to not place blame, but to look at where we can improve, right? And you know, when something bad does happen, right, this notion of root cause analysis is a fallacy, right? Because, oh, so we fixed the root cause, well, something else is going to break. What you have to do is be prepared for the fact that things could happen. How do we mitigate and reduce the failure damage area? And then how can we continue to improve our process, right? You don't just, you know, buy one lock and assume that that's going to take care of all the things, because then you forget that they were building on a new door over here and you didn't buy locks for it, right? Again, I go back to this, you know, focusing on ultimately that trust, because AI is a data problem at its root, and so you have to have trust around that. That means making sure that garbage doesn't come in so you don't get garbage out.
All right. So with that, I want to thank you, all three of you, for all your insights, your ideas, your opinions. The book again, essentialdevops.com?
No, .org.
.org.
Essentialdevops.org. Like I said, the book there is physical copies, but we're going to make it available for free online. And so we've got some stuff coming, so check it out, essentialdevops.org. And again, it's not a product book. I'm not selling you anything. We're just trying to tell you the great ways that you can embrace DevOps, and how you can basically build solutions better. So yes.
All right, so with that, that's what you can take. Thanks everyone here for attending. Thanks people watching live or maybe afterwards. Thanks for joining in. And have a great conference and more Techorama TV.
Thanks everybody. Be good humans.
Bye.
Belgium for the first time.
Oh, okay.
This year. Yeah, fantastic. This is number 2 for me. Yeah.
Oh, and we're live, so we need to stop talking with our belly buttons, but we need to start talking into here. That's the instruction we just got. But there we go. All right, welcome back to Techorama TV. Today, and right now in this slot, we're going to talk about the web, the layer that never sleeps, where every 5 minutes, while I'm talking, new JavaScript frameworks come out, right? That's kind of like how it works. You probably know better than me. I'm not a big web guy. I'm here joined by Cory. Let's start on that side. I have a little bit of an introduction here, but I think you can do a better job than me. So Cory, who are you? What do you do?
I'm an independent consultant. I have been focused on React for the last decade or so, but before that, a long history in .NET, Java, Cold Fusion, Flash, PHP, C++, you name it.
All the greatest hits?
Yeah.
Cool. And we were actually just talking off the camera. This is your second Techorama, technically. You were in Belgium first, and here now for the first time in the Netherlands. So, welcome. And then we have Ankita.
Yes.
Did I say that correctly?
Hello,
Perfect.
yes, you did. Perfect.
Who are you? What do you do?
Hello, I'm Ankita. I am a front-end engineer. I'm a senior principal engineer at Sophos, which is a UK-based cybersecurity company. And yeah, my first time Techorama, first time in Netherlands.
Awesome. And then we have Dean Schuster.
Schuster, yeah.
Schuster, there we go.
Okay, hey, my name is Dean. I'm from the United States, South Carolina. I'm a UX professional, so I own my own user experience company called TrueMatter. I've been doing this since the gray hair started to come in, I guess. It's been a while. We specialize in complex apps and software, so I'm dealing with dev teams all the time and working on the front end to make sure it's usable for real folks.
That's great. This has nothing to do with web, and possibly not even interesting for the folks online at least. You always seem to show up with 2 colors shoes. What's the story behind that?
That's right, yeah.
I need to find out.
They don't need to match.
I think I misread the speaker's handbook. I thought everyone was supposed to do that, so I'm a little embarrassed. No, I don't even notice it anymore. It's just a thing I do. I wish I can give you a reason.
Okay, that's fine.
But there's no philosophy behind it.
Well, it's a gimmick. I don't know people. I noticed it.
But y'all can find me, and I'll tell people, if you want to talk to me after the conference, just, look for the shoes.
Yeah, exactly. Easy to spot. All right, perfect. Thank you so much for joining me here for this panel. I got a couple of talking notes here. We'll just start there and see kind of like where we're going from there. I already made a little bit of a joke about it, like the web, moves faster than any other platform probably. New frameworks every 6 months. I think it's even like before that. New tools every week. How do we keep up? I think I'm looking at you, Cory, because I know you're kind of like a plural site author, so I can imagine it's hard to kind of like keep track of what's coming out, keep your courses updated. What's kind of like your strategy of like keeping up?
So there's a few things. I will say one thing is I don't necessarily try to keep up in the idea of thinking that I need to try everything. One thing that I found really helpful is the rule of 3 for this. So I go to conferences all the time, basically once a month-ish or so. So that helps me keep up as far as I'm paying attention to what is new in sessions and what people are mentioning at speaker dinners and that sort of thing. And when somebody mentions any new technology the first time, it just sort of falls out of my head. Because I figure until I've heard it 2 or 3 times, that's the point where I'm going, okay, this is starting to get enough interest that I can justify it. Now that said, maybe I'm missing out on good things because of that, but I think one of the tough balancing acts for anybody today is there's no way you can keep up with it all, so you need to have some kind of a system that says, here's how I avoid spending all my time learning rather than actually executing. And also, there's sort of a recognition that there's almost always something that might be incrementally better than what I'm doing today, but I have to lean a little bit more on the side of shipping rather than constantly iterating and sort of boiling the ocean. You've probably worked with developers like this, that will make a mistake of, I have to use this latest and greatest thing, and there is value in that, but you really have to balance. Imagine that it's your money that's being paid to all of your coworkers to try to ship this product, and at some point you go, this may not be the coolest, hottest, freshest thing, but we all know it, it's proven, we can deliver with it, and often in the end I think about, I believe, at least in most cases, it's not the technology that we chose that made us successful. It's the way that we leveraged it. I'm a believer that you could give a professional golfer some cheap clubs that you bought at a garage sale, and they would probably smoke any of us here because they're professionals. And I think about developers the same way. I remember years ago working in classic ASP way after .NET had came out. And I was really frustrated because I went, man, I'd love to be using all the new stuff in .NET, and here I am. But you know what? I looked at what was out there in .NET, and I looked at patterns like MVC, and I went, I can see how I can take those ideas and I can use them in this old technology. So that constraint actually proved like I could still learn, and I could take those ideas and leverage them elsewhere. So it's sort of a mixture that way.
Absolutely, absolutely. Does that resonate with you, Ankita?
Yeah, absolutely. I think no matter what it is, it's nearly impossible to even try to chase the new shiny thing. And it's an unfair expectation for anyone to have for themselves to stay updated on every single thing out there. So I think what especially works for me is to find your niche or find something that really you can wrap your head around more easily than others, and maybe stay on top of that, and just be generally aware. And I say that because I'm a Google developer expert in Angular, so I have, by the extension of that, I am able to stay more updated about Angular in particular than someone else would be who just uses Angular. However, it doesn't mean that I have to limit myself to one thing, because I wouldn't want to pigeonhole myself in that ways. So it's nice to be aware of what else is out there in other frameworks. And because like you said, I think 5 minutes is too long. I think there's a new framework every minute sometimes, or that's how it feels, a new bundler or something new in the web development space. So it's nice to have awareness, and I like go to conferences or follow people, or there's so many ways, like choose YouTube subscriptions, TikTok subscriptions, whatever you want to choose to have some awareness. Sometimes courses, like Pluralsight courses, work better for someone than just watching or listening at a conference, or like following along or coding along, or just trying and experimenting, just finding what works for you and just finding the areas that you're more interested in, because there's just so much. Like web is such a wide web of under which a lot of things can fall. So it's it's nice to be able to keep up, but also not always practical.
No, I totally agree. And Dean, I think you're ready to say something, but that's something that I hear a lot. We have an interesting kind of like setting here because you're big on React, right? Angular, .NET side, so I hate you. You hate each other. I don't know how this works. So no, we got a couple of frameworks here, and the thing that I always hear, I would be curious to hear if that's something on your side of the house as well, is like, I always get the question of like, hey, is .NET MAUI, in my case, is that going to be like the thing, right? Like if there's going to be like one framework that's going to win and push out the others of the market, right? But it's like you said, like, if it's something that you enjoy working on, if it's something that, you know, people will always have different preferences, different things, there is enough room, there are enough developers to go around, right? Like there's enough room for React, for Angular, for .NET stuff. So it's not like there's going to be one framework that will rule the whole world to do all the things. That's kind of like the thing I'm hearing.
Yeah, and Adina, I promise we'll let you speak, but I was just gonna say, guess who doesn't care what framework you use? Your customers. It's the same for, it doesn't matter what's under the hood, and they all are very much similar. It really boils down to you how you use it, because it's so easy to abuse these things. So that's why I said, like, pick one thing and just stay on top of it and find more things that, and just for awareness.
And I guess that's where kind of like Dean comes in, like your customer user experience.
That's
that
right. Yeah.
They don't care what it is as long as it works.
And neither do I. So we're a platform agnostic. Does not matter what we use, which puts us in a bit of a bind because we have to develop expertise in something. All right, we have no choice. So we're a .NET shop. Yes. Okay. All right. And we've had to do things like move everyone to .NET Core, and we have to explain this to our customers who are like, why? And we say, well, because that's the way the universe works.
It's
But-
newer, it's better maintainable, blah, blah. Okay, what does it bring me in features? Nothing.
Right. So what we've had to do is two things. And I kind of really agree with what you're saying. You have to pick something because you should be super competent at something, and that's fine. For us, we just have to be willing to drop something fast. And that's always been hard. You know, you walk into your team and say, we're no longer doing this thing. Now we're doing that thing. You know, Kendo UI, no, we're going to do something else. And that's hard on a team. But it's just the reality of where we are. I don't know. I mean, this is the business we have chosen. You're going to have to keep learning until you're done, or you are done. I don't know what to say.
And how do we kind of like see, you know, the front end ecosystem evolving, right? Like, what are the hot new things? I was actually giving a talk this morning where I mentioned like, hey, there are already people like saying like the traditional apps are dead, right? Like we're not doing user interfaces anymore. We're just going to have chat interfaces. Everything is going to live inside ChatGPT, AI models.
No.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. I mean, I've got to answer that one. I'm sorry. Every time something new comes out and it's scary, you know, it's unknown, whatever, you go online and someone says, hey, you've got to learn, there's like you're going to learn 30 new AI tools. And I'm like, so that I could let 28 of them die and never care about them again? You know, we're really concerned about this new stuff. It's unknown, and we make it a big black box. It's going to solve everything. It's going to destroy everything. I don't know about that. There are certain rules about how people interact with technology that, if you were at my talk yesterday, you know are never going to change. People need certain things about how they interact with something, from this coffee cup to a screen. And are we just gonna talk to things? Yeah, we're gonna talk to things more. Are we gonna chat? As long as it's good. But right now, people see chat, and so they say chat will take over. You know, I remember back in the day. You mentioned Flash, man, and I remember when Flash came out, people were like, "This is it. Flash is everything," and Flash is gone. Y'all might not even know what are you even talking about. So
We want to mention Silverlight here. Is that
Silverlight?
Trigger warning.
God, yeah. So we think the next new thing must be the dominant thing until it goes away. So right now we know that chat is powerful, but is it going to be something that drives interfaces 5 years from now? I don't know. I'd rather think not.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
I would. This is the way I've been framing it lately, and I've gone through sort of stages of grief on this conversation. And I say that because UI has been my focus for a lot of years. And I feel like I have to be honest that nobody wants to use my UI. And I say that as my own...
That is
user.
correct.
Like, if I could truly just ask my phone to do something, and I see this very much in my kids. My kids are kind of high school, junior high age, and they typically just talk to their phone. Any time that we're in a conversation and I say something and they're like, Dad, you're wrong, it's just here. I will talk to my phone, see, Dad, you're wrong. They're not going to type in unless they have to. And increasingly, I find myself doing interesting things like, say, for instance, I know how to write SQL, but there are situations now where if I have the data, I can ask an LLM to aggregate data, and effectively it's writing SQL for me in various ways. And I think we're probably going to move in that direction. I mean, I agree with you, Dean, that we're not going to end up in a world where UIs don't exist, but I do think we're moving into a direction of what I would call dynamic UI. And when I say dynamic, I mean, imagine that I ask a chat any number of things, and it's going to give me, say, radio buttons that are in response to that. So it's going to move me through a flow. So what I just did, so I'm from Kansas City, and I just renewed my license, and it was a very interesting experience because the UI for that looked like I was having a chat with a government official, and the UI looked exactly like iPhone's message chat. So the first thing it says is, okay, what's your name? When does your license expire? Then it starts asking, when's the last time you had your eyes checked? And it's going through, and I got to the point of eyes checked, and they said, who did your eye exam? And I go, I don't know. I don't actually have that. And they said, well, sorry, we can't do this. You'll need to contact us later. But what was wonderful was it kept putting in, it wasn't merely putting in text boxes, it would put in dynamic radios and sections and fill it out. And that flow felt so much more natural than me going through, say, a multi-step wizard type form. It's just me texting with what feels like a human.
It's a more natural wizard.
More natural.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
But this, everybody understands at this point the metaphor of messaging another person. So I think there's going to be increasing power there, and there's some interesting technologies now that allow us to put UI within messaging. So I think that's going to be a growth area.
Yeah, and it's something that it's so natural to all of us, no matter what language, that just having a conversation and forming words that are natural to you to find the information that you desire. So I think that's the primary reason why it has become so popular, just being, oh, I can just chat to you my phone and get all the information in the world I need. But I also feel like we are human beings who have 5 senses, and if something's not engaging, if it's just engaging my hearing but not my eyes or like some other senses that we typically use while interacting with interfaces to gain some information, like you smell your food or your coffee, and that's how you know how good or bad it is. And similarly, for something that you really want to trust, it's so much more helpful if I could just see it. However, I say that, and it's also something that's new in the space is that you ask the app to like, show me a graph of how many pancakes Waffle House sold in the last 10 years. I don't know. I never go to Waffle House, but I don't know why I'm thinking of it.
Sure, that's what they all say.
Interesting that you have the first association with that, but okay.
I think I've just been hearing about Dutch pancakes a lot, but I don't know a Dutch pancake restaurant. So anyways, and it'll build the graph for you, and it's so amazing that you don't have to have a developer who has expertise in data visualization to include that in your interface, in your app. So there's so many benefits to it, and that's why it's been picking up a lot. However, I don't think it can always ever be the thing, because you want it to be able to like have it in portrait and horizontal and all these screens, and just we're building all these screens. We have everything's a smart device, your fridge, your washing machine. We have all these interfaces. I think it's kind of really hard to imagine that you just talk to all of them.
I don't want to talk to my refrigerator.
I don't want to talk to it either. And I don't want to talk when like I want a midnight snack, and I don't want to wake up the family to talking to my refrigerator or something like that. I don't know, like just sounds weird. So
It does resonate very well what you're saying. I think it's a generational thing. Now I'm feeling old. A generational thing as well, because I have 2 young kids. They're about to turn 6 and 8, and they have iPads, and they'll be like, one of them, the oldest one, knows how to read and write. The younger one is learning, but they'll just spot the microphone button. They'll just hit it and be like, I want to see this thing. I want to see Minecraft, and boop, Minecraft comes up, right? So that's definitely, and even like the older kids as well, like you'll see like they're sending voice messages. And I'll be like, that's way too awkward. I'll just type. Yeah, I don't need to talk to anyone, especially not if there's not someone directly on the other line. I just talked to ChatGPT the first time, like last week or something. I was like, okay, I want to do this thing, which is a lot of typing. I'll try this out, but I felt very awkwardly doing that in my hotel room by myself. Like, I don't know. It feels very awkward to me. Maybe that's just me.
No, it's not. Change is really hard on people.
There we go.
My mom, right, she's 80 years old, and she will call me. I gave her a phone because she would not she wouldn't get a smartphone. So I'm like, this is your phone now. And she starts using it, she likes it. But she'll call me and then ask to speak to her grandchildren, and she wants me to hand the phone to them. She has their numbers because I put them in her phone. But she's using the phone the way she always used the phone, which is you called someone and you had to pass it around. She still does that because it's what she's used to. You're used to typing. Younger people are used to speaking, or a lot of people, not just younger people. And so the device has to support all those things right now. It's like evolution. You know, every little step has to work along the way to something better. But we all need the same things. When you type, or when my mom wants to hand the phone around, or when we speak, or when we're chatting, We all need to know that a thing we said yields a response that we understand and that we can act on. That's UI. It's just you can't see it. We have to understand where can we go? Where have we been? When we do something, do we know we did it? There's more to that, but you need to know, like back in the day in the mainframe era, when people had to invent buttons, and they had to invent what it looked like, what it felt like, what it sounded like, whether it had a light, so you knew you did something. Same is true with voice. It's all UI, which is, for me, exciting. That's why I say I don't think UI is going anywhere. It's just the same rules to different technology.
Yeah, just evolving, but it's not going to disappear. Everything's evolving.
Is that then, that kind of like eats into, are we just adding more stuff? Because thinking this through what you're saying, before it was like just UI, okay, maybe not that simple, but it was, you could get away with having a nice looking UI, being responsive, et cetera, et cetera. Now we're adding voice things, but someone else will use voice. I want to use text, I want to see the things. Are we just keep adding things and it needs to kind of like work for all the different audiences? Are the frameworks kind of like adding stuff for that? Do we see them evolving? Is it too fragmented to kind of like begin with? How do you kind of like see that?
Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of is, everything's becoming smarter in a sense, and from our watches to all devices. So in that way, it kind of is. However, it's interesting to see how all those things are evolving too, because sometimes they're just doing that for the sake of it, just to compete in the market. Like all these models that we have, there are so many to choose from, and it's just all doing the same thing. So it's kind of evolving in the sense to be able to support image generation, video creation, but I don't know if it's evolving to the point that it's very useful right now. And so, I mean, sure it is, but I don't know if it's worth, I guess, like, even, I guess companies have to keep doing that to stay at par, have feature parity, but it's also probably not that helpful.
Before we get to you, Dean, you've been teaching, I think, a lot of architecture stuff on Pluralsight, or at Pluralsight, but also outside of that at events like this, which I guess like goes deeper, right? Like architecture is like really like how do you design the whole system? Did that kind of like change over time? I can imagine that's a little bit less trend. I'm sure we were going from the monoliths to the microservices, and now we're going back and to the cloud and back to on-prem. But does that impact like the whole architecture stuff a lot? Is that deep enough to not really see a lot of change there, or how do you?
When you say does that, what is that in this context, though?
Well, that kind of like, with all the stuff that we're adding here, like, but just over time in general, I guess, like, do you see any, or is it like solid enough, or have we settled on kind of like, we need to do dependency injection, and we need to set things up in a certain way, and that's the way that we're still doing it, because we just found the perfect way, and that's it going to be forever. I guess it's like less trend sensitive than like the UX, UI stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if I were to say a single overarching trend, it's elevated expectations over time. And this is part of the conversation around AI, which is everywhere now. There are lots of people that are concerned about that future. And I love the idea of Jevons paradox, where you talk about, okay, what we're really going to have is elevated expectations because we have elevated behavior. And I think about every single place that I've ever worked has been in a situation where if we had a magic wand, there's an almost infinite number of things that we would like the software to do, but we don't have time to do it. We would like it to be faster, stronger, more secure, more performant, and so on. And I think that when I look at the UIs that I've built over my career, it's just over time that experience is expected to get better. And now there's also a very interesting thing that I've seen going on. Friends of mine own software agencies, a lot of fellow speakers. And the thing that I found very interesting is here recently, at least a couple of them have reported that they are getting pushback on the prices that they used to charge, that there's an expectation now that you're going to deliver more for the same price, or you're going to deliver what you used to, but for significantly less money. So there's still a huge amount of money to be made, but the expectations have gone up. And those expectations, I think, are probably presumed around, justified or not, that AI is going to help you move faster, deliver more features, and so on. Now, I think what's going to be really interesting is in the next couple of years, we're going to find out how true that actually is. Because the most interesting conversation I keep having at conferences is whether we should be terrified or whether this whole thing is a bunch of nothing burger. And there's truth somewhere in between here. But that's also, I will say, just that's why I still love doing development, is it has changed for 20-something years for me, and I'm confident the next 20 years are going to be hard to predict, but interesting.
Let's think about your example of UI within a chat interface. That's here to a certain extent. You're seeing that now. But that's going to become a radically huge expectation in the market. So much so that it'll be, if you're not doing that, it's going to be archaic.
You will be an outlier.
Yeah, it's
the
yeah,
only
it's going to be old. It's just going to, we're going to morph into UI or interfaces that are happening sort of, they feel like they're happening on the fly. They feel like they're customized. They feel like they're personalized. And that's really exciting to me. I think that's going to be a lot of fun to make, a lot of fun to test, because we're going to try stuff and we're going to be really bad at it for a while until we realize, like what I said before, the same rules have always applied, and let's just, do them. But we'll make big mistakes. Like, someone's going to do something stupid, like within a chat interface, they're going to create like a picture of the bank that looks like the inside of the bank. And there's the vault and the person, and they're just going to do something stupid like that because it happens every time. And then we'll level set back to something really elegant and beautiful within chat, and it'll just take a little while. But yeah, where would we be if expectations didn't rise? I mean, I like that about what we do.
Okay, so lots of changes, lots of things. I'm just looking at my notes here, and I noticed that there is a couple of things which I find always very important, but it's also super easy to forget. Accessibility, right? How kind of like, is that something that's on your radar? I would say, yeah, and you're not just saying
Absolutely.
yes because you have to, right? Because it's a good answer to give.
You go first.
So this is an area that I'm really excited about, in particular, because I find it interesting. Again, I've been going to conferences since about 2010, and what I have seen is it's the last 2 to 3 years that a tipping point happened where it feels like it's rare for me to go to a conference where there's not at least a session on accessibility. And frankly, I spent the majority of my career thinking that it was honestly a total waste of time. And I'm not proud to say that, but that was just what I knew because I'd never been taught that in school. I didn't know and here's the reason why. I was convinced that doing things like writing in such a way that is accessible to a screen reader was a waste of time because I thought, how painful would that be? I mean, honestly, and who's using this thing? And it was only later that I went to a session on accessibility, and I realized, I watched a video. So it showed a gentleman using a screen reader along with Braille. And he has the screen reader reading so fast that it literally does not sound like words.
It sounds like a chipmunk.
It's almost like Morse code. Just beep, 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 beep. So what's amazing is, the nature of humans is when you focus on a single sense, you can optimize that sense. So his sense of hearing was so good that he could listen on, I believe it was 4 or 5x, which sighted people just hear gibberish. But he's doing that, and he's also following along with a Braille reader, which basically pops up little plastic pins really quickly. So for him, he's basically getting 2 different versions of the same signal, and those sort of, if he didn't hear it quite right, he could fill it in with Braille and vice versa. So once I saw that, what I realized was he was navigating a website faster than I probably would, which is super motivating. Now, there's other reasons to do this. The other big reason for me is scratching my own itch, and what I mean by that is I have found the better the accessibility of the site, the easier it is to write automated tests, because accessibility really hinges upon, at least partially, writing good semantic HTML. So for instance, using an H1 tag instead of a div that has big text, because the div with big text says nothing to the screen reader about the fact that this is an important heading. And that's just one simple example. But you think about, I'm going to write an automated test and I want to target the heading. Well, if it's a div, now all I can do is target a piece of text. And if that text is repeated on the page, my selector won't work. If instead it's an H1 and it's the only H1 on the page, my selector can be find the H1 and it should have the text contact form, whatever it may be. So those are two big benefits. So like lots of reasons to care about this.
Cool. That's really cool. I probably didn't see the exact example that you had, but I saw a live presentation of someone who was visually impaired, kind of like the same thing that you're mentioning. Like he was Spanish too, so that didn't help. But it was Spanish, and it was like, and he kind of like put the audio through that he was hearing to kind of like from the screen reader, or whatever, and it was like it would go through kind of like the buttons until he found the right one or something like that, and he would be like, and I was like. And he can actually figure it out. That's amazing. And that was also kind of like a tipping point for me for like, hey, this stuff is important. There's people out there that really depend on this. We should do a better job. But it's also super easy. I'll be honest, like super easy to forget. I'm lucky enough to not need it. So I'm like, this looks amazing, right? I'm going to use that div because it looks good. And my designer told me to do it. And this makes my job easier. So I'll just do that. Please don't. Watch this at home, please don't. Were you going to say something first? Because hold that thought. The thing that I'm kind of like interested into is kind of like with all the new changes, with all the new ways to interact with voice and UI and things, I guess it's kind of like double-edged sword. Things are more accessible because we have better models that will also kind of like, speak to users, make that more natural, etc. But for developers, it might also be like, extra work to get it right. Is that?
Yeah. Well, if you want to remediate something and make it accessible, it's brutal. If you want to start from zero and make it accessible, it's fine. You just have to have the right premise. So for me, accessibility and usability have always been the same thing. So we've been doing accessibility for a long time. And then people started, in the United States, people started getting sued. And then they're like, who can help us with this? We're like, oh, we got this. We know how to help. For me, when we did the same thing, we had a live presentation of people using our stuff with a screen reader. And it was shockingly bad experience. And we thought we were great. And, our developers, they were just like, they were freaking out. And they realized at that point that accessibility was about ingesting and using something. And it wasn't enough to just follow the rules, because you could follow the rules of accessibility. You could be straight up good enough for the lawyers to leave you alone. And that's still horrible. It can be horrible for people. So it got our content strategists, our developers thinking, I'm not just going to pass the spec. I'm going to make this really excellent for people who are using screen readers. And the benefit we found was not just in the code, in the cleanliness of the code, was our usability just got better. And even our design got better when we're using AA compliant. WCAG AA is a great standard for color, contrast, and stuff like that. Our designs got better. It was great. And then we could also tell the client's like, can you fix this color? I don't think so. It's not going to be AA compliant. And it's really kind of what we wanted, so that was good.
Awesome. Do you have anything?
Yeah, accessibility is such a wide spectrum of things that you can cover under it. And it's so interesting because, sure, you can avoid the lawyers by adding an alt to an image. And you just say header logo and walk away from it instead. But what you could also do is actually describe the logo, because then that's what the screen reader will read out, and it enhances the user experience. For example, if it's a person surfing, because you sell like surfing boards and that's your shop, you can describe like this person's riding a wave on Maui, like crystal clear water, and that's what the image is about, instead of just saying banner logo. So there's just so many little things to consider about accessibility that it's such a fun space to just be in and continue evolving, and it enhances the experiences. I don't honestly know how well AI handles that in terms of code for interfaces. Like, sure, it is great that you have voice and chat and all those features, and for people who don't want to always be pinching into the screen to get some information, and they just can have a voice chat or just type out to get the information that they need from your interface. So it's great in that aspect, but again, like I said, there's so many variations of accessibility, like color contrast or font sizes, or just so many layers around it, whether you're navigating with the keyboard and how accessible your interface is to the user. While doing that, I don't know, I think it's still a lot that developers need to be cognizant of, and being incorporating that and having that ownership and working towards that by themselves.
Yeah,
We're all from the U.S., right? And so
Yeah.
Accessibility has been a requirement and a thing for a while. What's happening here in Europe right now?
I can't say for Europe. I know in the Netherlands, at least kind of like the government apps need to have a kind of like certain, I'll be honest, I don't know all the certifications and standards, but they have to have some kind of like grade or thing and make the lawyers happy, but also actually make it work. I think they also make sense. I'm in contact with, like, we have an app built by .NET MAUI, by the way, but who's counting? It's kind of like the biggest app in the Netherlands, DigiD, which is kind of like our app that authenticates you to every government service. So I've been in touch with them a lot, and they're also like, super interesting what because I work on the .NET MAUI team on Microsoft, we are doing for the accessibility stuff, because the more we kind of like implement in the framework to make it easier for them, the easier it is for them to kind of like get their grades and things implemented, right? So at least kind of like for the government, I know it is mandatory that they have to have a certain level of accessibility in there, which is probably the highest one that's available. I think other than that, it's kind of like best effort on, how much your company wants to spend on it, which is not great, because that's what you're saying, right? Like, we need to get that awareness. And I'm guilty myself, right? Like you said it, I think, as well, like, it's so easy to forget if you don't need it, and if you've not seen a person kind of like go through a not really great accessible app. And I think it really helps that we have that awareness going on now at events where, more people are talking about it. Also, that's part of the reason, because I'm passionate about it, why I brought it up here, to just, have that little more awareness and kind of like go with that.
It's an expectation now.
Hopefully,
not just governmentally, but with people. And so I've always just viewed it as just the way we make things. I don't think, ultimately the expectations will rise in lots of areas, and the way we make things will change. This is one of those things.
Yeah, I'll also just say quickly, one thing that I found very motivating was to actually use a screen reader. And I realized at first that, like anything else you've never used before, I stumbled through it. I didn't know the keyboard shortcuts. I wasn't real sure how to use it effectively. But the more that you use that, the more that you feel a sense of empathy for anybody else, and you start to go, at a point, I actually made it part of our definition of done as a team. I would run through features using a screen reader. I would encourage other people to do so as well. If that's something we expect people to do effectively, somebody should check it, right? I mean, you can try to write automated tests for it, and that is fairly effective, but you all know there's the same reason. We don't assume our automated tests cover all of our user experience, so this is a point of user experience.
We've already mentioned it a couple of times, AI, but more from the customer side. Have you been using it for your development work, for the things that you're doing in your daily lives? Yeah?
Yeah, you mean like day to day?
Yeah,
for
day to
as a
day.
developer?
Just how are you applying your AI day to day? How does it make you more effective? Do you love it? Do you hate it? What have you been doing with it?
Yeah, it's definitely a love-hate relationship, because you want it to work and it doesn't, and they're like, I could have done this myself, instead of trying to prompt you towards it. It's funny, I have a screenshot I was trying to code with AI. I think the right word to say now is vibe engineering, not vibe coding. But I was trying to do that, and I was trying to, because AI is very much like a junior developer that you have under your arm, and you can just tell it what to do. And it's trying to talk it in a way like, have you thought about doing it like this? Like, have you considered using this approach to solve this problem that I want you to solve for? And you're like, you're absolutely right. I'm so sorry. You know so much more than I do. I was like, damn right I do. So it's a fun relationship. I don't know how much I enjoy it sometimes, but whether it's for coding or just before I came here, I hadn't done a whole lot of research on like, what can I do in Utrecht? I was like, I'll have AI tell me, and it told me some things that are closed. I was like, that's not helpful. You should know more than I do. So I don't know. It's evolving also. It's fun to try the nano banana image generation, but sometimes it'll give me the same image with just that thing that AI made with AI kind of banners like. And sometimes I'm like, can you remove the people in the background, but it'll change my teeth? So like, that's not what I asked for. Thank you though.
Yeah, no, actually that was my experience a couple of months ago. I don't know since then if I got better at vibing or prompting or however you want to call it. But it's interesting because I would be interested in kind of like the web perspective because, web is still the biggest thing out there, I think. And so there should be a lot of data that's ingested there, and it should be pretty good at that, right? So it's kind of like interesting to hear that it's not always, because for my neck of the wood, like, if you're going to go into .NET, still there's a lot of content around that. A couple of months ago, I was like, meh, it doesn't always get it right, but right now I'm like, this is making me more productive. Like I've been saying in my sessions, I have basically full libraries that I'm building to support the community that are basically created by Copilot at this point. Like I would, of course, yes, junior developer, right? I have to be on top of it. It will open a PR. I will look at it and I will be like, hey, this doesn't look right, fix it. Couple of iterations, but it will do it. Someone opens an issue, I say assign to Copilot, 9 out of 10 times it will get it right. So you were going to say something?
Yeah, I've been exploring different workflows, trying a lot of different tools, talking to other people, see what works. The thing that I'm enjoying probably most at the moment is Claude Code, using that at the core. But then as my editor, I've been using Cursor for a while, which if you're working in JavaScript, Cursor is fantastic. VS Code is very similar in experience. The core reason that I'm using Cursor instead is I've just found it is still faster at reading my mind. And if you've ever done this before, regardless, like you'll notice if you're using GitHub Copilot and you're in VS Code, often it will guess what you're about to say, but Cursor still literally feels like it reads my mind, where I can just start to type a keystroke and it will guess the next 10 steps, and it will jump through a multi-step edit in a way that's almost instantaneous. So like I find myself, that's my default, is I want to avoid having to prompt. My prompt is effectively me beginning to convey my thoughts in code, and the moment that I start to hit a couple keystrokes, that's usually enough signal for it to see where I'm headed. If I name the file well, if I name the function properly, if I name the method well, that's enough signal for it to roll with it. And so that I'm really excited about. I will say, like, this is controversial, but this schism that I see with some people that feel like there's a nothing burger here with AI, I'm convinced it's like it's just an issue of growth and in learning how to use the tool well. One thing that I found is if I prompt and I don't get what I want, that's on me. Because ultimately, it's just like I'm talking to another developer. And if I tell another developer, go build a CMS, they're going to probably not do what I wanted because I was not near specific enough. A CMS about what? So the same thing, like, Gerald, when you're talking about assigning an issue, if I can get that issue to the point that it is crystal clear, where I feel like I could hand it to any human and they're going to have a clear definition of done, I'm probably at the point that I could hand that to GitHub Copilot and it's going to nail it. And if I'm not there yet, that's on me. I need to improve the issue.
So you're an architect and a curator
Yes.
more than anything. See,
Yes.
that's exciting to me. So I'm deeply into trying to make myself more efficient with AI because it's fun and it's exciting, and to the extent that I'm doing it, I'm forcing myself to grow into the next era, and I think that's an exciting thing. That's not a scary thing. I remember. Let me give you a stupid example. Okay, I'm not just talking about creating a new CMS. I mean, back in the day when I was a kid, and I had to take a photo and to another photo in Photoshop. Right? It took me all day. And I was in channel operations. This was before layers. And when it was done, I was like, come look at what I have created. I need a raise, And now I just offhand just tell Photoshop to do it. And it takes a half a second. So is the world better because of that? Yes. Is my workday better because of that? Yes. Do I need to learn that? Hell yes. So as much as possible, I'm trying to make my life more efficient because that's what machines do. They help us do more work.
That's their whole purpose. And it's also helpful that there are all these instruction files or guidelines, and depending on like GitHub Copilot instructions or whatever model you're using, you can have very specific instructions for your code base that follows the naming convention pattern or how you want to break down your code. That's specific to maybe your organization, that you can ask it to do exactly how you would train a junior developer. Like, hey, this is how we name our CSS files. This is where we put them. This is the directory structure you need to follow, and things like that. And also, this is how you need to always have a return type to a function. I don't know, like all those things that you have hard requirements and you don't want to have to then keep editing as AI is spitting out your code. It's super helpful and performant, but I think that's the key to having a better prompt, which is why prompt engineering is so popular, to understand how do you want to break down your task and just to help it understand what exactly you want to do. And the smaller the task, the better it is normally anyways. Even for ourselves, for our brain to understand and comprehend, like break it down for me is what we always say, like this is too much, you know? So it's making our lives better, that it's even for things that I have to sometimes look up the syntax for because I can't for the life of me remember because I don't use it as often. I was just like, how like regex or whatever, like how do I do this again? Like just do it for me and spit out the code for me. It's obviously making my life better in that aspect a whole lot, but it's a skill that, it's a new skill that we're developing, just to how to get it to do the work for us instead of us doing the work by ourselves.
I like the way you're thinking about it because you could also do a bad job with your skill development and end up with something worse than you started, even though it was faster. So I was in a conference with a client recently, and they were coming up with a strategy, and there were like 8 people in the room, and they're all contributing to the strategy points. And someone says, and it's all corporate speak, you know, it's the worst sort of, we need to align ourselves to these initiatives sort of talk. And someone was like, I know what we're going to do. I'm just going to go into Copilot. We're going to assemble all these things together. We're going to create our mission statement, and it's going to be done. And they did it. And because all of the inputs were so bad and was such nonsense corporate speak, Copilot just spit out something just as bad. They declared victory. That's what their mission statement is, and it's horrifying. You give them golf clubs and tell them to beat a pro with them, and they can't. But you give that same thing to someone who's up their skills or who is already excellent, they're going to kill at it. So, you know, I can tell, I know it's a silly example, but I could tell Photoshop what to do. But if I give my best graphic designer to curate an image creation with an AI tool, and then anybody, I'm going to bet on my designer every time. So that's hopeful.
That's a nice bridge into what I was going to ask you specifically, because I can imagine that you're more kind of like on the creative side, design side, blah, blah. Do you or people on your team see it kind of like as a challenge, something to learn, something to support them, but maybe also as a threat, kind of like to creativity? Because now you also already mentioned like banana, nano banana.
Nano banana.
See, there was a screen reader coming up right there. Which is like great for like creating all kinds of images, and you already mentioned like Photoshop, it just takes me half a second, but it's now like super easy, depending on the model and depending how much ethics they have implemented, to generate all kinds of deep fakes, all kinds of stolen art, all kinds of things. What's kind of like your take on that?
That's a tough
we're going to deep in the last 10 minutes?
Go, you go. That's too hard a question.
It's probably hitting home right now for you.
Oh, okay.
Well, the thing is, though, I don't know about you guys, but maybe there will be a future where we have an art museum where all the art is generated by AI. However, I find it so hard to feel any sort of an emotion when I look at any art generated by AI versus human. It just, I feel like creative people have this special ability to trigger an emotion or just have a personal touch or something that makes it more relatable, more, I don't know, something that's not super generic.
Something new.
Something new, or even if it might be something new in the sense like I'll have AI be like, imagine me in a spacesuit or something, and that's something new, but also it's very machine-like still, even though it's using the same, I don't know, like color palette or pixels or whatever that an artist might use, still does not look, I don't know if the models just haven't gotten there yet, but it's not very aspiring or just all the other emotions that you should feel when you see an image generated by AI. It's just not that moving. Doesn't have that essence to it that someone has spent hours creating, or maybe even seconds, depending on their talent. But
Then someone
the
working
human
on that
touch,
is
yeah.
gonna say yet.
Yes,
It's like
probably so. Which is why I said
I'm
like,
AI
maybe
right
in the
now.
future.
You didn't even know.
Yeah, you're probably back home with your kids, and you were just this is a 3D projection of you.
I mean, we're all like in the same boat. We're all humans, and we can't have nice things because we break them all the time. So I feel like we're gonna get a whole bunch of good, and we've been talking a lot about the good, and we're just gonna get a whole bunch of bad. But that sounds like everything we touch and do as people. We can't have just good or just bad. We've got to have this horrifying mix. So for all the super efficient, great things we do and making things faster and moving into the future, there's going to be dangerous, horrifying deepfakes. I don't know how to deal with this. That's what I mean. It's a hard question. I mean, you could use a weapon to help people and to kill people.
Yeah, no,
I don't know what to say, and we've not solved that problem yet.
No, absolutely. But what I do notice about myself, I'm not the best designer. I always call myself the minimalistic designer. I just don't implement any design. Basically, it's just functional. It works. Are you? I don't know about you. You have been big on UI. You've mentioned, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're the best designer yourself. Maybe I'm not making any assumptions, but I notice about I'll just be like, can you design this thing? But like you said, like it will come up with the most generic thing, and I think if you ask it a couple of times, it will always come with like the latest trend, like the gradients, the things, the whatever. Is that kind of like your experience as well? Do you use it for that at all, or?
Yeah, there's a couple things I've noticed. One is that I do demos all the time at conferences, and my demos have elevated now. They look more polished. And I mean, that happened partially when Tailwind came out, because I leaned so heavy on Tailwind, and I realized that part of the reason I was lousy at CSS was just when you've truly got a blank slate, that's just too much power for somebody that's an amateur. So Tailwind at least has a lot of built-in guardrails that help you have some consistency around pieces there. I mean, I'll also say that I like, last night I was having a conversation with somebody who also speaks at conferences a lot, and they are leaning more on AI to actually generate their demos, and even for here. So we have a sports theme here at Techorama. They redid all their demos using AI and said, change this whole domain to be about sports. Make the whole look and feel about sports. They didn't spend but a few minutes just prompting on it, which is wonderful. Like, I love that.
Yeah, exactly. That's been my thing as well. Like, especially for demos where it doesn't matter that much, right? Like, it's easy to kind of like implement a design and kind of like do it that way. So
I love this about AI because my whole job is about getting things in front of people and getting real response, not just like an opinion. So the faster I can get a demo in front of people, the more likely I can do that. It's that to me is like the biggest and best thing.
Awesome. We only have a couple of minutes left, but that kind of like triggers me. Are you then kind of like feeding you mentioned Photoshop, or your designs, you're using Figma or something similar, I guess? Are you feeding that into kind of like AI and kind of like use the vision and translate that into a design? Do you have any experience with that? How good is that?
Right now, Figma is a standard for sure, but we're just doing, we're just using code to create prototypes, and that's been pretty. You start with a framework and go.
Yeah. So, but specifically, if I look at my what I'm doing, like mobile apps, like it will work so much better. We have like Copilot. I'm talking to the .NET ecosystem. There's probably similar tools, or you're using the same models. We have Copilot Vision, so you just feed it like a static image, and it will figure it out. But the results will become so much better if you put a Figma design in there, because that's already a structured document, right? So it can take the one structure, transform it to another structure. And that works pretty well for what I've been doing.
So a couple weeks ago, I went to a session where they did a very interesting A/B test. Company took 2 teams and had them build the exact same product. And I say product, actually, it was a feature within their product. One team was told that they had to use AI to generate 100% of their code. The other team was told they couldn't use AI at all. And what they did was they measured very carefully to see who was faster. Now, not surprisingly, the team that used AI was faster in most situations. There were a few cases where they weren't, which is interesting in a separate conversation, but I want to point this out. The places where they were unbelievably faster was when they had their features in Figma and they used Figma's MCP. So you take Figma's MCP and you just say, all right, now you can connect to Figma. Here's our pixel perfect design. Just implement the UI. They were somewhere in the realm of 95% faster than the team that wasn't using AI.
That's awesome.
Huge difference.
That's crazy. And that's, for me, and a big advantage of Figma is how much structure you can put into it in the first place. And if you're really good at Figma,
yes,
you've got a lot of, I guess, the intent of what's going to be real is already in it. I need to hear more about that. That's cool.
Yeah, Figma has its own AI where you just type it out and it'll generate a prototype for you within it. So I think for prototyping, it's great. Like, what I would also be curious to learn is that, was all of that accessible or responsive? Like, it converted the Figma mockup to something working, but...
I mean, I can speak partially to that. Here's what's also interesting. They had a senior developer that was doing code reviews on all the pull requests of both teams. The senior dev was not told which was AI and which wasn't, and they couldn't consistently tell which was and which wasn't. So the code quality was high enough. Now, that's not a given that that's going to happen, but if you've got good guardrails, if your instructions files are proper, if your requirements are very specific, then you can hopefully get to that point. And in my experience, you certainly can.
See, that's curation. This is exactly the point you were making earlier that I totally connect with. You can, if your guardrails, your inputs are great, you got a good shot. Awesome.
Yeah, from going to 0 to something out there, it's definitely the way to go. It's only once you have to maintain it. I don't know if I want to keep maintaining AI-generated code unless it's as I want it to be exactly, or in the sense that the coding standards are what I want it to be exactly. So yeah, it's great to have something out there for sure with it.
Absolutely. I think on that positive note, it's all making us more productive, more everything. So that's really great. The web and front-end world never sleeps, basically. We're just going to iterate over it. Thank you so much, Cory, Ankita, Dean, for having this wonderful conversation. I think we can go for another hour, but this is all the time we have. So people here in the room, thank you so much for joining. People at home, stay tuned for the next slot. This was Techorama TV for the web and front-end panel.
Thank you.
That was fun. Thanks. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Gotta hear more about that.
So welcome everybody, and thank you for being at Techorama TV again. This session will be about developers again, because developers are the center of Techorama, I would say. With me, I have an esteemed panel this morning. I would love to have all of you introduce yourself, and then we will take it from there. Dennis.
All right, thank you for having me. My name is Dennis Doomen. I'm a software developer, consultant, open source developer, and I occasionally speak at conferences.
Thank you so much.
Okay, my name is Fons Sonnemans. I'm a trainer. I train people to write C# code and other stuff in .NET. And I write games for the Microsoft platform. And that's fun to do, and you learn a lot about it.
Very cool. Thank you so much.
And I'm Alex Thissen. Thanks for having me. I'm an architect, but I also like to do development, learn about the things and not just draw boxes and arrows. And I work at Xebia as a consultant, so I visit many companies and see many different places where solutions are being developed.
Awesome, thank you so much. And you might think, hey, where is Rocky Lhotka? But Rocky had some medical things, so Alex replaces him at the moment. But he was like a hero, still on stage, but we had to get him off there with a stick and actually get him some care. So that's the reason we...
It's almost the same, it's just the long hair is missing. The color is the same.
There you go. So I would like to start with perhaps a little bit of an obvious question, but if you look at the developer ecosystem nowadays, and you would have been, I would say, at your early days in this business, would you like to become a developer again, or would you have chosen something else? So I would like to start with you, Dennis. What's your perspective on that?
It's interesting that when I was, I think, 8 or 9, I started programming on my Commodore 64, and I always knew that this is what I wanted to do. And it's really cheesy, because I have kids, 16 and 13, which have no clue what they're going to be doing. I've literally, and I've said it many times, I made a career out of my hobby. It really is, and it still is. Yeah. I love it every day, and I wouldn't change anything.
You wouldn't change anything. So given the fact that things are changing so fast, so many frameworks nowadays, the whole AI thing.
No.
Still the same?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No, I love it.
Awesome. That's cool. Yeah, following your passion is one of the things that often helps a lot, I would say, in enjoying life. But it's good to know. Any of you want to add something to this? Do you have a different perspective, or?
Okay. So what I see is also starting with Commodore 64, that era. Things were simple, overseeable, and you could know pretty much everything there was to know on that area. So you could finish the end level and know that, like, I completed this one. I know much about this, but it's become so huge and big. I think it's a luxury of choice is now a thing, but you need to choose what to focus on, because you can't do it all anymore. That said, would I change anything? Well, levels of abstraction have grown. The scale of things has also increased tremendously, but it's still, getting something to build something that starts living, so to speak, is still a wonderful thing to observe. Like, I write this code, and then something happens over there. It's just, now it's all across the world instead of just your local game computer or whatever you were programming. But still, the joy of creation is there. So yes, I would definitely still choose to be a developer and do the technical thingies.
So would you say that at the moment, if you are a student, that you still would advise to go into software development in general?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah?
I think the opportunities are really great and way better than when we started with, of course, a Commodore 64 and later the Amiga and that kind of old school stuff. But we had limited resources. We had just a few books. There was no internet and that kind of stuff. And now, they can look up everything, and they have a friend in AI and Copilot and that kind of stuff, which can really help them and improve their skills way faster than we could. So yes.
So if you would look at, okay, let's go. We're all a little bit old here as we're sitting here. So if you look back, like say 20 years ago, what do you see that really improved or really became worse?
Really improved is the availability of knowledge. having videos about every topic, having AI at your just inside your Visual Studio. You don't have to Google anything anymore. That has improved. Another thing is, it's really big nowadays. When we started, the programming languages were way easier and way limited. And yeah, everything is big, so you need to know about a lot of subjects, a lot. And yeah, that might be a challenge for a starting software developer.
Yes?
AI is huge. And AI is a general term, but the fact that we have co-pilots and AI assistants, that is huge. That completely changed everything. But what I've noticed, that we now have, let's say, junior developers that are hesitant of using AI because they're afraid they will not develop the learning skills, the skill to dive into a topic and learn it for ourselves, which we all had to do. And I think we all at an age that whatever it's thrown at us, we'll be able to figure it out because we see the patterns, we see the repetition, we see that things are basically the same as they used to be. And we can ask AI for that, but we can still answer that the AI gives us. We can understand that and give it a place in the bigger problem that you're trying to solve, whereas junior developers, I've actually junior developers that used AI to generate a solution which they didn't understand themselves. And that is troublesome for me.
Yeah.
What will happen in 10 years? I don't know. I don't know.
No, we don't have the glass ball, but
Yeah,
of course
otherwise I would
there's a lot
invest in
going on.
Bitcoin and see what happens.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I think happened over the 20 years that you mentioned, 20 years ago was more of a specialized skill that was all by itself. You had the IT guys and the developers, so maybe a bit stereotyped persons. And over the years, it's become more common to do development things, and even citizen developers, like people from the business developing solutions. It's become more pervasive and also not as isolated as it used to be anymore. So it's much more ingrained now in culture, in organization structures where business and IT merge instead of that's the developer person over there. So it has been spreading out across organizations, made more accessible to people. So it's not as much as a specialized skill anymore, and everybody can easily step in, especially given some AI assistance. But that does beg the question, do you get your basics and fundamentals straight so you at least know what you're building and what good things are instead of, not having that background knowledge.
So I hear already like a couple of times mentioned that AI made some impact there. Do you now see that AI has become also a little bit of the teacher?
100%.
Yeah?
100%. I've had Copilot fix problems in my open source project, which I couldn't figure out what the solution would be, and it showed me things I didn't know.
But was it then the fixer or was it the teacher?
It was the teacher because it used a solution that I didn't find any documentation on. I have no clue who had found it. That actually taught me something. So absolutely.
There are so many ways to use AI. You can use it to generate code, but you can also use it to, please explain this. And if you use the explain feature a lot, it's absolutely the teacher. But yeah, you have to ask it. And if you never do, yeah. But
So then coming back to the youngsters that are getting into our industry, what would be your suggestion on how to get started? Because what I hear is that it's become more pervasive. There's a lot of stuff that we need to learn. So where do you start nowadays?
Work with us.
Work with us.
Start small.
I think that like small, but get started. Just start tinkering, experimenting, learning.
But would you start like using YouTube? Would you start using a Copilot? Is it still just I just first learn the basics, algorithms, those kind of things, and then move from there?
It depends on your learning style, I guess. I mean, there's people that really want to be more practical at the beginning and see how things work, get their heads around it, and then go up to the patterns, the concepts, and those kind of things. And there's people that say, okay, no, I want to have the overview first, so more of a theoretical approach. And then once I read how to drive, I'll step into a car and start doing it. So it's a different approach on things, whatever works for people. But like Fons said, it's all out there. So there's just all-you-can-eat buffet of knowledge, samples, experiences. The only thing that I find is that AI can be a really good teacher and mentor, and also you still need to think for yourself as well, because sometimes the AI, non-deterministic and maybe giving answers in areas, it might come up with things that aren't actually true. So it's a teacher that you need to verify. So the human in the loop also applies to the learning.
Yeah, so it's like your teacher, but you don't always trust him, more or less.
Exactly.
Like any teacher.
Yes, like any teacher. Which
Or conference speaker.
okay, or any speaker. That's an interesting one. So
But I
everybody
see-
that went to Dennis's session, be careful there.
I see that the teenagers are really interested in writing software, but what kind of software? It's often games. That game industry, they often start with, I want to write a game because I'm a player, I'm a gamer, and I want to create, I want to get rich soon and quick, and they think they can write FIFA or something else. But starting with a game is maybe a smart solution. They can be really small, they can be really huge, but if you're smart, you start small.
Well, thank you so much. So one of the other things that I noticed over the years is that there are more and more frameworks out of there. So it seems like for every solution we get at least a dozen frameworks and then some more. So where do you see that we're going at the moment in our industry? Is it becoming like everybody wants to build their own framework, or are there just the few that you say, well, no, those are the ones that will be really selected and the ones to go for?
We suffer from the not invented by me syndrome, so probably everybody wants to create their own framework.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a non-issue. It's going to happen at all anyway, and there will be something new in a couple of years. It's just an ongoing thing. I don't see it settle in
because
any way.
I think in our industry, but that's just my perspective, we have the shiny object syndrome. I mean, every time there's something shiny, or we name stuff different, right? I mean, first we had DevOps, and then all of a sudden now we're doing SRE. No, now we're doing platform engineering, and all we strive for is more or less the same. Is that the same with the frameworks out there, or is that a different thing that's going on?
As an open source developer, I'm always looking for ways to make things easier, more productive. And I think even if you look at the front end, React, Vue.js, people are just trying to come up with a way to make it easier to get things done quickly. And that's going to last. I don't think, until we reach the point where we're not going to write code ourselves anymore, because AI is doing everything, it will just go on. New things will appear every time. New languages are being created, basically because somebody thinks it can be done differently. We're all developers. We all like to do things better and faster and more efficient.
We like new stuff. Yeah.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
We like new stuff.
And there's currently a huge rate of change with we are inventing things as we grow in how well we understand it. So for example, when you talk about frameworks, there's a semantic kernel and AutoGen to work with AI. That's the Microsoft frameworks for that. But you might have started learning that. But now already there's a new one that supersedes the other two with the agents framework. So things move forward very fast. So I think it's more a matter of are the frameworks important? Well, maybe it's more the adaptability to the change that is happening so fast. So how fast can you adopt a framework, and how fast can you move to the next one?
So would you perhaps say that the fact that we are getting AI is actually a blessing for our industry, because otherwise we cannot keep up with the pace that we have if it comes to all that change all the time?
Well, to quickly step in on to that is that I think that it seems like the AI brings us wonderful things, but it's also we don't really understand it as well. So we're learning as we go along on best practices, what to do, how to guardrail, how to what are we doing? So it feels like back 20 years again, when we first learned how to do web applications with a database, it was all SQL injection faults everywhere because nobody knew that string concatenation was not a good thing. And sometimes I have the feeling that we are in the AI version of that. So we're using AI, but prompt injection or other ways that things can go bad is where we are learning, okay, how do we tame this piece? It's a powerful thing, but it's also, comes with caution.
So I saw you smile a little bit when I
Yeah, it
posted
will
questions.
backfire. I think AI is beautiful. I love AI, but it will backfire. And I don't know how. My brother works for the defense industry.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And it's scary what they are thinking about, how to use AI over there. And maybe it will
Terminator.
not... yeah, maybe it will not backfire really in our industry, but it will backfire in the world.
And that with everything. I mean, when people got mobile phones, that was mind blowing.
Yeah.
And that can be misused. And then there's the energy signals that go through your brain. There's always something that people are afraid of.
Yeah.
And then mistakes happen, accidents happen, then we fix it, the regulations will come. At some point there will probably be regulations on how AI should be used or can be used and when not, and like GDPR. It will solve itself. And some things will happen.
I hope so.
So if you now look nowadays with AI, so what can a developer do to distinguish himself towards other developers that are out there if it comes to either the usage or not using AI at the moment? What makes a good developer nowadays?
I think the basic traits haven't changed. You still need to understand the patterns, the context, the business problem that you're trying to solve. For me, the AI, general term AI, Copilot and stuff, is just a smart way to generate a lot of code really quickly. But in the end, I still need to maintain it myself. It is scary. I've actually, in my open source project, assigned issues to Copilot, get a full pull request, and like, wow, it's really good actually. It's using my convention and everything. But in the end, it's still my code. It doesn't change that.
Alex?
Yeah, so what I think a good developer, now with AI assistance, you can be more productive, write better code. That I think, so it smoothed the path. It's no longer that much of a challenge to get the code and get it working and get it fixed. So a good developer will focus more on the problem at hand, which is what Dennis alluded to, the solving the business problem. So getting more into domain knowledge of what are we trying to solve here, how can IT help, so make it less of a developer party, but more of we team with the business to get new features, new business ideas out there. And so I would say that a developer is more of a business developer as well, creating new things that add value to an organization or whatever you're doing in your development tasks.
So how important is it then nowadays which language you choose to program? I mean, if I hear like it's more like the business speak, knowing the business well, I mean, there's still this thing that now we have Kotlin, now we're doing Java, or we're doing Kotlin, or we're doing Scala, or we're doing, C#. How important is it? TypeScript, of course, yeah.
Is it not the same question as which cloud framework do we use? Do we use Azure? Do we use Amazon? Isn't this more like the company that you start working for is the one that kind of dictates where you start with? Or the education that you get a certain language and you liked it and you start using it?
But my question is more like, is it still important?
Yes.
And then how would you select which language you would go for? Because starting at a company might be it, but would there be something that you say, well, if you're in this area, you really should go in this direction?
I don't think there is a language specific for an area. I think most languages are multi-purpose things. Frameworks are specific for an environment.
But you do see that Python, for example, is very popular in the data science corner.
Yeah.
Until it reaches a certain critical mass, and then they have to use a real programming language.
Yeah.
C#. No, I don't think, it's not something, I mean, how did I end up with C#? Because I was programming C++. And then I happened to work for a company that was doing MFC, if you remember that, like a long time ago.
Yeah.
And then C# came, and then it was become a natural thing. Why do companies adopt JavaScript and TypeScript? Because they are the startup and they don't want to pay licenses and they didn't know that .NET is free, and they choose the cheapest option available. or because their university was primarily using Python or Kotlin, and then they continued using that.
Yeah, Alex?
Yeah, I think that some languages have a special area where they are effective. So take F#, for example, as a functional language. I tend to stick to the fit for purpose idea. So what is it? Its purpose is to write functional style logic, for example. Would I build a complete web application in F#? It's not probably what its purpose is, what it's intended for. So do I select it? Well, then you get into opinions and how well people like it. And we chose this because Eric likes it very much, so now we're all using it, but it's not really intended for this scenario. So yeah, I think it would still matter. Does it matter much? No, well, as long as you contain the area where it's used and are not afraid to use something else somewhere, some other language in another area, it's just a matter of choice and about knowledge that people have.
Yeah, look at your background. What kind of employees do you have? What background they have, and that will decide which language I will choose.
So did our industry change a little bit on that matter, I would say? Because when I entered the industry, it was like you were a Java developer or you were a C# developer, and
That's
there was
still the
like
case.
really
Still
like
the
a
case.
religion.
Still
right?
the case.
I don't get it. Why would you do Java? But
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I train people in C#, and sometimes they are Java developers, but yeah,
it's all the same.
it's all the same,
Yeah.
just a different syntax and
It
different
is, it
framework
is,
and different tooling, but the way of thinking is the same. Object orientation is more or less, yeah, it's just the same.
I do,
So,
I do workshops. on
You just need, frameworks are really big and languages are really big, so you need a lot of experience. So it takes a long time to learn a new environment, but I don't think that C# is really better than Java. I like C#. I see pluses, I see minuses, but
So
Yeah,
sure.
that's a
Let me throw in some controversy here then. So would it perhaps be the case that with AI we're doing it all wrong? Because why are we still generating C# or Java or whatever, and why not just executables? Because why would I still need an intermediate language?
If AI becomes so good that we just tell it what to do, like a Star Trek, that would be the point where we don't care about the actual language anymore because we just deliver value.
yeah, but I don't think we will still have a job. I don't think we will still do anything. Then everything can be done with AI.
I'm not sure.
I don't think
just-
that will happen.
There was a presentation by Richard Campbell
Yeah.
about the future of AI, and he claimed that currently the development innovation has kind of halted a little bit. Like we're not even close to what is it called, super intelligence or something. So for now we're fine. On the other hand, if you see how fast it went, like 3-4 years, people were talking about ChatGPT, and now I can just in GitHub assign an issue to a pull request, and it will create something that is as good as I can do.
Yeah.
And my point is
those-
more that we're always talking about like, yeah, the AI is not generating C# how I would do it, or Java
It
how I
does.
would do it.
But it does.
But nowadays it does much better job. But then still
Yeah.
the question is, should it generate anything like that? Because then it could also compile it just to something native, right?
It might just be the next level of abstraction because
Sure.
way back, you mentioned 20 years, but we can go 30 years back with the age at the table here.
40.
Then we would be writing machine code and then a permanent interrupt handlers, for example. And then we started writing C and the other higher abstraction level languages. And then it became a better, even more abstraction of the operating system. And then now it's in the cloud and that's even abstracted away. So at some point we will probably abstract away the actual lines of code that are underneath, and it will just generate something that can run, or it might be an agent that does the work for you when you instructed it how to do that. So yeah, we will probably get there, but new level of abstraction and natural selection of the people that stay behind, because nobody's doing machine code programming anymore except for very special scenarios. So it's still useful, but not for the big picture.
Yeah, but what AI generates is something I have to check, I have to validate. And if it generates machine code, I don't think that we have enough people who can validate that. So you then really have to trust them.
Wasn't that the same argument which we had when we were getting compilers?
And just-in-time compilers. I remember that we were programming in C++, and people said, "Wait, we have a garbage collector. That's going to perform horribly."
Yeah.
This is a non-issue. We don't even talk about this anymore.
Oh,
People don't even know what a garbage collector
is. It's still an issue. Believe me, I see.
if you build semi-real-time software.
Yeah. So
But how many people do that? You?
a lot. No, I don't. But a lot of my customers are in machine.
Industrial automation.
Industrial automation, and they really think about that kind of subjects.
Okay, but is it a real issue? Are they worried about something, or is it a real issue?
Sometimes it depends.
Yeah.
Often it is.
It might be a trust issue as well.
And it's often a trust issue.
I worked on MRI scanners, and they said like C# is not fast enough, like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Where you come from, in that area of the country, and it was never an issue.
Yeah.
You know, we created interop assemblies and stuff like that. But at the end, everything was changed from C++ to C# because it performed beautifully.
Yeah.
It was good enough at a certain point, right? And that's probably where we're heading to. And let's be honest, what was the last time you checked what the compiler generated? And what we often don't know is that compilers are non-deterministic themselves as well. So it's kind of, the arguments are going back and forth, I think.
But that is an issue because I remember when I learned programming, I also understood how a CPU worked, how memory worked, what a thread does, how preemptive multitasking, what it is. Most people don't even know that anymore. Now we have .NET developers that actually do not know what the thread, what the stack is, what the heap is, what the difference is between value objects and reference types, because they don't really need to think about it that much anymore. We had to. So the whole abstraction level increases.
And we've had conversation on this, Marcel, where we said, okay, is it still needed to know all the lower level details? And on average, no, except when things go bad. Then when you need to do root cause analysis and you don't understand the magic that is happening under the covers, then it becomes really hard to track it down. And that's where you can lean on the things that probably are still the basics, the fundamentals that just are easier to access from your point of view, unless you need to know what is going on under the hood.
So we were just discussing a little bit about different languages, the more complexity, getting into the industry, learning all these things. Now shifting gears a little bit into architecture, what is at the moment that you see the most, I would say, drive at the moment in the industry if it comes to architecture? Because sometimes it feels like me that if you haven't done microservices, you're not welcome here anymore. You're not counting anymore. Any comments on that?
Now there need to be agents, otherwise you don't count anymore. So everything needs to be an agent now. I see the trend towards putting agents into your architecture, and agentic AI using that in the architecture is now the next big thing, and we're just getting started. So we're learning from doing, but it's challenging to do it right.
But now we have MCP, abstractions, which makes it ridiculously simple to expose data to an AI, which like a year ago was still complicated. And now, what is it? Google came with the next thing, Skills, or was it Anthropic? Skills is the next thing to make it easier to build agentic applications.
Yeah,
Getting easier.
It's the floor is moving as we walk.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like a nice game. Then hope you don't drop into the lava, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you look at these things, we've seen all these different patterns emerge. Then it was all of a sudden microservices. Then it was now the monolith again, the
Modular monolith.
Modular monolith. Yeah. Now we see the agentic stuff popping up all of a sudden. Is there something that you think is profoundly different about agentic?
Other than I have no clue how these large language models work. I honestly do not understand that I can sit in my car, start ChatGPT, spend an hour having a discussion with somebody who sounds like a person, breathes like a person, pause like a person. I have honestly, like, up to AI, I could reason how things work, But this part, I don't know.
And do you feel that you need to know it?
Some days I feel like I should get an understanding, but some days I feel like I have other problems to solve. I'll just use it as a tool.
I just gave up.
You just gave up.
I just gave up. AI is there and it works, and the magic behind it. Try to study it. Thought I understand it. I don't.
But it's also perhaps the abstraction levels that we're in. Like we don't all know exactly how the CPU works, but we know how to program the thing. So is that a little bit the same
I
kind
don't know
of
how
perspective?
CPUs either.
You can, if you look at the architecture of a CPU, you recognize patterns and
Yeah,
names,
yeah,
and
a
you can
bit.
think.
I think, but do I really?
No, not
I
in
think.
detail. But the basic principles are still there.
Yeah.
You know, there's something like memory and how it's connected, and there's flip-flops. You know, if you go back in time. But with AI, they say it's basically prediction based on lots of data.
Yeah,
I
it's
get
not
that part.
debuggable, it's not reproducible, it's not.
But how can it speak to me like a person?
Yeah.
That I don't get. That's the only thing.
Well, we're probably not going to explain how large language models work here, but what I find interesting in terms of agentic and architecture, I enjoy all the new insights that we get from the patterns that emerge, like, for example, orchestration between agents that work together to come to a solution, or Magentic 1 as a pattern, and there's many new styles of how do you use agents, like how did we use microservices, and it evolves, and we learn that it shouldn't be too small, it shouldn't be too big. So finding, learning, tweaking, that's as we speak, we were there happening with agents at the moment, and I enjoy all the new insights that we get from almost every day on how it evolves.
Yeah, but for example, for microservices, we learned that, for example, DDD was a very nice approach to get to your bounded context, and that there might have been a nice service. Do you see the same thing applies to agents, for example? So would an agent be something like, which is then also a bounded context in which it would work?
I wouldn't be able to. It doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't make sense, because I already see in the industry that people say, oh, but every microservice now can become an agent.
I think that if you step back a little bit, then the granularity of things, and what does a microservice do? How many tasks does it have? And initially we said one thing, it should do one thing and do it well. But later we learned that it's more about ABCs, autonomous business capabilities that the thing offers, and that's where the nice fit with domain-driven design occur, because then you have well-defined boundaries, and that's fine. So flipping that to agents, if you think of an agent, and there's probably many definitions, but a model that can work with tools and is instructed, so TIM, tools, instructions, and a model, then it's about what tools does it have, what is the scope of the instructions that I give, and which model would work well, a large language model, small language model. So figuring out what is the right size and how that you make sure that this thing has a business capability, it can do a thing and it can do it autonomously, would allow for similar patterns that we discovered during microservices. So it's not that different, it's just a different way of how do I realize business functionality, which goes back to where we started, a developer being a person that realizes business value.
That's a nice way to map it. So if you then look at, like, again, 20 years in our industry, what kind of patterns do you see repeating all the time here?
The Gartner hype cycle.
The Gartner hype cycle, okay, sure. Are there specific things that you see, you recognize all the time that they are coming back, or is it actually literally something different all the time?
We throw away the baby together with the water.
So elaborate on that. So
there's a new hype, and then let's follow the new hype, and then don't apply the lessons we learned in the previous hype.
Mm-hmm.
And at least not enough.
You see it with microservices, right? Now people are saying we should do modular monolith. It's never one or the other.
No.
I mean, the plateau of productivity in the Gartner hype cycle is about understanding when a particular tool, pattern, architecture style, whatever, is applicable in which particular context. And with every new thing, we go through this, it's literally the Gartner hype cycle, and at some point we realize, this modular monolith is okay for certain things, and if we have something that really needs to be scalable, we use a microservice for that. And if we can solve the problem with an agent or agentic functionality, then it's a tool that we can use for that problem. For me, it's just tools, but in the end, we're just trying to figure out which tool is solves the right problem at the right time for the right problem, right context. That makes sense.
Yeah, and it seems that we're always got the new shiny thing, getting very enthusiastic about a thing, and then putting all our money onto that one thing. So it needs to be this, and otherwise, there's strong opinions on it must be this, otherwise it's not modern, it's not good.
Yeah.
So jumping on this thing with everything, and then realizing that might not be a good idea, as Dennis just said. There might be other cases where a different choice is better. But it's like everybody's doing it, so I'm doing it too, kind of repeating pattern all over.
I wanted to have experience to put it on my resume, something like that. That's
like a certificate because you're a Scrum Master.
Yeah.
So that's then the new thing is RDD, resume driven development?
Could be, yeah. I mean, there was a survey, like the JetBrains does this yearly survey, and it's this one said like now it's one of the most core principles, core skills is to be able to use AI tooling to be productive, which I agree with, because if you don't, then you're going to be falling behind in terms of productivity. That's it. You just need to learn it, and it's going to change fast, more capabilities. I'm using it, and last night I talked to a speaker, I forgot her name. She said, yeah, you can actually put, like I said, AI is very good at solving problems provided it knows the code base. I said, yeah, but you can also provide extra information about the situation, the domain in an instructions MD file. And then suddenly AI knows more about the round, and it can do even more smarter things. Like, yeah, fair point, I didn't realize that. That is probably going to evolve.
Okay.
I lost what I was talking about.
So, Dennis, I also know that you're, I would say, always a little bit vocal about, for example, using different tools behind the scenes. So, for example, Azure DevOps, GitHub, those kind of things. Any perspective you would like to share today with us on where you think that developers should be?
If it's about tooling, then I would say drop Azure DevOps because it's limiting yourself big time.
Okay.
I hope Microsoft doesn't screw up GitHub. But what I've seen right now, it's awesome. The fact it was already my preferred tool because it makes you very effective, productive. The whole developer experience is awesome. But now with all the Copilot stuff, it's just incredible. And I'm a big fan of JetBrains tooling.
Yeah.
I use a lot of AI assistant, Junie. It saves me so much time already. Like I'm working on code base, and whenever something becomes repetitive, I just ask Junie or Copilot agent to solve this for me. That's a big thing. But as an open source developer, I do a lot of stuff with GitHub. It's incredible what it can do. These days, I even feel guilty sometimes that I'm taking a pull request from GitHub and just take the code and put it back under my name so that it appears as my change in the release notes. But it's incredible what we can do. It goes so fast now. Really, it's astonishing.
So how is that perspective for you? Are you more like a specific tool adept, or do you say, well, anything goes, or are there specifics that you really need to?
I don't write so much code anymore.
Okay.
To be honest, my business is doing training.
Yeah, you train a lot.
So I train a lot, and then you only have limited time to write code. Yeah, and in that time, I need to train myself. So I only write really tiny programs. And those are for me games, and that's just fun, and that's easy, and also getting feedback from a user, that's fun. But so writing code is for me the fun factor. And then architecture. I'm not that involved in any architecture anymore. I'm doing low-level C# development trainings, and so I'm atypical. So,
specifically in performance and tuning, are there specific things that you say?
I can use a lot of performance-related issues in my games. Oh, they have to be really fast. So, I learn a lot about those things. AI isn't that great in performance yet.
As in, it's not fast enough to give you a reply, or?
Yeah, they give you a solution, but they are not optimized solutions.
Maybe you're not asking the right questions.
Yeah, that's true. You can improve everything with asking better questions, but still always room for improvement.
Talk to Daniel Marbach. He knows everything about optimizing C#.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Alex?
so in terms of tooling, I often see the choice, do I do best of breed, so the best tool for each particular area and try to work with that, versus I'm in a certain ecosystem and this is the tooling that works well together. I lean more towards the latter. So best of breed might also work, but sometimes you get more synergy if you pick tools that align well with the platform you're building on, or that cooperate better together, or are more open in it. So I'm not saying it should be a closed system, but we should still have the freedom to choose what I want, but not necessarily pick the best one for this, the best one for the other, but together they don't match as well. I tend to go for pick the tools that allow me to be productive. If I do Azure tooling, pick the tools that work well with Azure, not necessarily the tools from another provider or ecosystem.
Yeah. So coming to those kind of things, is there anything you would recommend if it then comes to infrastructure as code and those kind of things that you say, well, this is more or less the way I should go?
Well, over there, if I translate to what I just said, there's the one that is more open would be something like Terraform, which gives you a single learning curve, but once you've learned it, you know how Terraform works and just need to pick your platform, which you've probably already done. But if you target a well-known chosen platform, might be AWS or Azure, for example, Bicep aligns well with Azure, and Cloud Formation works well with AWS. So pick the one that aligns best if you don't have to go cross things. So again, you'd probably pick what is closest to you, unless you have a reason to not make an actual choice. But that said, I do want to add that Terraform doesn't necessarily allow you to switch easily. It's more about learning the language.
Yeah. So, change the subject a little bit. If you look at software developer, at a certain point we learned that it's really important to test your code in the right way, right? So more like the test-driven approach that you had in the industry. I think that's, what is it, like 15 years ago that became like a big trend. Things like BDD and stuff, and you, of course, are famous for fluent assertions to make tests more readable. Are there new trends also if it comes to these testing frameworks or actually testing your code nowadays?
I haven't seen anything new. I mean, everybody's still struggling, like finding the right scope for testing. Yes, you can actually generate some of the tests based on the scope, which works tremendously well. But for the rest, I haven't seen. I mean, you have property-based testing, but it didn't really get a lot of traction, except for some people. We have mutation testing, but these tools have existed for many years. So not right now. I mean, we have frameworks like, what's the Microsoft UI framework? Playwright, for example. But those are just to try to solve the whole interactive and timing-related problems with UI testing.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything new since then.
So I can add to that, because I agree that is still there and still extremely valuable. And also there's a whole new challenge in testing, because underneath the covers there's probably now some AI. You know, we've mentioned it a number of times now, but the non-deterministic character of the use of AI in your logic makes testing a whole new challenging thing, because you can't really test twice and expect the same outcomes, but still you need to verify, does it do what I want within the undeterministic nature of things. So I think that there's a new level uncovered, which is non-deterministic testing, which is a different play field.
So we need one AI to interpret the response from another AI to see if it makes sense. That could actually be a thing.
That is actually being used to validate your answers. Have an AI validate the outcome of your test that you're running and say, does this align with our requirements, expectations, and so on.
No experience with that yet?
Not yet.
No. Excited now to discover this?
I think I need to write another open source project.
Ah, there you go.
Oh.
It's now fluid assumptions then, or?
That's a good name.
Yeah.
Okay. I just gave you the name, so perhaps you.
Fluid AI assumptions.
So, if you look at the industry at the moment, what are the things that you are most excited for? If you just look ahead at the moment. Anything that you would say? Well, you've seen the sessions here. You interact with a lot of speakers here. Any topics or things that you say, oh, this is really exciting?
Only thing and what I'm trying to do is to see if I can get more out of the AI tools that we have.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what else can I do to let it do more work for me in a smart way?
Mm-hmm.
And that is something what I'm trying to figure. Today, it's too many options. You can use chat mode, edit mode, agent mode, and then you have Copilot, you have JetBrains AI assistant, you have Junie. Then you have to choose between all the large language models, which new things pop up every day. I have no clue anymore which one to use. I know ChatGPT 5 doesn't work, but for the rest, yeah, just trying to get more out of it, pure from a productivity perspective. For the rest, no. I haven't seen anything that feels like, okay, that's cool. No. Aspire. I like Aspire. Yeah.
Aspire, yeah?
Yeah, I like it.
So
I'm
why does it make you excited?
Because it seems to solve the problem of having to work locally with a lot of different moving parts. And that is always, I mean, Docker is, of course, often used, but can be heavy for most machines. It feels like it's trying to solve or create the glue that I need to have more, with working with distributed solutions, which is still a challenge.
But isn't not setting you up for failure because it's moving you into always the distributed solution?
No, for me, it works the other way around. For example, I have a project right now which has lots of services, which we don't really need, so I'm going to get rid of that. But I see we're solving problems that I think Aspire can solve for us.
Mm-hmm.
However, adopting it is probably not trivial, but it looks like a nice, yeah, it's the glue which I'm missing right now. But for the rest,
Oh, go ahead.
I agree, totally, but I also think Blazor. I think that the technology of Blazor, what it brings for Microsoft, might be a game changer. It's not hitting off really fast, but I speak a lot of software developers and they are really happy with it. I'm not using it much myself, because I'm a Windows developer more. I train people in using Blazor, but yeah, I think it has...
Feels a bit like Silverlight.
No, it's better.
It feels exactly like Silverlight.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It's too bad Rocky is not on stage because he would have probably slapped you in the face. But,
yeah.
But going back to your fondness of Aspire, which I enjoy as well, because I agree it brings really nice things to the table. But when you take a step back from Aspire, you see that it's becoming more about the application model. So instead of looking at the little granular things that make up all the moving parts of, to build something, it starts more looking at we need cache or something, and we need storage. So the abstraction that is being modeled in Aspire translates really well to the idea of a new level of pushing things away, which makes it very easy to push things into cloud, for example, because instead of saying I want some particular form of cache, but I'm just creating a Redis resource, now you can say, well, you want cache, but what is your recipe for that? And that's the idea that Radius, for example, uses. To me, I see very nice things of, okay, more thinking in terms of application parts instead of codes and resources, which makes it easier to push that out into whichever environment you want to run it in.
Yeah, but you still need to understand everything that's happening under the hood, because you still need to understand how OpenTelemetry works. You need to understand how the cache works and the pros and cons. And when you deploy this in Azure, there's still services, there's Redis, there's web apps, all these things you need to understand how they work and how to be effective. So it just provides, as far as I understand and I've seen it, it makes it easy to get started. But if I look at all the code behind it, all the registration code, there's still a lot of stuff happening. It's just as easier to work with. but it doesn't hide away any of the complexity. But I can look in your eyes that you don't agree. With the demos I've seen from Chris Iyer, for example, I feel everything is still there. I still see all the moving parts. It just gets me started really quickly.
True, and you still need to think about things, so thinking is not optional. That definitely true, but the level of expertise that you need is decreasing. But still, you need to know about how do I do effective caching, for example. But in your application, you can just state, I need this capability, and I want to use it, and I'll use some client library to use it. But then after that, I don't really need to know about all of the internals.
I find that scary, because my experience is in the end, you still need to maintain what's running in production, understand that.
Which we said before, right? So when troubleshooting comes along or performance tuning, you still need to know. But that might just be for, the specialized skill sets that people have. But in general, well, maybe those as well.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, thank you.
But the idea of thinking more in higher level concepts instead of low level details does mean that you look at it more from a business perspective. So, for example, you mentioned open telemetry, which is where developers put things in production and need to observe. You can get really rich telemetry information out of a solution, from the low-level platform in the cloud to the code that you write. But after that, when it's available, now what? What do I need to do with that? So one of the things that I was surprised to see is that now you can define health models, which say, okay, telemetry data tells something about the health of my code and the impact on a certain moving part, be it low level, a cache, or maybe more high level, the functionality to do shopping basket checkout. You can make predictions or even tell if something breaks down, what it will impact at a higher level. And then you're again at this business level, which in the end of the day is why we develop things. It's not just because it's a party. Well, to most people, hopefully it is, but you're realizing some things that move things forward, either the world, the business, or whatever.
So to pose another question then to you, based on this Aspire notion where you raise the bar in terms of the abstraction level, you're wearing a Dapper shirt over there. I mean, why would I go for Aspire and not use then Dapper? Because that's also raising the abstraction, which is then more CNCF-like, instead of going direct into like a framework and an implementation.
Again, fit for purpose. I think that Dapper has the notion of building blocks, which are more internal functional parts inside of application logic. So it's a distributed application runtime. Whereas Aspire, for example, also covers the hosting problem. How do I orchestrate all these things that I need, from database to cache to a mail server? How do I spin that up? Traditionally, it was containerized and do a composition with Docker Compose. Mm-hmm. That was the solution there. But now you can just define that in the app host of Aspire, and it will take care of that orchestration for you, being available in development, but out of the picture in production. So it serves a different person, and they are not mutually exclusive. So you can do both, but there is definitely some overlap.
Okay, awesome, thank you. So with only 6 minutes on the clock, are you still doing a session, or are you completely done?
I'm done. I'm finished.
I'm done and finished?
I'm finished and done. And it was a blast.
Okay, cool. Fons?
I have my first session after the break. So about spam and memory and avoiding memory allocations and improving performance and profiling and benchmarking and that kind of stuff. So really nice.
So what kind of problems do people have? And you would say, well, if you run into this stuff in your company or in production or whatever, you should really see my talk.
If you're having problems that you have too many garbage collections and performance issues, you should come to my session.
So how would I know that I have more...
Profiling. Look at the statistics of Aspire and telemetry.
So there's no high-level thing that I know, like, oh, if this is going on, then I have that problem that Fons is going to solve for me.
If your clients start to complain,
Yeah, that always helps. And they always complain.
Yeah.
No, not always, but
they
often.
really complain.
Yeah, if they're really complaining, and then if you see how much time your application is doing garbage collections, then come to my session.
Actually, I would say every developer, every .NET developer should go to your session,
Yes, please.
because at one point in your time in your career, you're going to be debugging something like that.
Yeah.
Doing profiling,
Yeah.
interpreting the behavior of async compiler stuff, the stack usage.
I only have an hour, so yeah.
Awesome. So Alex, are you already done, or do you still have a session?
Yesterday I had a session. Today I get to network, to join sessions. I think I'll join yours because I think that the more modern memory management of .NET is well suited for your toolkit and your skill set because low level and you still need it in some cases. And just going to have a good time being at this fantastic conference.
Okay, so to close it off, any tips that you have for people that are visiting Techorama at the moment? I mean, if you go to a conference, you see, of course, you go to the sessions and other things. Are there specifics that you would say, okay, going to Techorama, what would you recommend to your to the audience here? What they should do, or should watch, or should witness?
Don't take anything for face value. Remember it, put it in your mental backpack, everything you hear, because at some point, you may not be able to remember everything, but you may remember that you heard something about that topic and may be able to find that person and hopefully be able to watch that video and learn from that. This is all it is. It's accumulating knowledge and ideas and things that you can use in your job.
Get inspired. So don't focus on just one topic, but see things which you never heard about and get inspired.
Thanks so much.
Well, with that said, I would say, you know, there's awesome speakers at the Techorama conference. They're very accessible. So don't just sit in and listen, but go talk to speakers afterwards. You know, most of them appreciate it that they get to interact with the audience and get some real feedback. Give them your honest feedback of what you think of their session, or ask questions, maybe some deeper insights. And then go do the same with all the attendees. You know, speak to someone and share your ideas and inspiration.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you all so much for being at this panel. I had a blast, a nice conversation with you all, and thank you for watching Techorama TV, and see you in the next episode.
Okay, thank you.
Check, check. Welcome to Techorama TV again. I'm very excited and honored to sit down with 4 who make this Techorama event possible each and every year. So, welcome Gill, Pieter, Kevin, and of course Marcel. And we're going to talk about the history, the present, and the future of Techorama here today. So, let's get started. So, to kick things off, Techorama is around for 11 editions already. 11 in Belgium and 6 here in the Netherlands. Let's start at the Belgium version first. What made you start this event?
I think I'll take that one. So we had been doing some conferences already as pure community conferences, pure sponsor-driven, free to attend conferences. And that was in parallel with the tech days that Microsoft used to run in Belgium. And at some point, Microsoft decided not to do that anymore. And then they came to us and they said, do you want to start a commercial conference again? And that's basically how we started Techorama, and that was actually in 2013. And so the first edition was in 2014. So basically the goal was to bring a real developer conference to Belgium, because there was nothing left for them anymore in Belgium.
And it started out as Techorama at the first edition as well, or did the name evolve?
No, the name was actually selected when we switched from the community conferences into the Techorama conferences. Before that, it was called Community Day. That was just a one-day conference.
Yep.
And then when we started this, then it became Techorama for real. Yeah.
And how big was your crew when you started up this event?
Crew, I think Mike was there, Maarten was there, Jens, and Matthias, so I think, and the 3 of us, so 7 people, and my wife was also there, so I think 8, I think.
Yeah, something like that. 8 people, I guess, were involved in the beginning.
So that grew up, but we'll talk about that later. Do you remember how many visitors were attending your first year?
400.
400 to
Sold
start
out.
off with?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
I
amazing.
remember the 400 because we went to celebrate in Mechelen because we sold out on an evening, and we went, and that was 400 tickets. Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing for a first event.
Yeah.
Nice, nice.
Yeah,
And
but we must say that we had a lot of support also from Microsoft in the beginning. So we were all asked by Microsoft to do this. So in the beginning, we got a lot of support. So they helped us really to get that number of attendees for the first edition.
And do you also remember how many speakers you had that first edition? How many sessions?
Yeah, there was 6 tracks, I remember, because we printed it. We printed the whole agenda on the card that was around your neck. And it was an A6 postcard, and it was 6 tracks, because that venue only had 6 rooms we could use. 6 tracks of 6 sessions, times 2, so we had about 70 sessions. I think around 30, 40 speakers.
Nice.
So a bit smaller than now.
And was it a one-day event or 2
No,
day?
also 2 day. Yeah, we've always been 2 day.
Always been a 2 day. And the workshop day, when did that came around?
3rd year?
I think when we moved to Antwerp.
No, we did it in Mechelen as well. Yeah.
In the Patershof.
In the first hotel, I think 1 year, so probably the 3rd year.
Well, you already answered my next question. So you started out at Mechelen?
Yeah, that was because we did the community conference also in that cinema. That was a kind of a small cinema. And so we stayed there for 3 years, and then in 2017, we didn't fit there anymore. Actually, we didn't fit there anymore for the 2nd year, but we had to build a lot of extra place to put everyone and all the catering. And so then we moved to Antwerp. So we started in Mechelen because we knew that venue already from the free conferences that we were doing before.
Nice. You already mentioned it, cinema. Was that your goal from the start, to put it in a cinema?
Again, a little bit of experience that we already had with the free conference that we had been running 4 times or so, I think, in the cinema. And that's also how we got to know how a cinema works, how you can, all the benefits that you have, because It removes a lot of the overhead of logistics. And you don't have to put up screens. There's no audio that you need to set up. You can basically just plug into it. Not really, far from it actually. But all the logistics that you need to do is a lot less overhead. So that's why cinema was so fantastic. But I remember in the beginning, we didn't even use the projectors from the cinema. The first years, maybe actually that was Community Day, we used a beamer to project on the huge screens. And it looked horrible, but it worked. So yeah, it worked.
Do you have something to add to that, Pieter?
Yeah, the cinema experience is of course great for us, but also for the attendees and the speakers, because they have large screens to show their stuff on. Also, audio is also perfect in a video in a cinema room, and also you have very comfortable seats for attendees. Because I remember going to conferences in different countries, and if you need to sit a full day on a simple chair, it also gets annoying and it's not that comfortable. So sitting in a cinema for 2 days is very comfortable. So
but sometimes a little bit too comfortable, because we have had attendees that actually fell asleep at certain sessions or needed to be dragged out later.
Yeah, that's true. But if you look around in other countries, I don't see a lot of conferences that actually also do this in a cinema theater or in a movie theater. So it's quite unique and always linked to Techorama. I don't know why it sticks.
Nice. And now we touch the topic cinema a little bit more, because does that give you challenges as well? Because I heard about the challenges we have here as well. We need more power than they can give us. So I heard about aggregates running outside all day long and so on. What are the challenges working in a cinema?
So one of the things that nobody I think realizes is that we start on Friday building things up here. And when we start, the first thing that happens is that we have a, by the way, awesome AV crew that are helping us here, but they are doing amazing work for us.
Shout out to the AV crew.
Absolutely. And what is so great is they come here with truckloads of AV stuff. If you look at how we more or less redo the whole cinema, you might say, the audio, because the Cinemaplex is built to show movies. It's not built to present something. So if you would just use their standard audio stuff, what would happen is you would hear yourself all the time. And there's no way you can give a normal presentation. So there's a lot of AV stuff that's going on here. We have a large crew running around here to make that happen. If you look at the power challenge, that is actually, I think, something here specifically for Utrecht nowadays. And if some of you watched some of the behind-the-scenes movies that we made last year and the year before, one of the things I always show there is the big power station that we have outside of the door. And that also comes with challenges, because last year even our power cables got stolen at night because of copper that might be of value. So yeah, there are quite some challenges if it comes to doing a cinema. But it gives a great experience for a lot of them. Yeah.
Yeah, as a crew member and as a visitor of Techorama, I can agree to that. It's amazing that's in a cinema, definitely. Well, let's talk about a new subject. Techorama at first was not themed, but now it's always the highlight of the event and the thing everybody is talking about each year. So, what made you start using themes for Techorama events?
I was getting bored.
Just simply you were getting bored.
Yes. I don't like doing the same thing over and over again. And after 4 or 5 editions, I was getting bored doing always the same conference, getting partners to do booths, and yeah, basically every year the same. That, yeah. Then we had the 5-year anniversary in Belgium. So 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 was the 18 was the 5-year anniversary, and that we started decorating. And we put up flags, and we had a huge 5-year birthday cake, and that's when we said, let's do this all the time. And that's what got the team ID rolling, and because then it's different to do every year, because I wouldn't be able to do this 10, 15, 20 times in a row with no challenge to make it different every year and to make people walk away with it being mind blown that they say, oh, what the fuck was this?
Nice, nice, nice.
But I think it was also in combination with the robot. So we always made like the little robot that you see here for the speaker gift. And the original one was a simple robot. But what do you need to do next year?
Yeah.
So can you give the same robot? No, you need to do something different. And I think in the combination with getting bored and doing something new, adding something, then we decided the need to go for a team, and it fits in the complete experience.
But it sounds like it's easy to organize a conference and getting bored, but to be honest, if you see what's going on behind the scenes, it's crazy, right? So it's great
True.
that you got bored,
Yeah.
but you got a ton of work to do to actually make it happen.
Yeah, but it
I mean,
keeps it challenging
yes.
and exciting, and you can try new stuff and dive into new territories every year to think about. So that's what makes it challenging.
Nice. And who comes up with these crazy and bizarre, nice teams? Is that a team effort or?
Well, I think that everybody has his favorite things. I know that I always am the follower in this one because Belgium goes first, and it's actually, I think, the creators here that come up with it.
I have a weird mind.
So they originated with you, Gill. Nice, nice.
You should see his house. It's themed as well. Every year there's a new theme.
I throw away all all the stuff afterwards anyway, so we can't keep it all with us, sadly.
Well, this is a question for all of you. What was your favorite team so far? Let's start with you, Kevin.
For me, it was the jungle theme. Decoration was spot on. I still use that bag.
Yeah, I agree.
Laptop bag is still, for me, the best one. And yeah, I'm still fond of the main room with the smoke and the elephant and the lion. For me, that was the best one.
And for you, Pieter?
Actually, this one, Sports Edition. I always like some action. I'm a fan of all sports that you can do here. So for me, it's all coming together now.
Pieter is also our sporty spice in the whole team here, right? I mean, he's always sporting padel and those kind of things. And if you look at Gill and me, it's like we try to avoid sports as much as possible.
Marcel,
So it's like,
padel is not a sport.
oh, it's not a sport. Okay, I'm
Not
sorry.
true. This team was a gift for Peter, actually.
Yes,
so let's put it out like that.
Okay. And for you, Marcel, what's your favorite one?
Well, I must say that Jungle was for me the best in terms of how epic it looked, especially when you walked into the main room and with the elephants coming in and like really off the charge. But if you look at the robot, I love Elvis. Elvis is my favorite robot. And I think that still the crew has a little bit of PTSD if it comes to when they walk to the venue and then hear the Viva Las Vegas team.
Don't do it, Marcel.
Oh, no.
Don't sing it.
There you go. But no, Vegas was also a really, really enjoyable theme. And last year, I mean, Fun Fair with all the acrobats, in the venue was crazy. So there's always a highlight, I think, in those themes. But that's more or less about where my favorites are. Yeah.
I think Fun Fair.
Fun Fair?
Fun Fair was for me the biggest one to do for getting that Fun Fair outside, getting the entrance built, which was big construction work. That was, from a teaming perspective, it's a pretty easy one to do because Fun Fair is pretty simple. You have a lot of things that you can find, stuff that you can use to decorate, but it's a lot hard. It made the venue completely different. And from a decoration perspective, that was really my favorite. But I agree with Kevin as well. The way that jungle looked and the atmosphere, that was, I think, jungle was probably the best. But also, shout out to 2022, Las Vegas, where we were basically released from COVID.
Yeah.
And that also had a special vibe because in Belgium it was May, and I think until February or so, we weren't really sure that we could actually run it. And then everyone went all the way with Las Vegas. So, and like you say, that music is still in my head, so it will never go away. It will never go away.
That's crazy.
Oh, definitely. Well, and still talking about teams, what team gave you the biggest headache?
This one.
This one?
This one, yeah.
In terms of finding decoration?
Terms of finding decoration, and sport is an easy one for boots, but it's not an easy one to decorate with. And of course, I also don't know that much about sports. So that makes it a bit harder. So yeah.
Do you have some sports questions for Gill?
Time out. A sport?
In which sport?
No clue. No clue.
Well, to avoid the topic teaming anymore, after about 5 years, you decided to also start Techorama in the Netherlands. Who came up with bringing Techorama to the Netherlands?
It was like a real collaboration. I mean, I know Pieter and Gill for a long, long time because I came to the community events and we spent a lot of time with these community events. I didn't know Kevin that well back in the days, I think. And it was that the Belgium version existed based on the fact that Tech Days ceased to exist. And what I've always been involved in Tech Days as well as a regional director, Microsoft regional director, and I was always asked to help with speaker selection and those kind of things. So I heard already in the grapevine that it's like, yeah, we're not sure if we can do it next year and can do it next year. And I knew, of course, that they were doing Techorama. At a certain point, we had this conversation. I do remember that at Tech Days 2017, that was the moment that we sat together and said, well, this is probably the moment we should do it.
Actually,
right?
we made a picture, but we cannot find that picture
that's
anymore.
so
It's
real.
lost. It's a lost picture.
Yeah, so we said, so this is actually an epic moment because if we will look back like 10 years from now, then we might go like, oh, that was the moment. So we thought, oh, let's take a picture. But I think
Was
that I
this 360 picture?
The 360
so
picture.
It's your fault that we don't have the
yeah,
picture
you had some device where you actually took the picture, and now nobody knows where it is.
Maybe still on the hard disk with all the bitcoins that we bought.
Yeah, with all the bitcoins that you lost. Yeah. No, so that is actually when we decided, okay, let's do it. Let's just with the four of us. And then the question was, okay, when are we going to do it? Well, since Tech Days was always in October, that was actually when we said, well, if Tech Days will not be there next year, then let's do October. And that's actually when we decided to do it. And I still remember that making this all happen meant that we also needed to have a company associated with it. Because try to rent a venue like this as a private person, no chance, right?
No way.
So because of that, we created a company. And we did that on my birthday, January 4th of 2018. That's actually when we went to the notary and get all the signatures in, and that's when we could get started. It was like a crazy day as well. We still remember that was kind of...
But I also remember that we had a meeting with a lot of the user group leads. I think in Eindhoven, if I'm not mistaken, that we called together all the user groups, like Dennis and Barry was there. I remember them being there. So that was also a point where we basically announced that we were going to do this.
Yeah, so it was .NET South and .NET North, SDN, of course .NET, Stichting.NET Netherlands, where Dennis is. And that's when we shared with them, like, guys, we want to do this. And you can see it and feel it here, right? This is really a community-driven event. We want to do it with the community in the Netherlands. And that's when we got everybody together. And that's also where our first Dutch crew was added to the larger team, right? And that's where we had the first people coming in and starting helping us out in actually making this happen. Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. And was it easier because Belgium already existed to start here in the Netherlands? Or was it as hard as it was in Belgium?
Well, for me, it was very easy because those guys knew what they were doing. It was, for me, more like helping out, getting things started, I think. And, of course, then the scouting starts. Where do you have a venue in the Netherlands that can host an event like this? And what can we expect? Like, first year for them was 400 people. What can we expect in the Netherlands? Can we expect, like, Tech Days amounts, 2,500 people? Or are we lucky enough to get, like, 500 people? It was like a full unknown. We had no idea. And then we started scouting, and there were actually, I think, there were some...
3 venues that
3 or 4 venues.
We ended up, that worked, and then we ended up in Ede.
Yeah, Ede, Pathé.
Yeah, you started out at Ede.
Yeah, that's where we started. And that's also where we discovered that the theming thing really worked out really well, because they had this notion of the exposium, which was actually a part of the venue that was pretty hard to connect to the whole thing. But because of the theme, all of a sudden it made it possible to create actually an additional cinema room. So normally they had 9 rooms, and all of a sudden Techorama had 10 rooms. And then Exposition was where the real space environment was created with extra projectors, screens, and everything. Even satellites on the ceiling. Yeah, it's quite amazing.
Space edition, yeah.
Yeah.
And how many years did you survive in Ede before you had to move out to Utrecht?
Well, Ede was special because we really loved the people that we work with there. Still remember vividly Caroline and Suzanne, who we work with. But actually, we were there for 3 years in a row, or 2 years in a row. Then COVID hit. And then the idea was that we would do the Vegas edition in Ede again. But then something interesting happened. Because we were in the planning phase, tickets were sold, everything planned, and then all of a sudden we got a phone call from Pathé. Yeah, we decided to close the cinema that week because we are going to do some refurbishing and rechanging of the Cineplex. And that was the moment that I think we had a little bit of an what now moment.
A short nervous breakdown?
Well, nervous breakdown, not yet. That's only when the keynote is hard to start and levels go up to 15. But no, so that's when we were scouting new ones, and Pathé had some other options for us, and we looked at them. And actually, I had a preference to go to Amsterdam, the one in Zuidoost, I think. But then you said, well, let's have a look here in Kinopolis.
We had already looked at this one initially as well.
Yeah.
But then it had just opened, and they had no event experience whatsoever. And then, then we returned here, and then we choose this one because of the event space being a bit bigger. The fact it was not Amsterdam, but also the fact it was actually pretty easy to reach with public transport, with the train station.
And now also,
it's Kinepolis, so we have the benefit from knowing that.
If you also look at this edition, it's a good choice because it gave us the possibility to expand, to use that venue at the end, Kinepolis, and also expand it with Supernova, with the rooms and the expo hall here. Because otherwise, if you would have chosen another venue, maybe we would have stuck again. We would have been stuck again.
Yeah, but that we didn't know when we selected this one.
No, but now we are lucky.
No, actually, we had growth year over year over year if it comes to the number of attendees. And last year, a lot of the feedback we got from people that were here is like, guys, it's becoming too crowded. We need to do something. And that's when the idea was like, well, we could use Jaarbeurs, but then if you just blurb out Jaarbeurs, it has like a different connotation than a Cineplex.
Yeah.
So then we had like, will it work? Will it not work? It was quite a bet, I think, in order to make that work.
The interesting thing is that I overheard a conversation yesterday that from someone we know, but I was standing behind him, and he was saying they really listened to the feedback.
Yeah.
The fact that it's overcrowded, they solved.
Yeah.
The fact that they fixed the toilets, he even said, but that's not us who fixed the toilets in Kinepolis. They were broken last year, but it actually, and there was another thing he said they fixed, but yeah, the fact that it was overcrowded was really not fun for us also anymore, because it was really hard to get from one place to another when it was too crowded. So we solved that. We really fixed that now, that issue.
Amazing, amazing. And are there any other big differences between the Belgium and the Netherlands edition, besides the venue, of course?
The people. We have Belgians there.
You have?
We are live, Kevin.
Wow.
Don't forget that.
Oh yeah, no, we're live, but there's a different mentality.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate? A little bit more?
I'm going to pass that to Pieter.
maybe one thing that is different is food. So Belgians expect something different during lunchtime compared to the Dutch people. So that's already a difference. And I think for the rest, teaming and the actual speakers that come up, the developer community, that's similar. But I would say food and culture are the biggest differences, yeah.
A lot of people think that, and I've been working with, our Belgium crew for a long time, we think that we speak the same language, but we have so many misunderstandings because different words in different languages mean a complete different thing.
Yeah.
It's intriguing. We have so many interesting words. So I learned, for example, that I was always thinking like, we need to have where you put your clothes, like the cloakroom, right? That is, in the Netherlands, the garderobe, which is actually a strange word for Dutch. It doesn't really sound Dutch. But then the Belgians go, well, where are we going to put the vestiaire? And I was like, the vestiaire? What the heck are they talking about? It took me like a few days to figure out that they were talking about the cloakroom, actually, you think that you speak the same language, which is intriguing sometimes. Yeah.
But I think the event as such is comparable.
Yeah,
it's a different building, which makes it.
Yeah. For logistics, it's a completely different building, and also for the team is basically run twice. So we run it first in Belgium, then in the Netherlands. So it is adapted, but it also is a lot less work to do within the Netherlands because all the thinking exercise goes into Belgium. All the props most of the props are made to measure for Belgium, but we also now are smart enough to make them so that we can also reuse them here. There are a couple of things that I know I need to take into account. Make something like a stupid thing, but for example, the LED entrance signs here are 1 pixel difference from Antwerp. So we make them 1 pixel bigger and we size them down because otherwise we have to do it twice. The entrance sign in here, I think, is like 30 centimeters bigger than the one in Antwerp. So we make it to this size and we make it a bit smaller in Antwerp. That's how we now reuse a lot more than throwing it away and redoing it all the time.
Very nice, very nice. Well, I would like to talk about something else now. Behind the scenes, there is a lot people do not see when they attend a Techorama event. I want to dive into some of these small things. For example, when do you start working up to the next event? So basically, how long does it take to start a new event for next year?
More than a year. The exercise for the theme started July, August?
Yeah, summertime.
Yeah, summertime we do the meetings with the designer to come up with the designs for the theme. So that is basically already done in past July. So it's more than a year, basically, that goes into it.
But the big reveal is not done yet.
No. I'm not.
That
asking
will
for
happen this afternoon.
This afternoon.
Yeah.
I'm not asking for that.
No.
I'm smart enough.
No scoops. Sorry.
But in general, if you look at a year, so we start the campaign for Belgium next month. So the website goes live, partner packages are announced, ticket sale goes live in November. So basically, it's a non-stop cycle for the 2 events year over year.
And how big is the crew that works non-stop on these events? Because that's not the entire crew, I think.
No, this is the people sitting here, but doing it, like Pieter says in Dutch, tussen de soep en de pataten. So between the soup.
Belgium, sorry.
That's also Belgium. Between the soup and the potatoes. So
tussendoor.
Yeah, tussendoor. Yeah. So it's really something we don't do as a full-time job. Far from it.
No, and the interesting story.
The passion is what drives it.
The interesting story behind that is that actually not many people know that, but the Techorama team won a prize in Belgium. I mean, it is one of the best organized events, and actually competing to professionals that are doing this as a day job. Techorama won the prize there, which I think is amazing and is actually crazy.
Number one, we had a prize, but number one was Tomorrowland, and we were just behind that.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah. So, and can you imagine that this is all done in evening hours? I mean, we have a day job, and then we're doing it.
Yeah, but that's maybe also why we are so successful, because we really want to do this. We don't need to do this.
Yeah.
And if I looked at the other companies that also won prizes, it's their day job, so they have to do it. But we really shine because we really want to do this. We really want to be successful. We really want to make it special for every stakeholder that we have. We have partners, we have attendees, we have speakers. So we really love to make them happy as well.
Yeah, and that's also where the good connect is, I think, with especially the speakers, but also the attendees. The attendees see the energy, the passion, the excitement around what we're trying to do with each other. because we don't. It's not like something you can milk every year, right? It is something that really, we put the effort in there because, like Pieter says, we want to do this. These are the highlights of our year, just to be here, do these conferences, while we have our day jobs normally. Yeah.
And it is the passion and also the fact that we have all the knowledge in our audience. We're not doing this for a business domain that we have no knowledge about.
No.
So the agenda, the companies that are here, we also know what they are doing, what they're talking about. We're all part of the agenda crew. So we also know the people that we're doing this for.
Yeah,
And
we
I
are
think
in
that
this
really-
space. We're not in the event business.
Yeah.
We are in the tech industry.
And
We
that
are
helps.
in the software
That
development.
definitely helps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice, amazing. And well, you do this with the four of you during the year, but when we move forward to the event, how many people are in the crew right now working and running around to make this happen?
Yeah, our volunteer crew is 15, 16 people here, I think. So in every room there is someone helping the speaker, making sure that everything runs well. If something breaks along the way, they can notify the AV crew. That AV crew on site is around 10 people. A couple of people doing TV, a couple of people doing the recordings now, and then we have runners, people doing the direction in the main room. I think that's 10, 12 people. Catering, I have no idea here, because we basically order catering. In Antwerp, I know it's 2 buses of people that are coming in the mornings. It's about 150 people doing catering. So it's 100 people on site, 50 people doing it in the remote kitchen, catering. And we have the cinema crew is also a lot of people. Who else is involved?
The boot builders.
Boot builders, they're not on site, of course, during the event. Then the people doing the decoration physically, so that's also a crew of 5,
Internet.
6.
We also have now one on site for the internet.
Yeah.
But in the weekend there were 2 as well.
I think you count everything together, you're easily at, all taken together the week before, the week after, 200 people easily.
And also some help from family, friends, kids.
Kids.
Yep.
Yeah, our kids are here. My wife is here always. Your wife is always with us. I mean, you see, that's like it became like a Techorama family, more or less, that is organizing this. And then, especially, well, everybody gets a backpack, and then in the backpack there is stuff, the goodie insert that
We need to fill them up.
and they need to be filled up.
Yeah.
And it is always like a challenge to get that done on time.
It seems now that it's becoming some sort of a time challenge.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
now Belgium is competing with Antwerp, with the Netherlands, to get it done quicker and quicker.
Yeah.
It used to take like 2 days.
Yeah.
In the past to fill those 1,800 whatever goodie bags, and now it's like we did in Antwerp in 3-4 hours. How much was it? 3 hours. And now
No. It was more than 3.
Was it more than 3?
Yeah.
I
In the Netherlands, we did it at 3.
Yeah, but it was a bit less, eh? So we need to calculate the unit time for these goodie bags. So then, but yeah, it seems to be a bit of a competition now.
But in Antwerp, you're using child labor.
Don't mention that.
Well, about that, we talked about how many people, but how many food and drink is consumed in these days? That must be amazing amount.
We asked it for the 10-year presentation in Antwerp. Oh. So normally drinks, so these bottles, half-liter bottles, we calculate 4 per day per person. So that is 4 times 2 times 1,500, say. So that's already
a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
More than 15,000 or something. Yeah, less than 15,000. I got the numbers of amount of kilos of fruit and stuff they used, but I can't remember. It was tons. I think
2 ton.
2 or 3 ton it was. Yeah.
Wow.
It's containers full of fruit. Yeah.
And what the people don't see, they come in and they see an amazing event, but how long does it take to build up? To build the stage, to build the decoration, to build the stands, the partner stands?
As what Marcel told, we start on Friday, and now we stopped Monday evening, I think at 8.
Yeah,
Yeah.
8-ish.
Yeah. So the real physical setup is 4 days. Yeah, 3.5 days. But of course, a lot is prepared. There's truckloads waiting, all of that stuff that needs to be loaded in. That also already takes about the week before it starts. But we start here on Friday evening.
Wow, amazing.
But also important, children are not harmed during these days. Eh?
Are you sure? Shall we ask some of the children?
He was all harmed before.
Oh, already. Okay. Amazing. And talking about the past, do you have any nice stories, anecdotes about Techorama?
Sure, but I don't think we can tell them all here. I think we have some.
Are
famous
there
stories.
any famous stories you can? I heard something about a bus driver being in jail or something like that.
That's something Kevin can explain.
Well, in Antwerp, the Speaker Hotel is not near the venue, so we need to have buses. And the first bus, I think, is at 7:30. So with traffic, let's say they need to arrive at 8 o'clock. So Mike, one of the crew members, waits at the hotel. He calls me, there's no bus. Of course there's a bus. I ordered a bus. I called the bus. There needs to be a bus. No, there's no bus. So I called the company, and they told me that the bus driver was in jail. And they, I think in jail you have one phone call, but he didn't use it for me.
No.
Why not? Why not you?
I don't know.
Oh, man.
Used a different bus company because of that. Yeah.
And how did you solve that problem?
Taxis. A lot of taxis.
Actually, the
and
crew
members
the
who
crew
also...
drove. Yeah.
Yeah, crew members driving. Yeah.
Crew members, taxis, and you managed to get all the people there in time? Because I know...
Well, I think the most important thing was to get the speakers from the first slots. That's important, and then you can work on the other ones.
Yeah, yeah. And any other good stories you are willing to share on camera?
Well, we always try to do a speaker dinner, and the speaker dinners that we have, we try to make it fun and joyful and all these other things. And one year in the Netherlands, we decided why not do something like find a murder game. So so you have food, a murder game. So we hired a company that was actually doing the play. And while we were doing everything at home, so we created these cards because there were the player cards and stuff, and there were already some words on there, but we never actually looked at it like that it would be profanity or...
And also, Marcel, it was not a company, it was a person.
Well, that's what we discovered, I would say, in the evening itself, that the person comes into the room and he starts with all kinds of stuff. And at a certain point, we go like, we are in trouble now, because a lot of the speakers all of a sudden felt offended, or it was gender racism, or other things going on, and we had to actually literally stop the event from happening. And we needed to make a lot of apologies, a lot of excuses, send out letters to people to apologize that we were not aware that that would happen. And from then on, we decided to just take it a little bit easier.
Not two murder games again.
No more murder games again, and no more dressing up again. Hiring more like venues outside instead of doing something ourselves. But that was one that is still, I have PTSD on that one, I would say. If somebody comes up with like, let's do a murder game, it's like, no.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Not happening.
I can remember a speaker dinner in Antwerp where there was a magician, and that was amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was last year, I think.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah,
that guy
really
was
good.
great.
Yeah. And we also had the the closing keynote last year with the Gill. It was also really good. It was he's what is he called? A mentalist, I think it's called. Not really. He doesn't want to be called a magician, but yeah, he can really do tricks with people's minds to read your mind. That was also really impressive. And then we had a good magician also at speaker dinner. Yeah, that's safer than murder games.
And yesterday evening we had a speaker dinner here in Utrecht, and I'm still amazed that I still have a voice because we went karaoke, and it was kind of I thought I was a good singer, but people when they show me the recordings, it's not good. So it's like
I think your best score was 46%.
yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Amazing.
That was fun.
Well, you were talking about the closing keynote. Can you elaborate a little bit more what the closing keynote will be today? Because that's a special one as well.
Yeah.
You do it.
Yeah. So we have a special keynote speaker today, which is a former Formula One driver, Robert Doornbos, who is also well known from Viaplay and commenting on Formula One. So he will hopefully arrive here on time. We have like 15 minutes to set him up. We hope to really give people an amazing show and a good close of this event.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm definitely looking forward to it. I have to ask for autographs for my family. So
yeah, sure. And he actually said that if we want that, he can make it happen. Some meet and greets and etc.
And the main prize is also an autographed Lego Formula One car.
Yeah.
So an autographed by him. So it's going to be a pretty unique piece.
Yeah, and since I'm a little bit of a chauvinist, I had to do the Red Bull one and not the ones that...
I agree.
So yeah,
definitely.
So the Max Verstappen Lego piece with his autograph will be raffled off today as the main prize.
Yeah. What I think was the keynote that struck me most was the one with the astronaut.
André Kuipers.
André Kuipers, yeah, thank you.
Oh yeah.
That was a keynote. I had never heard it be so quiet in a room, more than 800 people in a room. When he was telling his story in the Space Edition, so it was 2019, best keynote for me ever. Yeah, that was no one you could hear, no one. It was quiet for 1 hour in that room. Amazing.
Well, I've been there and it was a great talk. I agree. Yeah. Well, we talked about the past, we talked about the present and a little bit about the future. This year Techorama TV is introduced and also there's a Techorama shop as part of Techorama. Are there any more initiatives that we are going to see in the future of Techorama?
Well, I want to suggest more silent booth setup.
I definitely agree sitting up over here.
But yeah, it's a good question, and I think this year was quite special because we did something new here in Netherlands. So this was a lot of work. I don't think we have really new plans for something in 2026. Of course, a new team that will be revealed a bit later. But I think we are always thinking. So maybe at some point in time we will add something to the mix, but we don't know yet. So I don't think we have something on the table right now to really add to the mix.
Well, and this year was, of course, a big one for us because we took Jaarbeurs with it, and that was where all the anxiety came from as well. If it comes to the setup, because you don't know what the flow is. So actually making that to perfection for next year is, I think, also a big step for us.
That's what I was going to say as well. So Techorama TV is the first time that we try it. So I think for me it's important to make that better and first make that perfect, and then we can look for something else.
And I want to do a big shout out for Roy, who did a lot of work for Techorama TV. So he made it all possible. He selected with a group of people all the sessions.
I had a lot of help from the other.
True, but I just wanted to call you out as well because you did a lot of work for us. So thank you so much.
But now he has a new job basically. He's going to be always doing Techorama TV.
Yeah, that's how it happens.
That's what we have now just introduced.
And we just said that we want to have it perfect, so it's a lot of work.
Yeah, there's no pressure at all.
Oh, I agree. There are definitely points that need to improve next year on my side. So.
But you also see the passion for people that work with us in the crew, right? Because what you did, and I just want to call that out as well. You did the 3D printouts of our logo this year. And I think that is I think
it's amazing.
Actually a testament of how passionate people are, part of the crew, want to be part of it, and also bring something to the table. So you see that everybody brings his own talent. Everybody brings something to Techorama that makes it more beautiful and better every year. And that's what we love. People that are there with passion and build something great with each other.
There's a couple of other things that we also introduced this year, so the recordings. So we have always been not really a fan of recording the sessions because we count on the physical experience, you being here. The team also has no use if we record things and just put them online. But we got a lot of questions from people in the feedback asking, can we watch more sessions because the content is so good? So that's why we decided this year to do the Techorama TV, because Techorama TV is now this live thing. The original idea was actually also the recordings, so the recorded sessions. And so people can now watch the sessions afterwards. So that was introduced, and also we introduced our first shop. An online shop is also introduced. So with a swag shop with clothing and some other stuff, which is not a big success yet, but who knows?
We did have enough scale in it, right? We had enough machines turned on, and it's a very scalable solution.
We might
at least one machine.
Yeah.
But yeah, who knows? In 2 years, we'll be doing our own fashion show in Paris. So who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? Well, to be honest, the Techorama shop features a lot of good items. So you should definitely check it out if you didn't do so. And we already talked about the expansion here to the jaarbeurs, but are there any plans to grow even more here in the Netherlands?
I think we need to be careful to not overdo it, right? I mean, we prefer quality over quantity.
Yeah.
So we rather sell out than that we sell ourselves out to go bigger all the time. Because you see everywhere in our industry, everybody wants to always go bigger numbers, more people, but it's not adding the quality that we want. So we are more there, quality, signature.
I want to add to this. We did grow with 20% this year, so 20% more attendees, so that's a lot. We also have more partners, and it's indeed very important to keep it intimate, so that everyone feels at home, that it feels like a small conference that is really doing great stuff for everyone.
Nice. And during all these questions, is there something I forgot to ask to you?
We got a lot of questions from you, Roy. So what is it for you that makes Techorama special?
Well, I think I would conclude the same as Marcel did. I think Techorama is a family, and that being part of Techorama is really an honor, being part of the crew, but also being here as an attendee feels like you're being heard of, and everybody tries to do one step extra to make you have an amazing time. So for me personally, it's the feeling of being part of this crew. How I opened, I feel it's an honor to be part of this crew.
And it's also special for you because you're part of the crew in Belgium and the crew in the Netherlands.
Yeah, actually, I am an adopted Belgian, and they borrow me here in the Netherlands. So I'm part of the original Belgium crew, and you can borrow me here in the Netherlands.
I'm not going to ask that question of which he prefers. I'm not going to do that.
No. And is there something I forgot to ask to you, Kevin?
Well, ask him about travel. How is that arranged?
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
How is it? How do you get it every year that all speakers are here in time, and how do you arrange that?
Basically we have Maarten, who is also a speaker and part of the crew who created a tool which makes our lives easier, so we can just let speaker know from the moment that the agenda is confirmed to get a mail, please book your travel. And then it's sending out emails, asking for flights, hotel rooms, hotel nights. And let's say that most of the speakers are on time, but sometimes it's getting tricky if, for example, some speakers that I need to ask on Thursday, hey, next week it's Techorama, and I don't know anything about you, so can you please book a flight? So that gives a little bit of stress, but it's okay. I think with the tool, speaker.travel, we can do a lot of things. And I remember the first years that we booked the travel ourselves, and that was hard, but now it's quite okay.
And you already mentioned the hotel. I've got the idea that the crew, speakers, are we booking the entire hotel?
No, not the entire hotel, but I think most of it. I don't actually know by heart how many rooms the hotel has, but we have, let's say, 80% of the hotel is ours.
Amazing.
I also want to add something to this because Kevin did also write software for managing a speaker page. So
I'm a developer.
You're a developer.
Yeah. So it's amazing how many code was already written by the team and the volunteers to really automate stuff. So I find it really interesting to see it grow, and we are really automating a lot of stuff because we have some other work during the week, so we need to put as much as possible in tools and automate things. So we have tools for managing the travel, for the speaker page, for running the screens that are displaying the information for the sessions. So lots of things are happening in the background, which people are not always aware of.
A lot of software is written for Techorama, which is amazing. And one of the things we discovered this week, for example, is that one of our partners made a name change. And then all of a sudden, this everywhere changed, but one particular thing, we needed to change the software for it because it's actually, well, a little bit hard-coded in there because we just do the event twice a year. So, but it's interesting to see that there's also a lot of software involved to get this event rolling.
Amazing. Well, I've got one final question for all of you. If you can describe Techorama in just one word, what does Techorama mean to you? Let's start with you, Pieter.
Only one word.
Try to.
That was the question. Huh?
Yeah.
It's fun.
That's 3 words.
I will keep the last word.
Okay, good then.
And you can think about it a little bit longer.
For me, it's passion.
You stole my word.
That's why
I was going to use that too.
Yeah, I was also going to say passion. Yeah.
But that's already said.
Well, I heard the camera crew say, ask the same question to someone when I walked by, and I heard him say ambitious. That's also a good one. I'm going to steal his word as well. If you steal mine, I steal someone else's. Ambitious. Yeah, we try to do better.
You had some time to think about it.
Yeah, I'm doubt, or I'm going to go for passion or ambitious.
But they're both already
sure.
mentioned. That's your problem. They've already been mentioned, so you have to think of something else.
Well, maybe inspiring.
I can go for expiring. Okay, yeah.
No. You have to come up with a word right now.
I already mentioned my word. It's family.
Family, yeah.
Yeah, that's my word, family.
So it's a passionate, inspired, ambitious family.
I think it is. Well, with that being said, thank you all for joining us here. I think we could have talked easily an hour more, even an hour more. But unfortunately, we have to wrap up now. And to everyone watching, keep joining us at Techorama. Keep joining us at techorama.tv. And hope to see you next time.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Techorama TV. This afternoon, I'm talking with 3 experts on security, and I'm keen to learn more from them, and I hope to take you along on a journey. With me, I have Maarten Balliauw, all the way from Belgium. I think I welcomed you to the Netherlands this morning, and you're heading out again this afternoon.
Exactly, yeah.
Thank you. Welcome. Next up, Michele. I think you flew in from the United States.
From San Diego.
Welcome to you as well. And finally, Dale Meredith. Welcome. Now, Dale, I know you are an ethical hacker. You wrote books. You've done a lot of hacking. And lately, I get the feeling that more and more attention has been given to security when it comes to training and companies trying to raise their security awareness. Is that something you see as well as a trainer?
Yeah, it's been kind of an interesting transition because years ago, IT departments had to struggle to get their budgets. But the transition that's happened is that every company now is a technology company. Mm-hmm. And because of that, every company is susceptible to a breach or being hacked. And I always tell people, or I hear some engineers that tell me, like, how do we get the budget for the IT department for security? Because the C-suite folks don't necessarily want to spend the money. And I'm like, well, they're going to spend the money. Either going to spend it before the breach or a lot more after the breach. So it's just a matter of convincing them. But I think convincing them that it needs to be done now. But I think there's just, because there's so much, so many apps. I mean, McDonald's has an app. It's crazy. Everybody has an app, and that's been the primary focus, I think, for the push for security.
So you see this increase as well. And is that just by and I think this goes to you, Michele, is this just by security folks or engineering folks, or also in C-level, which you engage with as a consultant?
Definitely. I mean, the C-level cares about security, and like Dale said, it's just hard to get the budget allocated because you don't make money off security directly. It's not a feature until you have a problem, and then it's a feature, and then it goes away like a zigzag, right? I think we talked about that. So, yeah.
So how do you get them interested in investing in security?
Usually other folks besides myself do pen testing, but we also do security reviews. So we'll go through the Azure environment, do reviews, show what we found. And then we ask them questions like, if something goes wrong and if this exposes you, what's the impact to the business? You make people answer that question so that they have to face themselves in the mirror and the possibility that they're signing off on, okay, I know about it and I'm not doing anything. It's really helpful to make people accountable.
I think that's one of the main things, right? In C-level and so on, you typically meet people who are very risk averse. They don't want to bet the company and so on. So if you make them realize that at an early point, they will care about it.
So it starts with making people uncomfortable about the risks they are taking with the company.
And maybe making them put it on a risk register, make it more official, so that they're basically signing off. It's okay. And we face this not only with pen tests and breach and disaster recovery issues and tertiary storage for ransomware, but also just software security. Poorly implemented identity system or poorly implemented authorization. I mean, you can find all kinds of reasons where it hasn't been invested in. And you want to make that list and make it clear where their weaknesses lie. But you have to get in first to show them. So there's a chicken and an egg problem here too, because we have to get hired to help them discover that.
So you mentioned identity. Maarten, you recently took up a new job in an identity
Correct, yeah.
providing company. Do you see anything that's changing in how we handle identity compared to a couple of years ago?
I think definitely yes. At the core, there's still the same thing. Like, you want to authenticate a user, you want to see what do they have access to, what things can they do, what are the claims around that user, and so on. But I think having a lot of breaches, a lot of hacks, and so on happening is also putting more thought in companies and customers with, okay, do we want to expose all of this information, or do we want to do selective disclosure of just the first name and last name, for example? And how companies handle that. And you see the same thing in the specs as well. Like there are specs for verified credentials, for example, where that is actually becoming a specification saying, look, let's not share your date of birth, but let's instead, for example, share just the fact that you're over 18 or over 20 years old.
So there's a lot happening. New specs are coming up. I think what you talk about is verified credentials, that you can prove a certain aspect about you without disclosing more information. There is also a lot of change, I think, in how we authenticate. I remember this YouTube video about my one magic word, the password. We are trying to move away from that, right? Any thoughts on how we can do that or how we are doing that in the field? Anyone?
Yeah, I can take it. I actually had a talk 2 hours ago on passkeys, which is one of the approaches there, where a passkey is basically a secret that is a public key on the server. So when you register, you have a public key that sits on the server. You keep the private key on your device that you're sharing a username and a password. When you sign in, the server will basically tell you, look, here's the challenge. Sign that with your both of those match and the signature is valid. But that means if there's a breach, for example, only the public key is leaked, and it's not that anyone can log in with that public key alone. They would need the private key still.
And as a user, how would this work for me? What would I see when I try to log into a web application this way?
You might actually be using that even without knowing today. So for example, in Windows or Mac OS, you will see that very often you will be prompted with like biometric authentication when you visit the websites. And at the moment you do that, a passkey will be created, stored in your Windows account or your Microsoft accounts, and then shared across your devices and so on, but no longer username passwords.
You know, just coming from the evil hat side of me that pops out, I know that biometric has been like really heavily looked upon, and the thing that keeps popping out and concerning me is how, and I know it's happening here in Europe, biometrics being collected by government. I mean, I go to the airport and they want to take a face scan of me, and I always opt out. I'm like, no, you can pat me down, but you're not. The one thing that I have that's unique to me is my face or my eye or my fingerprint. And I don't know if maybe I'm a conspiracy guy, but I'm like, I don't know if I trust my government to maintain that for me, or that they're not going to utilize that somehow where they can get a hold of my passkey in the future. I don't know if looking at technology today versus 5 years from now, we don't know what's going to happen, but that's just been is it a concern here? I know there's a big, where's that's taking place that they're going to have everybody do biometrics in order to be employed? Is it in, I want to say Ireland or London? It's been a big thing on social media.
It went completely past me, honestly.
Oh, okay.
I've seen that discussion in the UK, but that's the UK. I think they by nature are very reluctant to that. I think in the Netherlands, Belgium as well, we have had biometrics on our passports for many, many years, and maybe we should worry more, but we don't really.
I think there has been a hefty discussion when that was about to be implemented, and then it was implemented, and it kind of faded away, at least in the Netherlands.
I think one of the concerns, though, related to the face identification, for example, is the fact that with AI, you know, how can you discern an AI-generated image likeness versus you? And I know there are companies that I've heard of that are working on that, right, to try to have their own IP for distinguishing those two things, but I don't know that there's a full answer to it. I would worry about that maybe more than my picture actually being in the government. It would be, can somebody do a reproduction that gets into my phone?
My news feed has changed since I've been here in Europe. And I wish I could remember the country, but there was one country here that's looking at copywriting your face. And I thought that's kind of brilliant, because now you're looking at legal aspects if somebody misuses it.
Yeah, so what you touch upon is something that my wife worries about. I create Pluralsight courses, and there you can collect hours and hours of material of my voice. I cannot imagine anyone wanting to do that, but let's assume they do. It's pretty easy nowadays to impersonate my voice. And I think this is one of the things that you talked about in your first talk yesterday at Techorama as well, Dale. And you also had some very old school advice, I think, for people like my wife on how to guard against that. I mean, can you share?
Yeah, so we're seeing a huge increase because of AI and deep fakes. ARUP got hit with a $25 million, I call it a ransom, I guess. It wasn't even a ransom. they use deepfake and voice of the CEO, CFO in a Zoom meeting to convince a controller in their accounting department to transfer this money across. And we're also seeing things like virtual kidnappings where you're getting a phone call saying it's your daughter's voice and saying that she's been kidnapped. And the low-tech solution to that is, in my family, if I get a phone call from my daughter and she says, you know, Dad, help, my first question, and she knows it, is I say, what's the password? It's a verbal password that has nothing to do with anything that I like or anything that she may like. It's just a phrase. And if she doesn't know it, then I know that, you know, it's probably a scam that's taking place. I think we may even want to look at that at the company level whenever it's always okay to pick up the phone and verify with somebody else within your company that this is an actual transaction. Even though the scammers are really, really good at trying to give you that sense of urgency or your job may be threatened. But we've got to be able to not only have some type of a channel that they can verify, but then also, if it is the CFO, don't criticize the employee for following. Don't come down on them. Congratulate them.
So I'm a developer, and security is one of many things that I need to concern in my day-to-day job, and it's a very complex and very difficult area to understand if you have to think about multiple things. People like me, do you think companies, organizations, the market is doing enough to help us build more secure solutions? Are we winning the battle as security experts?
I don't know that you can win the battle. I think that...
Don't lose it, at least.
Yeah, don't lose the battle, exactly. I mean, zero trust has been around as a set of principles for a pretty long time at this point. It's a little bit of a misnomer. It doesn't mean zero trust. It means, you know, verify continually. It means, you know, authenticate everything, right? Point-to-point, user sessions, devices, etc. And there's a lot of practices around, you know, how to do that for your platform, how to do that for your identity system, how to do that for your coding, how to do that in your development process, right? Your delivery process. So, you know, the winning of the battle is really just defense in depth and making sure that you try to hit all the notes, and you got to balance that with the cost and the size of your team and your ability to deliver on the vision of zero trust across all of those things. And some companies, you know, can't take it all the way, but every layer you add is something. So then we get back to the budget and the priorities and the product team actually putting security on the agenda, which is hard sometimes because that's not what they want to deliver.
So about touching all the nodes, maybe, sorry, Maarten, you want to say something?
I was just going to say, like, I don't think you can win the battle, but as to not lose the battle, I think knowing the tooling and what's available is definitely something you want to know about. If you write code, for example, publish it on GitHub, you will have security scanning there, making sure that you don't share, for example, by accident, your AWS storage buckets and all of those things, which is funny because just before the panel here started, I had a colleague reach out with a screenshot of a very well-known website, and in the JavaScript code they actually found AWS credentials, but it looks like that team was not using one of those tools. So they might have lost that battle, but even if you, as a developer, are aware that there is a battle out there and search for tools to stop some of that, I think that's already a good step.
And I think, to go back to you were saying, and what they were saying as well, there's a lot more awareness than there was 8-10 years ago when we struggled with, at least I struggled with developers to get across, look, you've got to sanitize code or forms, you've got to, you know, be doing all these things, and a lot of shortcuts were being taken just to get the thing to work. But I think there's a lot more awareness, and that's helping with the war. We might lose battles, but overall the war, I think it's going a little bit better for us.
I love the very concrete advice that you're giving, Maarten, because I think a lot of engineers are more aware and now they look into the world and they see a million of opinions and a gazillion tools. If I just want to get started, like what are the top 5 things that I can do very easily in the morning, and have this first layer of defense? Any thoughts? Where can I start?
Leah SAST, right? That will scan the code. No.
SAST meaning for the people watching.
Meaning like what Maarten said with GitHub, Veracode, SonarQube, right? Anything in your pipeline that will build the solution and produce output if there's vulnerabilities or CVEs or out-of-date code. And then you have to build often, because if it's code that you're not touching all the time, then it gets stale, and now you build after a month because you have a new editor change or feature, and now you're finding out. So you have to build every day so that the CVE will pop up and you take it and address it, get it in your pipeline, run the pipeline, daily. That's a really easy low-hanging fruit to solve those types of problems. And then on the identity side, literally MFA or passkeys, because it's the number one cause of a breach is identity in the middle, and it's usually lack of MFA, which could have protected you. So that's a really low-hanging fruit. And in your platform, have a WAF, like literally everybody
WAF standing
should.
For?
Web application firewall that will pick up, the OWASP rules and look for SQL injection attacks and cross-site scripting attacks and other such, common issues, top 10. And just, it's low-hanging fruit, right? Like those 3 things alone are top reasons for breach or bypassing.
I think there's even one that comes before that, and that is when you're writing code that's typically going to be in Visual Studio, VS Code, Writer, and any of those IDEs. You see those squiggles there, and they are trying to tell you something, so look into those.
The purple squigglies.
And the warnings.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm not a developer, so I can look at something and go, I always go back to the weakest link, and the weakest link is education for the user. So that would be my emphasis as well, as making sure that, do we have conversations with our teams every day about, hey, this particular CVE came out, or this is what I learned over the weekend. I reference it all the time as we are human firewalls. We are the first line of defense. Doesn't matter how many network security devices I put into play as an engineer. It takes, like you said, it takes one click of a link and we're done. So that would be mine.
And when you say user, do you mean the engineers that work on the application or the end users?
Everyone.
Everyone.
I think it's everyone.
Fair enough. Now, when you talk about education, company I've been working with recently has been spamming all employees with awareness trainings. I see you all smiling, and anyone wants to share an opinion on those programs and on their effectiveness?
Okay. So
go for it, Dale.
I'm gonna use my wife as an example. She worked for a huge electronic company, and when they were using a service like that, and as soon as it hit, all the employees let everybody know that it was hitting, so that they all knew, and they could very easily tell what was happening, because everyone was getting the same message coming across. So I don't have a big, I wouldn't give a big sales pitch for those type of services, but that's me personally.
I think the problem is it's tiring, but it is important. And if you have the kind of LMS that makes you, as you go through it, get tested, then it will force you to remember some things. I mean, it is something that somebody will learn something, right? Not everybody. And not everybody will retain it, so some companies are trying to gamify it, make it a little bit more interesting than the boring, security awareness training programs, yeah.
I've seen those in action as well, and to your point, I actually think it's a good thing when the entire company starts phoning each other and say, yes, it's hitting, because if it happens and it's not like a targeted attack on some person, but like just randomly, let's spam 100 people at that company, that is a good reflex even. But the trainings that I've seen are that are really focused on just a couple of employees and not a bigger group, those seem to be way more effective there because people are not making those phone calls as well, and some people might get tricked and talk about the experience there as well. So I think both are good, and having even that reflex of communicating with the rest of the company is a good thing.
So how about blame? Because the company that I've been working with, there are two things that the first thing is what I do when I see something that's probably phishing. I go to another computer and I explore the hell out of it, just for fun. I try to follow the link, I see the domain, what else is hosted on that IP address. So I am one of the people who fell into the trap, and I am polluting the reports. Sorry, management. The other thing I see is that a lot of people feel attacked, because they get a follow-up email saying, you naughty user, you fell into this trap, you need to change. They are attacked. Do you see that a lot when it comes to security, that people are attacked when something goes wrong, instead of that a lesson is learned, or that just something that I saw and doesn't really resonate?
Yeah, I think it depends on the team and the culture that's been created, because a lot of those programs, when they send you phishing tests and so forth, it's a game. People are competing. I got a perfect 10, and they're just gaming. And nobody's getting their hand slapped if they click the link, because they expect it's going to happen. And then it's going to teach you when you click it and you're told, oops, you made a mistake. So I have not ever heard anybody worry about their reputation.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Just I've not seen that personally.
Thank heavens, I've never heard of anybody being reprimanded because I've clicked on a link and went, oh crap, why'd I do that for? So we're all infallible. So.
Yeah, like I've been a vendor at a company where one slipped by me, and the thought goes through your head, oh my God, I'm a security professional and I'm a vendor. What does that look like?
I think we've all
but
been there.
But it was just one of those moments where you just weren't thinking and you went, oops.
Mine wasn't a test, mine was an actual malicious link, so.
Yeah, so I can admit as well, I have been phished.
I just
I've
put that
spent
on
20
recording,
minutes.
so.
Maarten, you were also about to come clean?
It's the
Please
same
do.
thing. Yeah. I've actually had this happen like half an hour before heading off to the airport for vacation. I get an email that looks legit. I click a link in there and I see like, wait a minute. And that was a moment where I was like, okay, this is going to be a very interesting trip to the airport.
Well, on the other hand, I have, my father is in his 80s, and I mean, for years now, sends these emails with, sometimes no title and a video link. And they're all intentional. It's just how they send email. All he and his buddies passing around jokes. And I never click them, and I never look at them. And I feel really bad, but I also don't have the time to email him every time and say, hey, Dad, did you mean to send me that before I click it? So, yeah.
And I think it's actually harder to detect on mobile devices. I mean, I catch things on a desktop, I'm like, oh, well, I can hover over the link and I can see where it's going to actually take me. I don't necessarily get those features on a smart device. And I think a lot of folks get tricked very easily that way. So hopefully no one's testing me on my phone yet.
But that was one trend, I think, over the last couple of years. This awareness training has gotten a lot of attention. Are there other trends that you see when it comes to security that we do to improve security profiles? And maybe, Maarten, you want to share something as you are building a tool for authentication and authorization.
Lots of trends there. I think to circle back to passkeys, your example of on a mobile device clicking the link and maybe doing a login. I think one of the really cool benefits of passkeys is also that they are bound to the actual origin where you created the accounts. So that means if there's a phishing website, if there's a malicious attempt that even looks like the actual website, perfect language and everything, it will technically not be possible to use the credential there. And I think that's a really nice benefit there as well.
And I see you all nodding. So passkeys is a very good go-to place as a user, and I'm building an application.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, the challenge is if you don't turn off passwords when you turn on passkeys. So now we have a different problem, which is if the passkeys are replicated in your iCloud, which you need that so that if you lose your phone, you can still get in with your iPad or your Mac or whatever. You really need to turn off the password capability, because otherwise somebody can just go do forgot password and try to attack you there. So then you still need MFA. So you're sort of defeating the whole purpose of simplifying login and getting rid of the vulnerable, approach. But then the other side of that is if you turn off passwords and you do lose your device and something doesn't work, now we have a whole different process for recovery of your account. And now you're calling probably support and talking to humans who need procedures for validating who you are and somehow giving you a way in again so you can set up your passkey again. So there's a circular set of problems there, and one of them is, how many support calls will we get? Am I getting more with passkeys or less with passkeys? So is it worth the effort to turn off the passwords and just take the hit on the once in a while lost passkey rather than the risk that comes with the password and the MFA, maybe lower MFA capabilities like just SMS?
Yeah, and I think one of the things, the hard transition maybe for folks too coming past keys is that there's that convenience factor. I gotta hit another button. In a corporate environment, that's acceptable, but I think at a personal level, and I'm always looking like my big thing is family, protecting families. And I have family members who are like, you need to turn on passkeys. And they're like, nah, I don't want to deal with that. I'm like, ugh. And then we have a breach like what just took place a couple days ago, and like 183 million passwords and stuff. And I'm like, if you have a passkey and 2FA involved, you have to worry about it. But again, I think that's the other issue, is that convenience of having to hit the number 23 again, or whatever it may be. But it's great. I wish we would do it. I wish we would implement it. Matter of fact, who was it? I think was it Facebook that forced you to implement it, or there was some online company that was like a force. I was like, oh wow, that was great. It wasn't even an ask of, do you want to turn it on? We just need to say it's on, and you have to deal with it.
I have no Facebook. I'm weird.
That's why I can't follow you.
True. At least not on Facebook.
Physically, I can.
Absolutely. Please don't.
I think, Dale, was that maybe a talk that I've seen from DEF CON this year, where someone was essentially customizing everything in Entra, like doing fake screenshots of the logo with a fake company name and so on, so that it looked legitimate. That also looks like that could have been the thing you witnessed there, because they also managed to trick people into pushing a certain number and so on based on just changing the logo to be something that looks real.
So passkeys are one of the things that we can start implementing in our applications to help protect our users. Awareness we talked about. Anything else that you see happening in the field? What is hip and what do I need to read up on tomorrow? I know you have been looking into more futuristic stuff. Maybe you want to share something of that?
Yeah, so we all talk about AI, and AI is great. It's kind of like the foundation, but it's what AI is actually pushing forward, and it's things that we can't even imagine right now. And in 5 years, it's going to be, oh wow, that can actually take place. Quantum computing scares me as far as keys are concerned, because it'll theoretically break any encryption, and that kind of concerns me. But when it comes to AI and getting into things like metamaterials, I mean, these are materials that break the laws of nature. Being able to have a brick that is stiff during normal times, but if an earthquake hits, automatically starts flexing. Or if you want to change the color of your paint in your living room based off of the time of day, it'll do that for you. That type of stuff is coming down the road, and it's going to make, back in the day when we all saw the internet, we were like, holy cow, this is cool. It's going to make that look just crazy, because again, it's going to be things that we may have read about in science fiction books or movies and stuff, actually see it come to life. And the biotech is just, it's going to change our industry completely. As far as when we think biotech, we think medicine, right? No, it's materials. I want to say it's the University of UCLA has created a fabric that conducts electricity without wires. And the concept will be to charge your phone, and it charges based off of energy coming off of you. And that seems so far-fetched, but it's coming. And the part that scares me is, what does that mean to security? That's another device that I'm gonna have to worry about. So that's what keeps me up at
Tony
night.
Stark?
Yeah. It's gonna keep me up at night thinking about that.
But do you also see opportunity in all those new technologies to enhance security or make security easier?
Oh, always. I think for me, the issue is like Black Hat or DEF CON. Last couple of years, it's been AI. Our product will protect you with AI, but what nobody realizes that hackers, or I'm going to call them attackers are going to use the same tool with a different twist, or AI is going to they're going to utilize AI with their own tools to go against that AI. So eventually, we're going to have AI against AI. And again, that's going to be who's going to win this battle versus the war. So I think it's going to escalate even more.
So we're still going to see this
back and
forth.
Until we take the motivation away. An attacker always has more motivation because of financial reward than the engineer who gets paid a salary at his office. Doesn't matter what it does kind of matter what he does or doesn't do, but his motivation isn't as high as the hacker or the attacker. So it's always going to be there, I think.
Motivation is an interesting topic. I see you nodding, Maarten. Do you want to jump in?
I was just going to say there's so many things happening in the future and even today that evolve so rapidly that even for example, in the identity industry, keeping up with the pace of AI authentication for MCP servers and so on, it's getting there, but it is going slower than the actual.
I want to talk about motivation because motivation from attackers is mostly money, at least for a certain group, getting money. And so the effort should be lower than the money they get for the breach, and then they breach. That brings us to paying ransomware hackers. Do you have any opinions on paying those kind of people? Because I know they're apparently very friendly. They have a help desk.
Oh, they
will teach you how to use Bitcoin. There are a lot of. Apparently, their help desk is way better than those of a lot of companies out there. So apparently, it's easy to pay, and then you can, carry on with your day. And a lot of companies apparently do it.
How crazy is that? That we have that's a thing that they have tech support to help you pay your ransom. That's just like the upside down world for me. I personally, I get it. There are times, for example, I'll use the example of a hospital. If they get hit with some type of ransomware attack, I get the temptation to pay the ransom to get the systems up because lives are at stake. The pre-planning is the problem. They should have planned ahead. If we can get to a point where if we can stop paying the ransom, that motivation goes away. I don't know what they pivot to at that point, but if we can take the financial motivation away, I think things would change quite a bit.
But you have to pay if you need the data to run your business and survive. So this is the ultimate challenge, right? You have to prepare for ransomware. You have to have tertiary backups. You have to test that those backups work, which means you have to have a disaster recovery plan that you execute on a fairly regular basis to verify that those backups work and that, they're accessible to you in an emergency.
Sarah, but I think a lot of companies will just treat it like a trade-off. What is the cost of recovery versus what is the cost of paying? So just to put
What is the risk to your business when something goes south is the number one question we should ask for every security feature we don't implement.
Yeah.
And I think ideally you want to go to the point where all the data is secure, you have backups, you have all of those policies in place, and if such an attack happens, and the data is even exfiltrated, for example, and stored somewhere else, that you as a company can confidently say, okay, fine, we will restore, and we now have an encrypted backup somewhere else without having to worry about that.
And going back to what Michele was saying, I 100% agree that I say the pre-engage or before it happens, not only do you need to have a plan, you got to run through the plan so you can set the expectation. Look, worst case scenario, if this happens, we're going to be down for X amount of hours because that's what we've game played out. And then the company can sit there and say, okay, well, that's going to cost us X amount of dollars. And then at that point, yeah, you're right. You can say it's worth it. For me, if I pay the ransom, there's no guarantee it's clean.
But they have a very good reputation when you pay. But so that's my statement would be we should have legislation that just forbids companies to pay up, to make it not a business decision, but a legislation or compliance decision to pay or not to pay.
Yeah, but
what are your
You
thoughts?
can't really do that because if that data literally shuts your business down, if you don't have it, you might have to pay because, catching the attackers that took the data is going to be potentially impossible.
But the counter argument is that if we just take that stance as a society, we are taking away a lot of the motivation. And we're maybe not doing it for ourselves,
Then
but
you
for
have
the
to
person
do the
after
tertiary
us.
backup.
Yeah.
So you have to not need that data. That's the fundamental question to answer. How do we not need, if somebody takes the data that's in production, where do I go to get my tertiary backup? I have to have that.
It's kind of like at a personal level. If I lose my NAS at home, I understand I'm going to lose all my family photos. Those are precious to me. Am I willing to do that, or am I going to invest more money for an additional backup?
It feels like a bit like a hostage situation. I think we all feel that we
It
shouldn't
is.
pay when
Ransom.
somebody is taking hostage. But on the other hand, if it's my wife, bet your ass I'm going to pay up. I'm just going to come clean again. I will probably pay everything I can. I mean, it's the one person in the world who is stupid enough to like me. And I want to keep that person. So I think that's the dilemma, right?
And you can't back her up.
No. Sorry? Okay, somebody in the audience suggests that I find a twin. It's
Doppelganger, a clone.
We're married for, I think, 16 years. Oh no, I'm going to hear this tomorrow. 16 years, so I'm not going to change anytime soon. Are there any closing thoughts that you want to share? Because that's why I'm listening as a developer. What should I start doing tomorrow differently? I think we touched upon awareness. We touched upon a number of tools. What is the thing that I should start doing as an engineer? More or less?
I think the tooling education is part of that as well. And as part of the education, also teach yourself a reflex that every single time you access an account, you need a credential, you need an API key, whatever. If you have to use that in your software, your first reflex should be, am I doing this the right way? Is this potentially a way where this data would be breached, or I'm opening up something, and so on? If you're not sure, talk to other people, talk to other developers, and educate again.
Those things like secrets, APIs, keys, secret management?
Yeah, exactly.
Talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah.
I mean, the thing is identity's hard, authorization's hard, and you don't just figure it out and know that you've done a great job, right? So you should read all of the OWASP, for example, cheat sheets. They document a ton of good practices for the right way to do an identity system, the right way to do authorization. And then, NIST, CSF is a great way to go to document how do I build a platform, how do I measure the maturity of my platform security, and that will give me hints on all the activities I should be doing to get to, at least defend and protect, right? Protect, defend, number one things to do. So yeah, there's a lot of reading out there that you could do. I still think it's hard for people to just read that and suddenly be an expert. It's easy for, like we do a lot of identity work. You do pen testing and other things. Like, you don't turn into a pen tester in a week of reading or even a year, right? Some of these things are years of expertise. So, I hate to sound cliche, but like call an expert to guide you and review the stuff, give you some guidance, and then take it over, right? Like, make sure that, like, that'll fast track you and save you more money than whoever is trying to learn it on the fly, right? And then go from there, like all the documentation Duende has, for example, right? It's expert guidance on things to do right, and you can read that, but maybe you can call a friend and say, hey, help me do this better, help me sanity check what I just did.
I would say for me, I always play what if in my brain. new tablet, we're going to deploy. Okay, what if? What do we do when it gets? What do I do if it gets lost? What do we do if somebody uses it inappropriately? What policies do we have in play? When it comes to physical security, I always look at something. I mean, I'll take it down to a personal level. What the new Xbox gaming console's coming out, I look at that and say, okay, how is that going to be an attack vector at my house? Same thing with our corporations, companies. I find it's not funny. It's part of the industry, but C-level individuals go to conferences or trade shows, and they see all the latest and greatest, and they get sold on something. They come back and they say, we want this deployed yesterday. And it's like, we got to slow down, and what is this going to present to us as a company? Is it going to create additional, it will create additional attack vectors. Something else we have to patch, something else we have to update. And let's not forget about the old stuff that we're still trying to take care of. So it's always, for me, it's a learning process every day. And I don't know about the developer side of things, but I would assume we'd be the same. I mean, I get up every day and like I said, my news feed, I would be looking at, if I worked at a corporation, I'd be looking at what are the latest breaches, what's happening, and then I'm going to take that back to the office and say, okay, team, are we at jeopardy here on any of these things, especially with like 0-day stuff? So,
But what if, I find that interesting, because, and we're going to maybe get a little bit dark here, but you need to move yourself into a place where you take a more darker stance and think about what can go wrong. And I've learned a technique called abuse cases, where you step in the shoes of an attacker and you try to devise ways to misuse technology. For example, USB sticks, they're great, they're pretty expensive, but for some reason, the second you've bought one or somebody else has bought one, they lose all value. It feels like something you can just give away or just take when you see it laying around. Have you ever tried infecting 50 USB sticks with malware and just scattering them around the parking place, around an executive building? I'm not advising this, but it's a thing that I did when I was in university. And it took us 2 days to get to a place where we were so dark and we found something very simple to misuse. How do you get to that place? Plot twist.
Yeah. I kind of, in my career, I kind of live it all the time. I'm always looking at, example I used today in the talk, Black & Decker came out with an IoT device so you could track where their battery for your drill was. And I'm like, really? We need that? Because my immediate thought is, there's something else that I'm going to go after instead of that convenience factor. And everybody wanted to be on board on IoT, right? So everybody was coming out with some type of IoT device. So I always joke with my wife, because I'm a big, sometimes I'll go down that conspiracy theory side. And I always say that just because I don't see the black helicopters doesn't mean they're not there. So I'm very, I don't want to say paranoid, but I always look at things dark first. And then I look at, okay, now that I've fulfilled that need, or I've answered those questions, now I can start looking at what we can do with it to be more productive within the company. Or within.
Maybe you have an interesting story or something, how you misused something.
I've done several engagements that I've got a lot of NDAs, so I don't want to cross anything. So, but yeah, I've done the traditional USB drops, surprisingly, with some even recently that people are still plugging in. The reason why things work, you look at spam, and we joke about the Nigerian prince, or that I'm royalty, or I won a jackpot somewhere. The reason why that's still happening is because it's working. Maybe only 1% return, but it's working. So don't ever give up on the low-hanging fruit, because it's definitely fruit that can be picked. And yeah, it's. I'm trying to think of here, I'll give you one. Went into had an engagement with a bank. Showed up with a Blade server at a branch and said I was here to deploy their new server to make their systems faster. And they, no security whatsoever, escorted me back to their little closet. It was my own Blade server. So I deployed it. And while I'm there, I'm sitting there looking, and I see a shelf of backup tapes. And I'm like, So I, grabbed some of those. So again, just down to the physical side of security, we can't overlook. And again, it goes back to training because obviously the employees weren't trained properly. And going back to what I said earlier too, is that we are the first line of defense. So
the trick here is they were properly trained to recognize somebody trying to take something away, and you just added that little twist of I was bringing something. So that place, I find it interesting. Where is that switch in your head where you deviate from what people expect to something that looks not harmful?
I get a lot of ideas from movies.
Okay, so we need more time on the television.
Yeah. Sometimes you do things and they don't work. And so you get it back
Can
up.
I stop you there for 1 second, Dale? Because Maarten already shared with us up front. He's got to run.
Yes, I'm off to the train. So thank you everyone for watching. Thanks for being here, and good luck on the rest of the panel.
Great to see you.
Yep.
Thanks, Maarten. Have a safe travel.
Safe travels, yeah.
I think the same story is for you. Same question for you, Michele. Are there any, fascinating stories or that you want to share, can share?
There's stories of regret that a customer has sometimes after not taking a piece of advice because, simple examples like mobile devices. Mobile devices are supposed to log in using OpenID Connect through the browser tab. And that is the sanctioned way. And there are a list, and I did this in one of my talks, right? There's a list of 7 or 8 resources that say don't use, native login with username password and duplicate MFA in the browser because the native login ROPC is deprecated. And you give this information to companies, even banking software developers, and they are so concerned about the experience that this browser is going to show as a tab, and that you might get one dialog the first time you ever use it, which is true, it's a nuisance, but it's only once ever on this device, that they won't do it. And so we've had situations years ago where we gave that advice to a customer. The marketing team thought that you couldn't make a browser login look good enough. They went native, and 6 months later called us because they were attacked and it was ongoing, and they needed to fix the mobile app really fast. So we had to get in there, do the app auth stuff, get it updated quickly into the identity system, and it stopped the bleeding, right?
So the marketing team stopped the implementation of a security feature. Is that
Marketing team wanted the pixels of the login page to come from native because they felt it was a better experience. That's just an example, right?
Wow, and you could just look down what was happening and just project what was going to happen, and they ignored you.
Yeah, but again, I'm not offended by these things, but what I have to usually do is, again, put it back to the team and say, if something goes wrong, who is going to be accountable here at the company, and are you okay with that? And is that person okay with that? And then they have to, usually now I have them put it on a risk register because then it's made official as a thing we decided to accept as a risk. And look, that's just one example. Another great example is how long the sessions live. Again, banking software is not Facebook. Facebook, you never have to log in again because that cookie, or not the cookie, sorry, the refresh token is a forever refresh token. And it's constantly sliding and renewing, and it's like a year. So you never get asked to log in again. Okay, it's Facebook, fine. My banking app logs me out in 2 minutes, and I'm annoyed all the time, but I'm still going to use it, right? Because I need to use it for a reason. And I've seen companies that do banking-related applications who are treating the mobile device as something they need to be sticky and convenient, as opposed to it's needed and it has to be secure. So we're back to the risk register. Like, you guys, you can do that if you want, but we don't recommend it. So, who's on the hook if this goes south?
I think that risk register is very valuable advice, especially when engineers become more aware and they see risks and they don't get the time to address those. Now, I'm not a big fan of getting time. I'm a fan of claiming time, but not all organizations work that way. So as an engineer, you need some way to communicate. I saw this risk. I was told not to address it. Write that down. Get an autograph. Find your chief financial officer, because he probably has a different opinion than the manager who signs off. Is that something that you see engineers doing more and more?
Well, it's the risk register should be reviewed by the tech team, but it goes to the CISO level. It goes to the leadership. That's the point of it, is that the leadership sees it and says, okay, I'm going to accept this. There's a reason CISOs last about 1.5 to 3 years in their jobs, right? Sometimes it's because stuff happens and somebody has to take the fall.
True, but do engineers do it? Because I find it a very interesting angle. Because again, the company I've been working with, engineers try to articulate risks they see verbally to, I don't know, a product owner, an asset owner, or whatever you call it. And I feel a lot of engineers stop there. I've told them. It feels like engineers find it very hard to make that risk registration formal. Because I think that's what you're advocating, right? To have a formal register where people take credit for accepting the risk. How do I do that as an engineer? Is it just like walking up to somebody? Do I need to implement some kind of tool, an approach, a process?
Are you asking how an engineer can initiate doing a risk
Yeah,
register?
for example.
Yeah, if there isn't one, then there must be some communication to leadership about a release and things being on time or not, and some sort of exec communication, right? So I suppose they should go to whoever they work with and say, hey, I've started this thing, and put it on a wiki, put it somewhere visible, put it somewhere clear, and let somebody know I'm documenting things that we intentionally decided not to do, and my reasons why I wish we would do that thing instead.
Would an ADR work, for example? What we call an architectural decision?
Yeah, architecture decision record works as well, yep.
So just some way to just get started.
I think the word risk should be involved, though. I mean, architecture decision record is a little bit different than a risk register, obviously, so, yeah.
All right.
Yep. But it just needs to be a document somewhere that describes what it is, right? Yeah. The risks, yeah.
True.
And anybody can create one if there isn't a process, for sure.
It feels like you're saying just start somewhere.
Just do it.
Proof.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I can get on board with that. Thanks.
Yeah.
Did you want to say something, Dale?
No, I just, it's a brilliant, if they don't have one in place, it's brilliant to do because, again, it's putting responsibilities so that there's not going to be a patsy that falls. This is who's responsible for it. And again, not on the development side, on the physical side, I've had engagements where it's like, no, we don't want you to test this side of things. I've had to do the same thing with, listen, if it happens over there, I'm not responsible. And if you don't want us to take a look at that area, that's fine, but know that that's a possible area for you to be concerned about. And sure enough, something's happened, and then it comes back, and like you say, you hate to say I told you so, but
Nobody really wants to say that,
No.
but it's
my inside
it's
voice
less
does.
about I told you so and more about, like, there's nothing to laugh at here, right? It's just, listen, as a consultant or as an employee who is trying to be conscientious and say, look, here are the recommendations, somebody somewhere has to document, okay, we didn't follow the recommendation, so let's write that down. Let's remember why. Like architecture decision record, a similar way. Let's remember why we made this choice today.
So we can prove
So
who
that
made the
we
decision.
can, and what if there's leadership changes in the organization and somebody new comes in and says, why did you do that 5 years ago? If it's documented, that's really helpful.
All right, thanks. Are there any things you want to get across before we close out? Because we're coming up towards the end of our time slot. And I want to wrap up a few minutes early before it starts buzzing around here, so we can still hear each other. Any closing thoughts?
Mine would be just don't stop learning. Don't become complacent. When we do that, we let our guards down. And so that would be my, always be on the ready. Know what you're getting into. Don't sit there and take anything for granted, because those are the situations that come back to haunt you.
Right, stay vigilant.
I would just say security is fun, do more.
Okay, true.
Job security is great right now.
All right, thank you too as well very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Talking about tech trends, things happening in security, what we can do, and I think closing out with how we can put responsibility where it needs to be. Thank you very much. This is Techorama TV for now. I think there is one more session later in the day. Please join us and have a great day. Closing out with how we can put responsibility where it needs to be. Thank you very much. This is Techorama TV for now. I think there is one more session later in the day. Please join us and have a great day.
And we're back. Hey, hey, hey. Last Techorama TV panel of the day. I did all day to come up with that. It's not going to get any better than this.
Happy to be here, Gerald. Glad to see you.
Thank you. Glad to see you too. I'm here today, well, not today, this hour, with Richard Clemens.
However you like it.
Whatever you like it. Amber. And I have some introduction right here, but I'm pretty sure that you can probably introduce yourself best. So, Amber, if you will start us off. Who are you? What do you do?
I'm Amber, and I'm the founder of the Pathways Group. We're an international leadership development company. And so we help people improve in things like communication and critical thinking and emotional intelligence.
Awesome. Clemens?
Clemens Fastos. I'm here because I work at Microsoft, I think. And I'm the lead architect for the messaging services that are in the Azure cloud and for Fabric event streams in Microsoft Fabric. I've been in the industry for a long time, so long that I still know Richard when the beer wasn't great.
Yeah. When yours wasn't great either, friend. It's been more than 20 years.
Yes.
I'm Richard Campbell. I'm the host of .NET Rocks, Run As Radio, and now Windows Weekly. And I also make a lot of things. So mostly these days I sit on advisory committees for different companies talking about technology.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, I'm sure you don't even need an introduction technically. Probably a lot of people already know you. I'm kind of glad that you recognize the gray beards and stuff going on because it's interesting. We want to talk for this hour kind of like trends, very broad topic. But I can imagine you've already been through a couple of trends, right? You're experienced people, let's put it like that. I got a couple of talking points here, and I just want to drop in the first one, which is kind of like interesting. We live in a time where technology is evolving faster than our ability to adapt. Is that kind of like something that resonates?
I would argue that's always been true, but yes.
What do you think? And I have it's not on my paper right here, but I have a nice challenge to add. So the question is, what's really changing the game right now? And can we talk about that without mentioning AI?
It's automation, right? Like you talk about, can people adapt quickly? Like, we get the Luddites back in the 1800s when automation of weaving was coming into play, and they couldn't adapt either and smashed up the equipment, although ultimately it got repaired. Some of them did get retrained, and the big consequence of weaving automation was reducing the cost of clothing enough that you went from typically only owning two sets of clothes, the ones you played in, the ones you got buried in or went to church in, to having lots of clothes. Like, that's what automation does. And we are in a new wave of automation.
Clemens?
I think just in general, information flow is a big trend, and I think probably the biggest trend. Information flow in many ways. So first of all, we're doing, without mentioning the word, we're doing more and more data-driven decisions in tighter time intervals. So decisions are being made more in real time. There's more expectation of real time, right? I'm citing the example of you have an app where you are, ordering a taxi, and by now the expectation is that if the app says that car is going to come around the corner and you look down the street and it's not, that doesn't line up, people are disappointed. But think of the incredible data flow and the engineering that needs to happen to realize this, right? To correlate it on the map and to get that information, get the moving car kind of into the app that the user holds in their hands. So we're having more and more of these more information flow, and then also to bring this to a kind of social, political aspect, which I think is important. We also deal with challenges to the validity and verifiability of data at the same time. So I think information flow, acceleration and increasing volume is a trend. But also the verifiability and what does it actually mean? And how objective and subjective is that?
Amber, you're in the business of teaching people things. So is this something that kind of like comes up to you as well? Like, hey, the content is adding faster, we need more new things, we can't learn fast enough?
From a macro level, yeah, it completely is changing the way that we look at the way that we're even preparing for a profession. The idea of learning a skill set or learning a job and that being your job for the rest of your career, that's really no longer existent because it is changing so quickly. We're getting new tools, new processes, and so I think Satya Nadella said it best when he said we have to shift from a know-it-all society, a know-it-all culture, to a learn-it-all culture. And so adapting that continuous growth mindset has always been important. It's more important now than ever before. It's not, oh, I won't get that promotion. It's, no, that job will not exist. I have to continuously upskill. We had a company recently that, I'm going to forget the percentage, so I'm going to make up a number. It was something in the range of about 20% of their positions were not going to be around in about 7 years. And so they started investing in upskilling and reskilling for new positions. While that 20% was going away, there was another 20% of new roles that were coming in. What that meant is that workforce had to be upskilled and reskilled for new positions. And we're seeing those trends go on just on a macro level in organizations in a variety of industries.
You started this conversation with something interesting. Like we've always kind of like struggled to keep up with things.
Yep.
Are we just kind of like out of our league? Should we just stop innovating because we can't kind of comprehend what we are creating here?
I mean, it's not how our society works, right? Like we've built a technological society that builds new innovations all of the time. We often talk about what we should do with them after that. Sometimes we're pretty careful with them. See nuclear weapons, and sometimes they just naturally evolve into a state that's less important. But there is no go back. That's never been the case. So there's only go forward, and what does that forward look like, and how do we do it responsibly? That being said, you can't plan for everything. You can't make driver's licenses before you make cars. Like you have to have a problem before you can realistically fix a problem. And the scary part, I think, for a lot of folks is problems are emerging so quickly that our ability to respond to them is something we're struggling with now.
That's actually an interesting point. That kind of like triggers me into like, we always have the feeling, and then I'm going into big topics really quickly, but that these things are happening faster. Now with like social media is a great example where they're trying to, at least in Europe, come up with rules like under 15. We're actually voting here today. It's the elections. Go vote if you haven't done so yet. With like, hey, the minimum age that kids should be allowed on social media at all is like 15 years old, right? But social media has been around for a long time now. But that really resonates with me that you're saying like, hey, you know, we have to invent the thing first and then kind of like come up with.
Yeah, and I would argue that social media has been one of our society's fails that we didn't respond quickly enough. Like it is 20 years old. We are slow to the mark here. We should have moved faster. And if we'd addressed the privacy issues of social media, we'd have fewer issues with the things that are happening today.
I see, Clemens, you're like, we should have done something with social media before, and you were like nodding as crazy. That's something that you're...
Yes. So speaking as a European citizen here, so I live and work in Germany, even though I work for an American company. I believe that the European Union has done numerous good things with its regulation. And I think that is the right direction to use the power of the general consensus that we have in Europe about how we want to that we want to be a democratic society, that we want to have democracy be the will of the people and not the will of the few. That we use that consensus to drive legislation that reins in some of these oligarchic tendencies. So the fact that the GDPR, and whenever the EU Commission decides to do, ends up must be laws that are instituted in the various parliaments across Europe. So it's not that the EU Commission goes around in a dictatorship and just dictates things because those things become the law. So the GDPR is something that has real power because it has actually had the force to go and make large companies in this space behave better regarding privacy. the Digital Services Act is also doing good work, kind of in that direction. So I'm all for legislation having more bite, and also all for the precedent that the GDPR set by setting fines that hurt, setting levels where a CEO of a major international multinational corporation gets afraid if they have to suddenly put 5 billion euros on the table as a fine for misbehavior. So I agree with us having been behind on doing regulation. I think the regulators are now catching up, but they're again behind in AI. And so there will be.
You broke the challenge. No.
Yeah, sorry. But it's and so that there will be more happening. Now, I believe that there's good in on all the technologies, but I think having a balance between, what do we allow as a society, and what is possible in technology. Striking that balance is always kind of difficult, and Europe, I think, is in a better place there than many other places in the world.
I think in addition to that, so in partnership with, is also educating and advocating for how we're using data as an individual user. So me knowing where my data is going, me knowing my own privacy tactics that I can use. And so it's being reinforced by regulations and being reinforced by my knowledge and understanding and real understanding of the consequences and the impact of my actions as an individual. And so it comes from both ends of I know that I should wear my seatbelt because it's the law, and I also know I should wear my seatbelt because I value my own safety. And so it's two-tiered.
I totally see that. The one thing that kind of like comes to mind is a discussion here, and I'm kind of like curious from the Americans how you view that. Like, yes, all that stuff is important. Totally agree with that. But isn't that also the thing here in Europe? What's kind of like holding us back? All the regulations, all the rules. That's why people go to America. Like, hey, there you have less rules. We can go faster. We can make more money. We can do all the things.
I disagree. Not the regulation that holds them back. It's the financing models. That's a cultural thing. The banking systems in Europe are older, and they're far more financially conservative. What's unique about America is how little consequence there is to bankruptcy. It's a place where people are willing to take risk with their money in exchange for that opportunity, and I don't think there's any other place like that. There are regulatory models in the US as well. Some of them are kind of nuts too, but that's not the issue. The issue is availability of money. I think makes more difference to what's possible for certain technologies, and is why. Now, I'll tell you this: as a Canadian,
I'm sorry, that's totally right.
I have done a set of startups in Canada, and the pressure to move to the US is extraordinary because there is so much more money available because they understand the financial system better, and Canadian financiers or investors are more conservative than American. But that's been the driving force on that.
What's remarkable in that respect, if you think about money flows and what effects they have, the Russian the war waged by the Russians on Ukraine has now set free enormous amounts of money investments from the Western European governments to fund, to basically make up for the mistakes of just abandoning all the tanks and everything that right after the Cold War, and rearming, because the threat is obviously in front of our doorstep and it's not going away. But now we have literally hundreds of billions of euros, which are now available as investments. You now see a startup scene that goes right straight into this. And there is, like, the German Bundeswehr, the Cyber Hub, is running hackathons basically for shooting down drones, right, for startups. So the financing model is a real problem. But I think as soon as there is a pot of money, the startup scene in Europe
it'll emerge.
Will emerge, and we have a lot of clever people who are doing very interesting stuff, and there will be a lot of people who are doing a lot of interesting things in defense now, as a technology field, probably more than in AI and in other things.
Since we're talking about AI anyway now, like we've already established, you've been going through a couple of trends by now, right? Like, is this one different than the ones that we've kind of like seen before? Is there kind of like, something new here, or is it kind of like always the same pattern of like, oh, there's something new, like the Gartner hype cycle probably, right? Like, oh, this is amazing, oh, it's normal now, oh, and the bubble kind of like bursts. Is this any different? Are we going to go some direction, Amber?
You asked several questions, so I'm
For
going
sure. Answer anyone you like.
Proper hype cycle, yes, I think that there is a hype. What we've seen from our end is a unique shift from the people dynamics, the social dynamics, and how it's impacting. Now, I don't want to give all the credit to AI, right? Part of this is post-pandemic, part of this is different working models of hybrid work, so it's not all AI. We have gotten more requests in the last 18 months on building up topics like, building up skills like critical thinking more than ever before. That used to be way, way down at the bottom. It's now in our top 5 of requests from companies saying we need to build up our critical thinking skills.
But is that then still linked to AI, would you say?
The
Right.
context in which we're getting those calls, yes. Building up emotional intelligence, right? So there's something about I am sitting at my computer talking to a machine about a topic, and then I get a Teams message or a Slack message from a person on the same topic. I have to pause and say, Amber, you are no longer talking to a machine.
Yeah.
Now is a opportunity. It's actually a requirement that you are using things like empathy. You're using some of those people skills. Correct spelling, right? And so we're seeing some of that shift of we spend so much time asking how do I ask a proper question or a good prompt to a machine. Well, how am I asking good prompts to people? And so we've seen a shift. Sometimes it's the same topic, but the dynamic of the topic, like communication, has shifted in social dynamics as we're seeing this rise. And again, I don't want to give all the credit just to AI. There's other factors at play here. But in the last 12 to 18 months, we've seen a massive shift in the types of skills that that are being requested for upskilling within teams. And that is being impacted by the speed that AI is shaping the workforce.
I mean, I'm glad that's true, because I think we've undervalued critical thinking for a long time. Like, it doesn't surprise me that it was above on the list, because a lot of people believed they could think critically even when they couldn't. And arguably what's been going on lately has made people aware, hey, I'm really not thinking critically and I should work on this. Or at least leadership is recognizing it in their people and saying, we need to work on this.
Well, the difference with the way that AI makes the impact is it just escalates it so much more quickly.
Sure.
So beforehand, we weren't using critical thinking. It may take just a little bit longer before we see the consequences of that. Now we can go into AI, get that strategy, and try and implement it very quickly without looking at the big picture and inviting the right people into the room. So it's escalating some of those consequences, expediting some of those consequences.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good trend, though. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm at Microsoft too. We're encouraged to use AI for our jobs. Are you feeling that you're more productive with that, or are you like, should I not ask you this on camera? I don't know.
No. So I'm writing a lot of code for the various projects that I have, and I have some special projects where I'm just trying to push the push the envelope. Try to be a little bit innovative, and much of that code is the result of a conversation between me and Copilot, because it opens up a way for me to do things that are otherwise out of reach, just because of the learning requirement to go and get good at whatever current browser CSS. Right? There are just entire universes of complication that probably shouldn't be so hard, but are hard, and that you need to get into. And so AI can go and knows these things, kind of, sort of, and can go and help you. For people who understand their field, specifically in programming, it can be an enormous accelerator. I'm not going to say X so many times, but it's an enormous accelerator. But it's only an accelerator because we have the judgment and with enough experience that you can go look at a result that it gives you and say, that's good or that's garbage. And then you can go and yell at it and say, well, that's garbage, but I kind of like the direction, so go and make the following changes. So you have and the way how I treat it is like a 2 years on the job apprentice who is super motivated, but I can't trust it at any point in time. So that's so for programmers, great. In other areas of a large company, I think the results are more spotty, and I have had colleagues basically throwing documents over the fence to me and say, can you go and review this? And I'm like, you didn't write this.
Yeah, it's very apparent.
So that happens too. So it's I think for programming it's perfect because it's a very constrained thing. As soon as you get into places where the requirements are not as constrained, then it's hit or miss.
In some ways, I feel like programming languages are special because the compiler always has a say. The languages themselves are inherently more specific because they are programming languages. So these LLMs respond better in that context than they do in normal human languages, where meaning is a lot less concise.
And I'm afraid of the output of, like when I go and ask ChatGPT a question and it gives me an answer, I know that I can't trust it without having set a lot of context because I know what it does when it writes code.
Right. Well, and there's been great studies saying the more you understand about using these technologies, the less you trust them. That the ones that are the most confident in them, the ones who have no idea.
We have people at Microsoft whose job it is to figure out how to write validation for the output of the AI. So we're building, inside of the Fabric team, we're building a tool called the Operations Agent. And the Operations Agent is driven by, it basically creates its playbook using AI, but we have special data scientists who try to figure out how can I go and verify that the output, that this playbook is actually plausible and can be executed. And so you need to go and create these constraints for those things to work. It's an interesting balance to strike.
I was talking a little bit earlier today to someone who said, like, I feel that we're close to the AI bubble bursting, because I got kind of like triggered because what you're saying, like, a lot of the AI stuff, and maybe that's only because I'm in my little bubble, is a lot about like programming, helping it how to code. Is there much use case kind of like outside of it? Are companies using it kind of like outside of and being successful? Like, sure, there's co-pilots and you can ask it all kinds. You can ask it for a recipe, whatever. It will kind of like the quality will not be as good. I feel like we're training it a lot to help us write code, but outside of that, is that going well?
Wait, you look like you have an answer.
You go.
We use it we use it every day. Specifically, it has been so powerful in helping us to customize and personalize a lot of the experiences that we have. And this can go on a micro level and a macro level, right? So we want something specifically for this industry, in this geography, in this company. It can help us customize in a way that is more specific and at a faster pace. And so we do that with workshops and with facilitation. Of course, then you have to spend the time verifying. You have to spend, you can't just take these, it hallucinates, right? So you have to understand the opportunities and the limitations. Same on an individual level. We have AI customization within our LMS that we've created. So we have everything, it's not generative AI, but you can put in and I say these are the specific challenges, the opportunities, my leadership style, and it'll give you specifically the content that is for you versus here's a catalog of 50 different courses that you could take. So there are ways that we can customize not only for the individual, but also organizationally. Just like what you said, it gives us a good starting point. It's not an ending point, so it does have limitations. It has allowed us to work faster and more efficiently and give us some greater understanding. Big question we have then is if we've saved some time here, how are we reinvesting that time? So it gave us a good starting point for customization. Now let's reinvest it to really make it robust and effective. And that's a big thing that we work with leaders on is, okay, you save some time administratively with HR, talk about all of the ways that you're able to save in some basic admin tasks. The percentage of that position that is now being able to be automated in a very positive way, right? This is a very simple task. So the question is how are you now reinvesting that time? How are you reinvesting that energy? You have to make sure that it's correct. You have to make sure this now gives you that time to be more strategic in your planning, to actually do the human side of human resources and be more personal. That's the whole reason. And there's entire professions and industries that there were aspects of the role that we aspired to for years, but we simply did not have the bandwidth to do. Now you have that bandwidth. How are you reinvesting that how are you reinvesting that time, energy, focus to do your job extremely well? And you looked at, I gave the example of HR. We worked with a group of librarians, and they said, we're not spending as much time using the Dewey Decimal System and shelving books. You know how we're reinvesting our time? We're running education programs. That's something, imagine 100 years ago, a librarian would say, I don't have time for that. I'm shelving my books, right? This is all the bandwidth that I have time for. Now I'm reinvesting it in something great. But again, it comes, and this is how we begin and end all of our conversations, is you have to understand, yes, the opportunities and the limitations, both.
We saw the same thing happen to administrators when the cloud came in. You know, the folks that wanted to rack and stack servers, they weren't going to do that anymore. But they never got around to a lot of the maintenance issues and preventative work because they were so busy just keeping gear running. And as we got better automation to take over that, didn't need to own the machines anymore, they had time to start putting into higher value, thoughtful work that made more reliable systems.
Yeah. So it has to make it more effective, not just efficient.
And that then comes back to the critical thinking, right? Like you have to still parse kind of like, you know, what comes out of it and if that makes sense, yes or no. What I'm hearing with this, what I hear a lot in the software development context is like, hey, we're gaining a bunch of junior developers, right? Like they kind of know what they do, but they also need some more instructions, context, et cetera, et cetera. That's also what I hear you say a little bit, like, hey, we got people that kind of like do the work that we don't really want to do, right? That we want to focus on other things, and now we finally have the time to do that. Looking forward, no one can predict the future. I had someone, I talked about AI yesterday, how you can be more productive as a software developer with all the tools that we have right now. Came up to me with like, every session I see, I become increasingly worried that it's going to take my job. Are the interns, are the junior developers going to kind of like grow up into senior developers and we can all just, you know, automate a whole bunch of jobs and just sit around talking like this all day?
I think the training's is in the process of changing. You know, arguably, when I talk to really young people just getting into programming, they seem better suited for these new tools than we are, that we have more to unlearn. They didn't join this industry to become a coder. They joined this industry to make things. The job
and it doesn't really matter how.
Yeah,
right? Like,
that wasn't the important part. We taught them, oh, you're going to have to learn to write code, somewhat reluctantly. You know, and we know perfectly well if you've been responsible for building a system, the code writing part's the easy, right? The real hard part is figuring out what do they actually need, the requirements gathering, actually getting people to think through the needs, how you actually make a difference to a company. That's not a prompt, and it's also not code.
This industry goes through, I think, doubling of the number of programmers that exist overall in the world every, 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
And has been for the last 30, 40 years. And when we look back 30 years ago, you didn't have to know assembly language, but it was pretty helpful when you were debugging things in your C programs. And then managed code came along, Java, C#, and they kind of, that was kind of the level of, oh, you don't need to worry about that level anymore.
No,
because it's
the fancy guy looked at the IL.
Yes.
That was the deep layer.
That was the deep layer. But so there's always a deep layer, but there's always a level of abstraction. And I think that the more, now we have a lot of people who are doing programming style education, university master's studies, who the only programming language they have ever used is Python. Like there's, I'm doing quite a bit of work in sports these days, and so I look at, I have interviewed people as well as looked at a lot of papers in that area. And there's people who are have a bachelor's and master's degree in data science in sports, who have done massively complicated things with data, and the only programming language they know is Python. And I think we're going to continue to see a broadening of the base. So there's going to be more and more and more people who write software, but we have a limit to how many people we can go and teach the lower levels, and so many of them will then go and come to a no-code, low-code, AI-driven experience where they can go and build their solutions. There will still be people who will have to understand how the GPU works and who still know how the CPU works and all these things. But these are specialists at a few companies.
Sure. There's a handful of people at Microsoft that know how to write garbage collectors.
Correct.
They are very specialized people,
Correct.
and we love that they exist.
Yeah.
And I'm also really happy I'm not one of them.
And there are people like me who kind of do queues.
You focus on messaging.
Queues and streams
Think
every
about
day.
it at a different level.
Yeah. And so there's platform people like me will always exist, right? And people who are writing specs, but those specs are then being fed into and I literally, like in the current project or in X Registry, we verify whether the specs are actually understood by the models, so that we can go and generate a lot of the samples and all these things. That's a lot of my work.
Yeah.
So yes, there will be a different type of programmer job that probably doesn't even get into a level of Python anymore, but only works at the 25 years ago, we had this idea of programming by pictures, use case tools, and all
Right.
these things, right? And I think we're now at a place where we can probably go and realistically do this for solutions that are useful.
Here's what we don't know. We don't know how many programs have never been made because it was too difficult to make programs. When the Luddites smashed up the equipment back in the day, the weaving material, they couldn't conceive of everybody owning lots of clothing. It was unimaginable. I can't imagine how much software has never been written because there's so much voodoo around writing software that you have to hit a certain threshold, but you even present the idea of writing code. As we broaden the ability for people to make software, how much more software could there be? It's almost unimaginable.
Absolutely.
Well, in addition to that, one thing that's so unique about this generation coming into the workforce is they have more options than ever before. They don't have to go into a huge organization for their first job. Whereas we said, okay, I'm going to get my entry level. We had this idea of the ladder, right? I'm going to build my skills. I'm going to go to the next level, and we're seeing a trend with this incoming generation saying, I don't necessarily want a ladder. I could spend all this time working to climb this ladder and find it's up against the wrong wall where I don't want to be. So instead, give me the tools to build my own ladder. We're seeing more people want to go into some sort of entrepreneurship, right? Or having even a side job where I'm building up the skills I want to build up, building up the tools I want to build up, and building up that skill level. And so instead of the career trajectory looking like this, it's looking like a lot of images, like a lot of different shapes. Now, one thing that organizations have to now rethink, have a new strategy of, is succession planning on that longer term. And this is where we see people at the top saying, we're used to, you have your junior developer and you're working your way up your senior, and that you're working your way up. Now it looks different. The way that career trajectory looks different, and the way that we're upskilling and preparing for that looks different. Sometimes it's not your full-time new role. It may be a project. It may be a specific opportunity to see if that is something that you would like to go into. And that's where we're seeing more lateral moves with careers than before. And so looking at those entry-level jobs, we have entrepreneurship just on the rise. Even if it's on a side job or a weekend job, I'm learning and making money in a way that I don't have to have a corporation telling me how to make money. Remember, I got out of college, I was told you go to the big corporation, you do your entry-level job, you make your money, you earn your keep, you work your way up. That's not the main narrative that is happening in a lot of universities today. So the organizations have to shift also.
For sure. So the thing I'm triggered to think, and maybe this is then my old pattern of thinking that I have to kind of like let go, but kind of like, hey, talking about the specialized people, is there a risk that we're going to lose those? Are there going to be like companies that are like, hey, I can use AI to replace or not even hire junior developers anymore because they can do that. At some point, the senior developers are going to retire. We're not really training junior developers or any other entry level, right?
Talk to anybody who's still running a COBOL system. We're not
Exactly.
training any new developers. The ones are getting really old. They're being paid extremely well to keep working. But the actual answer is migrate off.
Yes.
Right? It's not a crisis. It's not a reason to stop. This happens all the time. It is very hard today to find someone skilled in building steam engines at scale, right? It's an obsolete technology. We've moved past it, and those skills are lost. I mean, and arguably would be difficult to train back in. There's relatively few people building operating systems these days. That's a pretty rare thing. There's a handful of people who do garbage collection and cryptography. There will always be some, and we will find solutions one way or the other.
Yeah.
Aging out is normal.
I think there's also the AI and the programming and all these things are ultimately there's an interface with the physical world, and that sets kind of the constraints. And a lot of the software stuff that's happening is happening inside of the box without necessarily interfacing with the world. And I think we'll be having more of that interfacing with the world happening. Where, I mean, Richard has a bunch of hobby projects where he tries to detect otters with cameras around his house, where I think there are a lot of software problems that can be solved with software, which have to do with our interactions with the physical world, and with our well-being, and with our climate. Et cetera, that we currently can't solve because we don't have enough people on those very complex problems, and we don't have enough people who can bring together the skill of understanding the physical aspects and have the necessary education and sense for it, and the programming pieces. So I think making programming more accessible is going to be helpful for solving more problems with software, kind of at that interface to the physical world, where we currently don't care because we are happy to do social media and we're happy to do games and think of those as problems. But I think there's more to explore, and if we go and get away from these boring things that are happening inside of the box to kind of thinking more about what we can do on the interface between the box and life, right? That gets then interesting. But for that, we need to have people who understand the life and the physics, and can go and turn that into programs that help you.
Yeah, absolutely. That is interesting. Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to kind of like discover, like, maybe I'm old-fashioned, although I'm fairly sure I'm the youngest here. But yeah, maybe at some point we'll just reach a point where we'll be like, it doesn't really matter how it's implemented anymore, as long as it kind of like works. Is that kind of like where you're getting at?
Yeah, so let's say you have a scenario where you want to get people in a room to go and interact with each other in particular ways, and you have an idea. Let's say you figure out some game that you want people to play. And it's a very innovative thing, and people need to go and move on their phone or on a device. They need to move some balls in a certain direction, and everybody needs to do that in a coordinated way. I don't know what, right? Someone who understands psychology and who understands the effects of doing a game of that sort in a group. If they have an idea to do something like this, how do they realize this? Today, they have to go through 10 filters of people who go and ultimately sit in India and go and realize that thing. I mean, that's the reality of it. So if you empower those folks to go and say, I have this idea, and they can go and make this without talking to anybody but that thing, that's a pure win. And that's not software that is not being built because we fired a programmer over here, right? That software is not being built today because there is no way to go and get that thought refined so that you have a solution for it. So I think there's lots of potential here to go and create really innovative, new stuff that is driven by people who understand the domain much better than any programmer does. Because the domain-specific knowledge currently always needs to go through a programmer filter.
Right.
And if we can use AI to eliminate the programmer filter, but still for the programmers to go and provide the frameworks that those AI tools can go and ultimately program against because they have to, then that's great.
That's an interesting point. From what I'm hearing, you're kind of like on the side of people can get more creative or at least be more empowered and more enabled to do these things, right? I can imagine, looking at you, Amber, like that there's probably also a set of people who are very scared that the kind of like creative side gets taken away from them, right? Like I'm doing a little bit of content creation, you're doing a lot of content creation, I don't know about you. I can imagine that there's people like, okay, I can stop being creative, or I'm scared to stop being creative because at some point, some deep fake of myself will take over the courses and teach other people things. Is that something people are worried about in that space, or?
Yes, I love what you said. I think it is anything you create, any technology, it is art and science, and you need both, right? And so any conversation we go, okay, science, and we have the conversation, right? Art's going to take over the science, science is going to take over the art. You need both at the same time. They have to work in partnership with one another. And so understanding the power of both and understanding how they both work together is so critical. We create online courses in addition to the in-person workshops, the in-person coaching. So we have online learning that you can do. That is a powerful piece of, we use AI to help. We just dubbed a lot of our courses into different languages to help reach more people. What a great use of AI to help more people. That's a good example. We've had some that, okay, we're not in that place, or there was a we want to say that sentence differently, we can dub it differently. A good use of AI. We now have new information that we didn't have before, and now we can update it without having to go back into the studio, redo it. So there's powerful uses of that I would consider that the science side, right, of using it, and we're using our creative side. We're not just going to ChatGPT and saying, write me a cool script about how to give performance feedback, it giving me a generic script, and then me saying, make a video. You could do that. It's going to be very boring. What we have the opportunity then to be is edutainers at that point. So we're helping to teach in a way that is authentic, it's personable, it's memorable, and you can apply it in your life. And so technology has a strong piece there. We do see some competitors, they do rely fully on the technology. The impact isn't as high, right?
Well, and people quickly reject it too.
People reject it, yeah.
I think I'm seeing more and more that the measure of people's interest in things has to do with its authenticity.
Yes.
And that it doesn't have, in fact, they prefer it not too polished.
Yes.
Right? Not too shiny. Real stuff is a little messy.
Yes.
And so already we're seeing in these early days of this technology, people honing on them. This is what's actually important. It's authentic. And you using tools to make things, I mean, we've been doing that since it was sticks and rocks.
Yes.
These are just new tools, and we'll make new things with them.
But I think it was Disney that said to create a good character, it has to be relatable.
Yeah.
if I'm looking at someone that's perfect and polished and has no flaws, I'm not relating to that.
No.
There's beauty. I had someone say one time that shadows make things real. What's the difference between 2D art and 3D? It's the shadows. Well, shadows are those dark places that make it real and make it authentic. And so, yeah, that's exactly what we get to provide.
On Facebook, I frequent the forums of a German sports car maker, and the fan forums around it. And I like that people have now figured out in mass, like people who are not in the technology industry, but they just happen to be, they just happen to like the same cars, to just universally reject cheaply made, AI slop, as it's called, where you basically go and write 3 sentences and then you get a picture out of it and then people post that into a Facebook forum and say, oh, look at this new car. And by now, the universal reaction from people in the forums is go away with that stuff. And that's a good sign. That's a good sign that, because you can actually do very good, interesting things with that technology, but you can also see when someone has not made an effort to go and do something that's innovative, interesting, because everybody has played with it and everybody knows how easy it is to make something that is, effortless. And then they're like, oh, I can do this myself, you're wasting my time. So where people are educating themselves about what you can do with the technologies, and they're rejecting it if it is a waste of the time. And I think that's a good sign for going deeper on the technology, but that's also a good sign for just democracy in general, I think.
You can probably not hear it on the stream, but there are people really excited behind us. So I'm not sure what's going on, but that's fine. I was just speaking here, Richard. Like, you're founder and chairman of the Humanitarian Toolbox.
Yes.
Is there kind of like, which is, I should probably explain a little bit more, public charity that builds open source software for disaster relief. I can imagine that there's like cool appliances there to make that easier, to make the world a better.
Yeah, it's been a
make the world a better place. But
it's been a huge part of the conversation about preparedness and how we chide people into doing those. This is not an immediate thing. Like, how do you do a better job of making sure you have the things you need for the place you live, given an emergency? And that language was a really powerful tool for that, to just sort of get people to spend a little time, make sure you stock the things you need. If you replace stuff that's worn out, that sort of thing. So there's lots of places where that goes on. Disaster response is a much more complicated job, and tooling for that has always been really challenging. And those folks are extraordinary. And they're, you can't bring a phone into most disaster response sites. They like pen and paper. The battery life's awesome. But tech also helps them a lot with logistics and what do you need to deliver and what you need to do. So my time with HGBox has been extraordinary. Like, just great people to work with, and lots of role for tech to help us go to do more.
Because one of the things that I have here in my notes is like a question to drop in. Are we heading towards a more human future or a more automated one? I kind of like think, coming back to what you said.
Yes to both.
Yeah, exactly. That's what my thought too. Like, you were already mentioning, like, hey, we can outsource kind of like the thing that to automate something to be more interactive with a human, and that's what you said too. Like, we're going to do more automation, right? And then we can also make the world a better place. Like, the relief is one thing, but then in the medical space too, like have AI help us with like detect more things, more medical issues, go to a doctor, that kind of stuff. So we're kind of like thinking we're going to a more human future with this.
Attention only became valuable when attention became scarce, right? And human-made things only became really interesting when they became scarce. Our reaction to these new tools' ability to simulate human-like thing is to value the real human thing more and to skirm between those two things. And in some ways, stripped down to our asses is a little more focused, even more, on what is it actually important in human society and how we interact. It wasn't important when it was available and trivial and easy. It's more important now that it's harder.
We still ended up talking about an hour about AI mostly.
Yes, we did. But because it is an overwhelming trend without a doubt. It's one of, I look at 3 technologies that are fundamentally shifting our society right now. And oddly enough, I talk about most of them. And AI is certainly one of them.
What are the others?
Clean energy, I also see as an important role. Not necessarily the clean part, but the fact that we now have energy sources that don't consume anything, that they're just the sunlight and the wind that exist. And so suddenly power is far more available. And then biotech is the other one that also heavily leans on technology. These new generative AI models working in things like AlphaFold for understanding protein folding are going to change the way we interact with biology, full stop. Customized medicines, extended lifespans, better quality of life all around. Like, there's a lot going on at the same time, and they all interact with each other. We're only able to do this because power is more available, and more compute is available, and deeper understanding around biology is available. All of those things are working together.
You're kind of like ahead of me, because that was what I was getting at. Like, hey, what are the trends? What's things that excite you? Kind of like besides AI, is there other stuff that you get excited about? Trends that you're seeing lately, where you're like, hey, this is cool things.
What drives my work is the trend towards more timely data acquisition, data processing, and we see this in the workload that I work on is the fastest growing Microsoft product overall, and within that, the fastest growing workload inside of that, and which is all about companies having data sources in the real world. May that be people, may that be physical assets, and they want to understand them and react on changes instantly. And so we see this more and more when people are dealing with data. Velocity of being able to react with it, and also deal with the data volume, is something that's a very, very big theme within the industry.
Because that's the other thing, right? Like, whenever we talk about AI, it's kind of like an umbrella term, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff in there, and I guess like part of what powers that is a lot of data flowing all kinds of ways, right?
My corporate vice president has put on the slide, there's no AI without RTI. That's our product.
And the new cloud is just someone else's computer.
Yeah, and there's the truth to that is that anything we do with AI is a transformation, right? And the transformation happens only informed by actual data. It's useless if you don't set context and you don't feed real data context, and you take the real data context and make it the foundation for what the models learn. And one of the things we're forgetting often in the discussion is that we're always talking about LLMs and always talking about text generation effectively and in its various forms, but don't think about the hard math that's behind predictive models and being able to recognize things. I currently have a problem in one of my projects where I need to go and look at a football field, soccer, football field, and understand where the camera is related to the soccer field, so that I can go and project some data onto the video. It's a solved problem. It's something that has been done with machine learning, where an algorithm that's pretty fast has been trained on many pictures, and it has seen kind of all the possible angles, and it will spot them and will give you a likelihood of where the camera is. Absolute magic. I mean, you can't approach this with a normal algorithm. It's fantastic, and there's many of these algorithms. There's enormous, wonderful things you can do with math, just without even machine learning, just doing digital signal processing to kind of figure out trends out of noisy lines and everything. So there is, and doing that faster and doing that in time and being able to react is something that we see many companies clamoring for, even outside of the generate text out of a prompt kind of AI trend.
Amber, what's one trend that you're kind of like?
Inspired me to pull out my calculator, do some good math. A huge trend we're seeing is just this real craving for connection, right? Redefine. We want relationships. I mean, we're seeing it even within on the government level of having ministries of loneliness saying, hey, this really is an epidemic around the world. And people know that. People are craving relationship and connection. People ask us what's the number one factor we look for of a success of a learning journey. It's community, right? Am I doing this all on my own, or do I have some support, some connection to go along with this? It's the number one indicator of any sort of success within a development journey. And it's not just a development journey, it really is life. And so we're seeing that just as a trend and a need, but also people are doing something about it. They're finding new ways to connect and to communicate and to relate to one another in really powerful ways. And I think that that's where emerging technology can be a really powerful tool whenever used well. And just like we said, it's a way that we can come together and create what the future is going to be.
I love that. I'm really in the team, like, we have to adapt to this in a way that we can, offload the things that we don't really want to do to build more of those human connections, to make time for ourselves again.
Well, if we want to create something bigger than ourselves, we have to include more people than ourselves.
Yeah.
So
Perfect.
Necessary.
We have a couple of minutes left. Just to close us out, Richard, in one word, how would you describe the future?
Exciting.
Exciting. Clemens?
A little scary. And
Excited?
it's mostly, that's not just tech. It's the, I'm a little worried about the whole political landscape and what's going on.
You only value something when it's in danger.
Yeah,
People are getting a little more serious about democracy these
so
days.
I'm a little scared, but also motivated to stem that tide.
Emmer?
Say innovative. I think we're going to see more innovation, creativity.
Good, good. Well, that's all that we have for you today at Techorama TV and Techorama in general, because we're coming up on the end of the conference. I hope to see you again next year, or maybe like in 6-ish months in Belgium, because we're doing this in Belgium and in the Netherlands. We're in the Netherlands right now. I think we have a couple of closing words coming up from some of the organizers. So Roy, Kevin, please come up here to close us out for the day. And of course, thank you so much, Richard, Clemens, Amber, for joining me here and having this wonderful conversation.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
You're going to fire away, Roy?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
well, take your words now. Choose your words wisely.
So first of all, thank you, Roy, for setting this up. This is all you. You did that. And I want to end as well with all the interviews that we did here. They're going to be available publicly. The sessions that our speakers gave, the technical sessions, are only available for people who have a Techorama ticket. So that's what I want to say. Do you want to end this thing?
Yeah, I want to end this thing. It were 2 great, amazing days with 11 Gracie panels. So I loved each and every panel, and I'm glad it's over now. So we're going to enjoy breaking up everything. We thank you for watching Techorama TV live, and we hope to see you again next year.
In May.
In May.
Techorama Belgium.
Techorama Belgium. So stay tuned, Techorama TV. We hope to see you back. Thank you so much for watching.
Bye.